Lin Meiyun woke up from her sleep, with some fine beads of sweat on her head. Why did you dream again? How many times has this been this month? For several days in a row, Lin Meiyun had almost the same dream every night. In the dream, there is a girl who looks 8 points similar to herself, but she is obviously thinner than herself, otherwise she should be at least 9 points similar. I don't know why, Lin Meiyun always feels that it is not herself, but she will be tottled by the girl's emotions. The most common thing you see in dreams is a mud-walled house, which is not small, but there is a big family living in it, and it is also a little tight. It is completely different from the era in which I live. It is very difficult to travel, you have to write a letter of introduction wherever you go, buy things in limited quantities, and you also need a special ticket. There are many things that cannot be bought without a ticket. But the girl's family in the dream was very good to her, so compared to the others in the village, she was much whiter, and in Lin Meiyun's dream, the girl's name was exactly the same as herself. Thinking of the space she accidentally got not long ago, Lin Meiyun's heart sounded like an alarm. As a fan of novels, isn't this plot a bit too familiar? Isn't this the common routine for the heroine to get a golden finger and then travel to the disaster year? Whether it's true or not, Lin Meiyun doesn't want to sit still. Since such an unreasonable thing as space will appear, then it seems that crossing is not impossible. Some time ago, Lin Meiyun found space in a jade pendant she had been carrying with her, and the jade pendant that followed her disappeared. I heard from the mother of the director of the welfare home that when she picked her up at the door of the welfare home, she was wearing this jade pendant, and she kept wearing it later, thinking about whether she would be able to find her family one day. Although they don't want to be recognized by their families, they always have to ask why they abandoned themselves. I just didn't expect that I just accidentally cut my finger, and the blood just touched the jade pendant, and the jade pendant disappeared directly, becoming a space connected to my soul. The area inside the space is not very large. It is a small farmhouse courtyard with a house where you can rest, and there is also a front yard and backyard where you can grow some crops. Then there was a well, and there was nothing else. Lin Meiyun didn't care before, she just bought some seeds of fruits and vegetables and planted them in the space. This dream was almost the same for several days, so that Lin Meiyun could no longer sit still. I got up and got dressed, picked up my mobile phone, looked at the balance of 450,000 yuan in my bank card, and decided to spend it ruthlessly. This was originally planned to save for her own use of buying a house, but now it seems that she can't keep it, and she now plans to go out to buy supplies. Even if it is not as you think in the end, the big deal is to find a beautiful countryside and rent a house, and those materials should be enough for your own life. First, he called the company and asked for a week off, and then Lin Meiyun went out directly. Riding her own small electric donkey, Lin Meiyun found a vacant warehouse near the farmer's market, and she contacted the owner of the warehouse to rent the warehouse. I only rented for 7 days. After all, I didn't have much money in my hand, and it was estimated that it would be spent in less than 7 days. The owner of the warehouse thought that the warehouse had been vacant for so long anyway, so he rented it to Lin Meiyun for 300 yuan. After renting the warehouse, Lin Meiyun rode a small electric donkey to the farmer's market. The first thing to go to is the fresh meat area. She experimented when she got the space. As long as she was in the house, time is static, so she plans to stock up on more meat. After all, in the era of dreams, meat is very precious, and some people basically can't eat it a few times a year. Boss, fresh pork and beef and mutton trouble give me 200 pounds each. I bought more, can you get a discount? The price of pork is 15 yuan a catty, beef is 35 a catty, and mutton is 40 yuan. According to this price, she will spend 10,018 here, and she has that little money in her hand. It is better to be careful. The boss is also a cheerful person, and she did buy more, so in the end, it was directly less than 800 yuan. Although there is not much saved, Lin Meiyun is still very satisfied. After all, 800 yuan can still buy some things, and the province should spend it. In the end, the boss also gave her some pigs into the water or something, and she didn't dislike it at all, and thanked her again and again. Little girl, are you in procurement? If you still need it in the future, remember to come to my uncle, and my uncle that everything is good and can be cheap for you. Before leaving, the owner of the butcher shop said enthusiastically to Lin Meiyun. Uncle, you still understand? Lin Meiyun nodded. Then please prepare this amount for me tomorrow, or send it here. Lin Meiyun gave the boss the location of the warehouse. After all, with so much meat, his little electric donkey couldn't take it away, and after agreeing to send it over at 12 o'clock at noon, Lin Meiyun went to the next place. Rice and flour oil is also very important. She went straight to a grain and oil wholesale department and ordered 10,000 caddies of rice, 10,000 caddies of white noodles, and 10,000 caddies of cooking oil for 5 caddies and a barrel of cooking oil. Rice and white noodles are wholesale is 1 piece and 5 pounds, and her quantity is indeed relatively large. After all, even large supermarkets can't ask for so many goods at one time, and the boss still gives her a cheap price of 1 yuan and 4. Cooking oil is a little more expensive, almost 10 yuan a pound on the market, even wholesale is 7 yuan, and nearly 100,000 yuan is spent here. She bought some whole grains, such as millet, cornmeal, sweet potato flour, etc., which added up to hundreds of thousands. Then there are fruits or something. Lin Meiyun has always liked all kinds of fruits, so she bought a lot of them. Finally, I bought some chicks, ducklings, gooses, rabbits, as well as pigs, cattle, and sheep cubs at the farmer's market, all of which were a mix of male and female. Maybe they could also breed in the space in the future, and then they would not be bad for meat to eat. Although the house in the space is still quite large, the space is limited after all. Lin Meiyun still thinks about preparing some livestock cubs, which can be regarded as a sustainable development resource. I also bought some seeds of various vegetables and fruits, as well as rice, wheat, and corn seeds. Seeing that the time was almost up, Lin Meiyun rode to the warehouse. She had just agreed with those bosses to send it over at 12 o'clock, and she only paid a deposit, but she was not worried about the shopkeeper running away. After all, in their opinion, Lin Meiyun was a big customer who could develop. Sure enough, at 11:50, all kinds of trucks drove towards the warehouse one after another. After they moved the things into the warehouse, Lin Meiyun paid the final payment, and then watched that everyone was gone. Lin Meiyun put everything into the space according to the classification. The ones that needed to be kept fresh were directly put into the house, the ones that didn't need to be kept fresh were put outside, and those small animal cubs were also put in a fence. Then Lin Meiyun found that these little animals were very obedient after entering the space. As long as she let them not run around, they were very honest one by one, so that they didn't have to worry about them going back to ruin the fruits and vegetables that had just sprouted green shoots in their yard. Locking the door of the warehouse, Lin Meiyun went to a noodle restaurant, ate something at will, and then remembered that the time in the house was still anyway. Why didn't he buy some cooked food and put it in? So in the afternoon, Lin Meiyun went to a few stores she usually liked very much and ordered a large number of cooked foods, such as steamed buns, or various traditional food. The reason she gave was to order employee meals, and others didn't think much about it. Anyway, there was no need to delve into this kind of thing, as long as she made money. Then Lin Meiyun went to the large wholesale market and bought a lot of snacks, drinks, and daily necessities that she usually likes to eat, whether it is toothpaste, toothbrush, shower gel, or an artifact such as an ant's towel. Lin Meiyun did not let go. Let's just talk about the ant's towel. It was inexhaustible before she stopped menstruating, not to mention that the place in the dream was very similar to the time and space she was in decades ago, and if nothing else, it would develop later. After that, Lin Meiyun bought a lot of clothes that no one bought, quilts, and even that old-fashioned military coat. She didn't buy beautiful clothes at all. After all, the era in the dream was very sensitive. Others were black, blue, and gray. She dressed in a flashy way. Didn't she clearly tell others that she had a problem? But she managed to get a lot of cotton and down, and there were always times when it was useful. Vintage bicycles also get a lot of space. Anyway, as long as you bring all the precious things of that era, you can't go wrong. In this way, Lin Meiyun only had 100,000 yuan left in his hand. Excluding the balance of the cooked food ordered, there were about 50,000 yuan. She went to order a batch of seafood, pastries, brown sugar, and various condiments, so that there was only 1 or 2,000 yuan left in her hand. Lin Meiyun did not dare to move. If she really didn't leave a penny, in case she didn't cross, she didn't even have money to rent a house. After several days of busyness, Lin Meiyun finally spent all the money, and also received all the materials he ordered, and the space was also arranged fully, especially in the house where food could be stored, which was basically stuffed, and there was originally furniture inside, all of which were moved outside by Lin Meiyun. I don't know why, Lin Meiyun had a strong premonition that what she guessed was coming soon, so she simply put everything in the house she rented into the space, leaving only a bed. Because Lin Meiyun rented a house with nothing, because the rent was cheap, it was all things that she bought slowly, so she had no psychological pressure to take these away. Finally, after finishing her busy work and sitting on the bed, Lin Meiyun felt dizzy, and then she lost consciousness. In the summer of 1974, the Unity village of Longhe Commune, Rongdu City, Chuanxi Province. Don't scare your mother. When she was in a daze, Lin Meiyun heard a woman's low sobbing. Neil? Who is Neil? By the way, the girl's nickname in the dream is Near. Hey. In response to the woman, it was a man's low sigh. Lin Meiyun inexplicably felt a little distressed. This sigh contained too many things. Lin Meiyun opened her eyes hard, and finally saw a little light after trying more than a dozen times. The first thing that caught my eye was the dilapidated house, and then the face of the woman guarding the bed gradually became clear, and I don't know why, Lin Meiyun couldn't help but let out a syllable in her throat. Mom. Probably because she had just woken up, Lin Meiyun felt that her throat was very dry and her voice was hoarse. Near. Near is awake. Dachong, come and see, our Near is awake. Chen Lianhua's voice seemed very excited, and even the tears in the corners of her eyes had not yet dried. Lin Wuqiang, who was originally silent, suddenly came to his senses, rubbing his hands and looking at Lin Meiyun nervously. Lin Meiyun moved her lips and shouted Dad again. Lin Wuqiang was so excited that he just kept saying, okay, okay, okay. 3 consecutive good is enough to express Lin Wuqiang's mood. The doctor said, if you can't wake up, you will be a living dead, only. You can only rely on feeding some liquid food. Hiccup, he is a fart, my near fu has a big fate, so there will be no problem. Chen Lianhua saw that Lin Meiyun woke up, and the whole person was considered alive. God knew that when she heard her own near and might lie directly on the bed, Chen Lianhua felt that the sky was about to fall. She finally had such a daughter. If something really happened, how could she survive? Lin Meiyun wanted to say something, but a lot of memories suddenly poured into her mind, and Lin Meiyun fainted again. This frightened Lin Guoqiang and his wife, and they were so anxious that they burst into tears. In fact, Lin Meiyun's consciousness was still awake at this time, but now she had no way to open her eyes or speak, so she could only lie there quietly to receive the memory from the original owner. She really traveled to a story similar to the time and space of the 60s and 70s in her previous life, and the policies were strikingly similar, but the leaders were different in everything. And it was her soul that pierced the girl with the same name and surname as herself, and this girl was actually the treasure of her parents in this era of general patriarchy. The reason is actually because the original owner's mother Chen Lianhua was deeply influenced by the original owner's grandmother, and felt that the boy had to spend money to marry a daughter-in-law when he grew up, and if he married a daughter-in-law and forgot his mother, it was a proper loss of money, and only the daughter was intimate. The key is that the original owner's grandmother is still a daughter like Chen Lianhua, and there are 3 sons in front of her. You can imagine what kind of environment Chen Lianhua grew up in. That is, now Chen Lianhua has returned to her parents' house, that is, she is also the person with the most say in the right way. This also led to the fact that Chen Lianhua completely inherited the strange idea of the original owner's grandmother, and by the way, she also assimilated Lin Guoqiang together. As for why she crossed over, it was because of the original owner's lobby sister Lin Lianya. Shenbalian is as her name suggests, she really doesn't want to force her face, because the heroine is engaged to the man she likes, and then directly pushes the person down and hits the stone to her death. After coming back, he pretended to be a victim, crying non-stop, and Chen Lianhua was anxious about his daughter, and he didn't have time to clean her up, otherwise with Chen Lianhua's combat effectiveness, Lin Lianya's crocodile's tears would be dry. As for the man who is engaged to the original owner, he is already a deputy company at a young age, and he is a clean person. The only shortcoming is that Hani Chen's parents died early, and his grandparents also passed away one after another, so he is now alone. This marriage was mentioned by Chen Lianhua and Hani Chen. As for the situation of the original owner's family members, it is also very complicated, and there is no separation yet, so the whole family lives together, and Lin Meiyun feels a headache when she thinks about it. The 2 old men of the Shen family are still alive. Lin Meiyun's grandfather Lin Jiangwo and grandmother Qin Shoulan are only in their 50s now, and their bodies are still very strong. They have a total of 4 children, the eldest Lin Dalin, that is, Lin Lianya's father. He and his wife Fang Sui also have a son, the eldest among all the juniors in the family, named Lin Yuqing. The second child, Lin Yonghai, his wife's name is Fang Yun, and he gave birth to a son and a daughter. The eldest is Lin Meiyun's second cousin Lin Chunmei, and the youngest is also the youngest male baby in the family, Lin Xiaoyu. The third child is Lin Meiyun's father, Lin Wuqiang. Lin Meiyun also has 2 twin brothers, Lin Wenhao and Lin Wuhai. The fourth child is a daughter, that is, Lin Meiyun's sister-in-law, named Lin Fangmei, married Fang Sui's younger brother Fang Guodong, and gave birth to a son Fang Xiaowei, who is about the same age as Lin Xiaoyu. Therefore, the relationship between Feng Sui and Lin Fengmei is the closest among several aunts and sisters-in-law. Finally absorbing what was in his head, Lin Meiyun opened his eyes again, and this time he was much more relaxed. Chen Lianhua and Lin Guoqiang, who had been guarding, finally felt relieved when they saw her open their eyes again. "And are you scared to death? Scared my mother to death?" Since Lin Meiyun went to the town to go to junior high school, she began to learn from the city people to call her parents, so Chen Lianhua reacted again. "Mom. I'm fine, I'm just a little tired, can you and Dad go out first, let me have a good rest." Okay, you have a good rest, if anything happens, you can call your mother, and when you get better, your mother will go find your uncle and the others and give you a good breath." The more he spoke, the more angry he became, and Chen Lianhua suddenly looked at Lin Guoqiang a little unpleasantly. "What are you doing here? Didn't you hear your daughter say that she was tired and wanted to rest?" "Lin Guoqiang, I am Lin Lianya's third uncle, this is what I deserve." Lin Guoqiang brainwashed himself in his heart. In fact, this is all said by Chen Lianhua, but Lin Guoqiang has always treated his daughter-in-law's words as the truth. Whatever Chen Lianhua said, he couldn't wait to take a small notebook and write it down, then slowly appreciate it, and recite it by the way. "Girl, you have a good rest." Lin Guoqiang showed a naive smile to Lin Meiyun, and his tanned face seemed to shine brightly. Okay. Lin Meiyun has always been alone, even if she came to a world she was not familiar with, she quickly accepted it. Once you accept the most unacceptable setting, it will be easier to discover other things, beautiful, such as Lin Meiyun now feels that although the world is not as developed as the world she has been in before, it is also a good thing to have a pair of parents who love her so much. Lin Meiyun forced herself to get out of bed and close the door of the room, then sat back on the bed to check the situation of the space. Fortunately, as he thought, the space was still there. Lin Meiyun's heart suddenly stabilized a lot, at least in this hungry small mountain village. He also had strong enough confidence. Lin Meiyun looked at the ventilated walls around her, couldn't help but sigh, and after making sure that there was no one around, she took out a bowl of green vegetable and lean porridge from the space. "I can feel that this body is very lacking in oil and water, and even now it is difficult to take 2 steps in this situation." Although Lin Meiyun is not a medical staff, she still has basic common sense, and it is definitely impossible to eat too greasy at this time, but the nutrition that should be supplemented must still be supplemented. At this time, green vegetable and lean meat porridge became the best choice. Looking at her unique appearance, Lin Meiyun still planned to wait until she was better, and she must make up for it. After all, the privacy in this room is indeed not very strong, and it will be very troublesome if it is seen by others. After eating, Lin Meiyun threw the lunchbox into the space and began to rest. She didn't have the energy to think about all kinds of bad things in this family now. The original owner hurt her head, and she had to take a good rest. I have to say that the original owner still has a good mother, and it is not right. It should be her mother who has a good mother's family. Originally, everyone lived together, and 3 bedrooms and 1 bedroom could only be divided into 2 rooms. Let's talk about Lin Lianya. She could only share a room with her eldest brother Lin Yucheng, but it was blocked by a wooden board in the middle. But at that time, after Chen Lianhua gave birth to Lin Meiyun, she asked her 3 brothers in the family to help her build a room for Lin Meiyun alone, but more than 10 years later, this room also looked very dilapidated. Even if there are opinions on the side of the second room of the big house, there is no way, whether it is to contribute or pay for the construction of the house, Chen Lianhua's family is responsible for it. Even if they have opinions, they can only hold back. After all, the old man and the old lady also said that the foundation of the old house is still very large, and if they have the ability to build a house, they have no objection. Halfway through, Chen Lianhualai asked Lin Meiyun twice about her situation, and only after making sure that she had nothing to do now was she relieved. During dinner in the evening, Lin Meiyun heard a little noise outside, and immediately felt a little sad, and the whole family lived together, just like in a large courtyard. "And it's dinner, can Mom bring it in for you?" Chen Lianhua's voice sounded outside. Lin Meiyun got out of bed and opened the door, originally planning to go out to eat at night, and also meet the members of the family, but the sound outside was really noisy, and the voices of the elderly, adults and children, made Lin Meiyun, who had already suffered a head injury, very uncomfortable. "Mom, help me bring it in." You go lie down quickly, Mom will get it for you." It's really the life of the eldest lady, this is a head drop, and you have to be served by someone to eat. When Chen Lianhua was serving Lin Meiyun a meal, a discordant voice appeared. This is the original owner's eldest aunt Feng Sui. She has never been used to the third room treating a girl's film as her heart and liver. Still go to school. If it weren't for the old man and the others, Feng Sui would have made a fuss long ago, and the girls of this age should be a good hand at home and outside the family, just the girl in their third room is golden. If they could work from home, they would be much easier. Sister-in-law, if you want to fight, just say it. I don't mind taking you first. How my Anir was injured this time, we all know very well. If my Anir wasn't still lying on the bed, Lin Meiyun would have been beaten by me. I haven't asked you for trouble yet, but you hurriedly hit the muzzle of the gun? Chen Lianhua has never been a good bully, and when she was in her parents' house, she was deeply influenced by the true inheritance of the original owner's grandmother, and she was originally a spicy temperament. At the beginning, Mrs. Lin told Lin Daqiang about this marriage, just thinking that Lin Wuqiang was a soft and easy-to-bully personality, and it would be good to marry a powerful daughter-in-law. The idea is a good idea, but it is true that the people in the house have been suppressed. Isn't it just a townhouse? Feng Sui was so frightened that she was almost speechless, and winked frantically at Lin Dalin, but after a day's work, Lin Dalin was now immersed in cooking. Where did she notice this? It's just a play between children. As for being so online? Feng Sui saw that her man did not pay attention to her, and her tone was a lot weaker. In any case, this matter was indeed unreasonable in the big house. Child, Lin Lianye is 18 years old, right? As for the children, you don't want to teach your children well. Wait, after my Anir is better, I will designate to help you teach them well. Chen Lianhua held the rice bowl and glanced at Lin Lianye, who flinched in fright. I thought that I was really unlucky. Why did I happen to be seen by the people in the village? And I blamed myself for not being secretive enough, and now I was worried about Chen Lianhua, a shrew, and I guess I couldn't escape the beating. Lin Dalin's eating hand was also a meal. Chen Lianhua's words didn't give Dafeng face at all, so she looked at Lin Wuqiang. Third child, this matter is indeed Lianye ignorant. I will ask her to apologize to Nir when I go back. Lin Wuqiang ignored it, even if he has always been a good old man, but the principle that a daughter is the lifeblood of a girl must not be broken. Mr. Lin and Mrs. Lin listened to their quarrel and didn't speak. They knew the temperament of the third family, and this matter always had to make her angry, otherwise I was afraid that this family would not be able to give birth in the future. It's too late for the second room to watch the play. How can they intervene in this matter? Even if they intervene, they can't help the big house. Which one is more difficult to mess with? They still know in their hearts. When she saw it, no one spoke for her. Lin Lianye's eyes were full of resentment, and this big family was eccentric. Chen Lianhua was holding a bowl of porridge that could be looked in the mirror and a few green vegetable leaves, and if there was anything different, it was a bowl of fragrant egg custard. The eggs were specially sent by Chen Lianhua's family after they knew that Lin Meiyun was injured, and they did not need to be confiscated, although they had not yet separated, but Mr. Lin and Mrs. Lin were both understanding people. The third family has the help of Chen Lianhua's mother's family, and life will definitely be better than the other two, if they still ask for confiscation, TSK. So anyway, as long as it is something that each gets, it belongs to their own room, but it has become an unwritten rule. Lin Meiyun was not surprised. After all, even in the memory of the original owner, eggs were not less to eat, and the three uncles would often send some, plus Lin Guoqiang had some woodworking skills, sometimes helping the villagers make something, and they could also get some things. Although it is not allowed to do business at this time, it is still possible to exchange things for things, and there are not many people with this kind of craft, and everyone acquiesces to this matter. This also leads to the fact that although Sanfeng has one more child than the other two, life is the best. Thank you, Mom. Lin Meiyun waited until Chen Lianhua put her dinner on the bedside cabinet, and then said, "You silly girl, why are you polite to your mother?" Lin Meiyun smiled and didn't speak, and when Chen Lianhua left, he picked up the bowl of porridge and looked at it, and couldn't help but sigh. Hey, what kind of world is this? Why did I travel to this era? Look at this porridge. It is really the kind that can be looked in the mirror. The reason why it can be called porridge is because Chen Lianhua tried to fish for her a little rice in it. The so-called rice is also the kind of brown rice, and it is still a little sour when you drink it. However, Lin Meiyun finally drank it. This was already Chen Lianhua's share left from herself, but it was egg custard. Lin Meiyun only ate half, and the rest was planned to be kept for Chen Lianhua. When Chen Lianhualai came to clean up the dishes, he found the egg custard that hadn't moved much, and hurriedly said, "Anir, why did you eat so much? You just need to eat more eggs to make up for it." Lin Meiyun shook her head. "Mom, I'm not very comfortable today, I can't eat any more, you can eat." Mom doesn't eat, since she can't eat, mother will keep it for you and eat it tomorrow morning. After saying that, he had to take it out. A warm current swept through Lin Meiyun's heart, and it seemed that the feeling of getting such a warm family affection was not bad. Mom, you eat, I watch you eat, I definitely won't be able to eat it tomorrow. If you don't eat, it will be wasted if it breaks. Chen Lianhua was also stunned, and then immediately understood what she meant. Oh, you still know that you feel sorry for your mother, but I'm really not hungry, Mom will keep it for you. Mom, if you don't eat, I will not be able to sleep tonight. Lin Meiyun began to cheat, and in the end there was no way. Chen Lianhua could only eat, and finally choked up a little while eating. Woo. I just said that raising a daughter can prevent old age. Those people outside still say me, they will always know in the future, raising children is a debt. Look at me now, you can enjoy the blessings of my daughter. Lin Meiyun, is this filter a bit big? Mom, don't worry, I will appoint you to live a good life in the future. Although she also felt that Chen Lianhua's eccentricity was a bit serious, Lin Meiyun had to admit that she liked this feeling of being favored. Chen Lianhua was naturally happy to hear Lin Meiyun's words. No matter what Lin Meiyun said, she was just talking. After all, she herself was still studying, but Chen Lianhua felt very comforted when she heard it. Mom will wait to enjoy your blessings in the future. It's better to raise a daughter. Look at your two brothers, they don't know what they are dealing with until now, and they have to worry about the old lady. In my memory, Chen Lianhua often said such things, and Lin Meiyun felt that it was not strange. Brothers know it in their hearts. Mom, don't worry about it. My son is in debt. After the mother and daughter talked for a while, Chen Lianhua went out with the dishes and chopsticks. And the Lin Wenhao and Lin Wuhai brothers, who were complained by Chen Lianhua about not knowing where they went, happened to walk in from outside at this time, carrying a bucket in their hands, and there was no clean ground all over their bodies. Stinky boy, where have you gone? This body is so dirty, my mother won't clean it up for you, wash it yourself. Seeing the appearance of her two sons, Chen Lianhua, the old mother, got angry. Mother, we went to the river to fish for my little sister. The naive Lin Wuhai touched the back of his head, and the mud on his hand was pasted on his hair again. Hearing her son say this, Chen Lianhua's face looked a lot better, and it was such a double standard. Did you touch it? I touched it, but not many, only a few crucian carp, although it was a little smaller, but it was still no problem to make soup for my little sister. Lin Wuhai immediately answered. He is the best at this kind of work. Lin Wenhao can only give him a beating, although these brothers are twins, but they are also, as their names suggest, one from literature and the other from martial arts. Lin Wenhao finished high school and now works as a teacher in a village primary school, with a salary of 10 yuan a month. Lin Wuhai said that the famous strength of 10 miles and 8 villages is different from his brother. He refused to go to school when he finished elementary school, but when he was 12 or 13 years old, he could get full work points. It's true that the same rice raises 100 kinds of people. In this era, the big guys are all tightening their belts to live, they are all the same way of eating, and Lin Wuhai has been as strong as a calf since he was a child. Chen Lianhua took the bucket over and looked at it. There were indeed a few crucian carp, a few tails apiece, which were really small, but the soup was enough, and his face was much more soothed. Okay, look at you dirty, take it off quickly, and my mother will wash it in a while. Lin Wenhao and the Lin Wuhai brothers looked at each other, and then they all smiled. Their mother had maternal love for them. Should I say it, the men on the third side of the Shen family were also harmed by Chen Lianhua's brainwashing method. All of them were centered on Lin Meiyun, and the key was that they slowly learned self-PUA, which can be regarded as the best in the family. Fang Sui and Fang Yun had already heard the movement outside, and they both poked their heads out of their rooms, and when they saw the bucket in Chen Lianhua's hand, they understood. Ouch, I can't say that our martial arts are still capable. Is this catching a fish? That's really good, we will all have a blessing tomorrow. It was Fang Yun in the second room who spoke. Fang Sui was scolded by Chen Lianhua because she was eating, and although she was also worried about it, she didn't dare to speak in the end. Chen Lianhua rolled her eyes, and walked directly to her room with the bucket containing the fish, scolding as she walked. Today's people's faces are really bigger than grinding plates, they are worried about everything. This is to replenish my family's body, and those who are elders are also shameless and skinless. Do you want to taste the shit in the pit? After saying that, he closed his door directly with a bang. Fang Yun was so angry that her face turned blue and white. She couldn't beat her, she couldn't win scolding and scolding, she was really aggrieved to death, and then she closed her door and got angry. Fang Sui's gloating expression was not too dazzling, and Fang Yun didn't bother to look at it. Tomorrow's fish will not have its own share, Fang Sui knows very well in her heart, but looking at the second family's deflated, it is still very comfortable. Lin Wenhao and the Lin Wuhai brothers didn't pay attention to this, and quickly went back to the room to change their dirty clothes, although the old lady just said to wash them, but now the old lady is obviously very unhappy, so forget it. They are good boys with eyesight. Although the yard of the old Lin family is not small, there is really no soundproofing in the houses of this era. For example, if anyone does something that is not suitable for children, they can hear a little movement. But people nowadays live like this, and there is nothing to pay attention to. Lin Meiyun naturally listened to the movement outside, and couldn't stop sighing in her heart. It seemed that this big family was ghostly. Although there are many such things in my memory, it is one thing to see it with my own eyes. Lin Meiyun was unwilling to live in a family with this atmosphere, but she still learned from the memory of the original owner that it was not so easy to separate the family in this era. I didn't think about it so much for the time being, and when the surroundings were completely quiet, Lin Meiyun flashed into the space. The space was still as bright as day. Lin Meiyun took a mirror, found some trauma medicine, gauze, and endured the pain to retreat the wound on his head. After eating that little thing in the evening, Lin Meiyun's stomach had already made an empty city plan, and she took out a prepared cooked food, which was a bowl of chicken soup and white rice. After eating, I finally felt a lot more comfortable, and took a bath in the space. The space has a well. The well water is a bit magical, it is not cold to the touch, but very comfortable. Lin Meiyun directly took a bath for herself. The original owner is also a girl who loves cleanliness very much, and her body is not very buried, but it is summer now. Lin Meiyun has been stuffy in the room for a day, and she is also sweating. Because the location of the wound is just at the hairline, washing the hair must not be washed. Lin Meiyun must take good care of herself, otherwise the scar will not look good. Although she is not the kind of person who is particularly unexpected, who wants to be ugly if she can be beautiful, find the underwear you bought before and change it into yourself, and feel a lot more relaxed. After brushing his teeth with well water and carefully avoiding the wound and washing his face, Lin Meiyun appeared on the bed in his room. Lin Meiyun's bedding should be the best in the entire Shen family, that is, Lin Guqiang and Chen Lianhua, all of which were eliminated by Lin Meiyun. Cotton is all made up by Chen Lianhua's mother's family, so even if the second room of the big house is greedy, there is no way. Lin Meiyun was covered with a fairly soft quilt, and she didn't feel good in her heart. She had so many materials in her hand, but now she couldn't blatantly take them out for her parents and brother. She didn't want to let people who were bad to her take advantage of her, especially Lin Lianya, who harmed the original master's life. Lin Meiyun will not forget the matter of not being the original owner, occupying other people's bodies. This revenge is his own revenge, and he must be avenged. She doesn't even want to take advantage of her own advantage. Thinking about it, Lin Meiyun felt that her eyelids began to get heavier and heavier, and then she fell asleep. Early the next morning, Lin Meiyun heard the yard start to be lively, and the chirping sound made Lin Meiyun unable to sleep. After getting up and getting dressed, Lin Meiyun tried to get out of bed and walk around, and today she was really much better, and her head didn't hurt so much. So Lin Meiyun walked out of the room directly. It was only 5 o'clock in the morning, and he had to go to work in the fields at 6 o'clock, so basically there was no one who could sleep in, and Lin Meiyun was an exception. Chen Lianhua, who was killing fish, saw Lin Meiyun going out, and immediately began to shout, "Hey my little ancestor, why did you run out? Go back and lie down, you originally hurt your head, what if the wind blows?" At this time, Fang Sui began her daily death operation. Ouch, third brother and sister, are you exaggerating a little? Where does the wind come from on this hot day? Chen Lianhua threw the fish in her hand into the basin. Fang Sui, I don't think you want to do it anymore. You have to choke a few words about what I say. What's wrong? You belong to the chimney, it's black and you can choke. Fang Sui. Mom, what the eldest aunt said is actually right, there is indeed no wind. I will come out to breathe fresh air, and I will be stuffy if I stay at home again. Chen Lianhua was unhappy that her daughter was helping Fang Sui to speak, and she heard Lin Meiyun say again, "But aunt, my mother is not exaggerating. If it weren't for my big life, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to wake up. This matter is free, we still have to break it well, and the matter of compensation should also be talked about. If it's really not possible, I just go back to my grandmother's house to live. In my uncle's house anyway, no one wants my life at every turn. This is a murderer, I don't dare to live with a murderer." Not to mention anything else, just saying the phrase murderer was enough to frighten Lin Dalan and Fang Sui to the point of turning pale. Those who made mistakes and were delegated to the fate of them, they also saw it. If they really got involved with murderers these days, I am afraid it would be difficult. Lin Dalan's face was very ugly. You think this matter is indeed your sister Lianya's fault, your injury should indeed be well maintained. I will ask your aunt to buy 2 chickens in a while, and make up for it for you, they are all a family, and everyone's face is not good looking, right? Feng Sui didn't dare to speak anymore, although Lin Meiyun was not as spicy as in the past, but every word hit the nail on the head. And she was also talking about the 3 uncles inside and outside her words. Chen Lianhua's 3 sisters-in-law were not good stubble, they were a nest of bandits. If those 3 really came to the door, it would really be overwhelming. After all, her mother's family will not stand up for herself like Chen Lianhua's mother's family. Chen Lianhua saw that her daughter grasped her eldest brother and sister-in-law in a few words, and she was also very proud. Did you see it? Such an excellent girl was brought up by her Chen Lianhua. He neatly cleaned up the fish in his hand that were not yet the size of a palm, and made them directly. I was reluctant to put condiments on weekdays, but today in order for Lin Meiyun to eat more deliciously, Chen Lianhua still put some. Of course, this is all her own thing, otherwise the 2 sisters-in-law who are not at ease will not be able to jump up. This fragrance is really greedy, although crucian carp has no meat, but the soup boiled out is also really fragrant. In the previous life Lin Meiyun liked to drink crucian carp soup, milky white and milky, very delicious, and also nutritious. Everyone else is fine, after all, they also know that this is for Lin Meiyun, or Lin Wuhai and Lin Wenhao got it, but this fragrance really made Lin Lianye greedy. But she didn't dare to go to Chen Lianhua, so she went to Feng Sui. Mother, I want to drink fish soup too. Don't think about it, it was obtained by someone else's brother, and it has nothing to do with us. Although Feng Sui said this, her eyes were glancing towards the kitchen, and her tone was also yin and yang, which was really not good. At this time, Lin Wuhai suddenly said, yes, originally you didn't settle the score with you about pushing down my little sister, and now I'm thinking about my little sister's fish soup here. If you want to eat it, go tell the eldest brother, and let the eldest brother go down to the river to touch you, can't you? Feng Sui couldn't go up or down in one breath. Why is this upright baby so annoying? Oh, Wu War, it's not that you don't know. How can your eldest brother have this ability? You still have to be more powerful in this regard. You see that the sun is so big today, we haven't eaten meat for so many days, otherwise you will go to the river to touch it when you get off work, and we won't grab an airs, right? Feng Sui really remembered to eat and not to beat, and at this time she began to think about it again. Today's crucian carp soup can't be drunk, if she can catch some more, she can't have her own share. Auntie, it's not right for you to do this, you can't kidnap me just because I have morality? Lin Wuhai was unhappy. Besides, it's not that you don't have a son yourself, why do you want to support me? Those children can be touched if they are lucky, why can't the eldest brother do it? Lin Yuqing, who was forced to become the center of the topic, hurriedly buried his head. He didn't want to go down to the river to fish, although the water in that river was not very deep, but what if he accidentally slipped? Is a matter of a day, just a few crucian carp, what is there to worry about? Wu War, it's not right for you to talk like this, even if we don't eat, we can't give your grandparents some food. How tired are you from work every day? Feng Sui saw that Chen Lianhua was still in the kitchen, so she was not so afraid, and she was still chattering. Okay, old everyone, you don't say a word. If you really have that filial piety, why don't you go down to the river to fish for our old couple, and you will only fight with words. It was Qin Shoulan who spoke, looking at this eldest daughter-in-law and feeling inexplicably upset. There were more things every day than anyone else. If it weren't for her, this family would not have a small quarrel in 3 days and a big quarrel in 5 days. Isn't it, Aunt? Grandma is not the grandmother of the 2 of us, and my own family is not without a queen. Why do you only instruct others? Besides, I didn't say that I want to eat today's fish soup alone. Lin Meiyun spoke at the right time. Feng Sui was speechless, but when she thought that Lin Meiyun would not swallow it alone, she didn't say anything in the end. As a result, Chen Lianhua brought out the fish soup during breakfast, and Lin Meiyun shared points with his family. Even the second room was divided into one person, but he did not give it to anyone in the big room. In fact, even Lin Dalan is not surprised by her approach. Lin Meiyun used to be the most spicy girl in the family. If anyone offends her, no matter who you are, she cannot give you a good face for many days. Lin Meiyun himself is also very satisfied with the character of the original owner, so it is very good, so don't be hypocritical with those who hate it. Lin Dalan is self-aware. Lin Yuqing can be regarded as a discerning person. After all, whether it is the third aunt or Lin Meiyun, it is not easy to mess with. Even if Lin Meiyun didn't give them points, he didn't say anything. The second room was also very happy, and Fang Yun kept praising Lin Meiyun as a good boy. Even if Fang Yun was only scolded by Chen Lianhua last night, she was still very happy at this time, as if she had forgotten what happened last night. The man and his son have eyesight, it doesn't mean that Feng Sui has it, not to mention that there is a Lin Lianya. These two women have been staring at the fish soup for a long time, and now it is empty, how can they agree? Lin Meiyun, what do you mean, why do others have it, but we don't have it? Do you look down on our big house? Feng Sui shouted. Yes, I just don't look down on you, after all, who will look down on people who can only put cold arrows behind their backs? Lin Meiyun rolled her eyes, and she was not polite at all. Anyway, the original owner was a character who did not let himself suffer, so why should he suppress his temper? Lin Meiyun, I didn't mean it before. Lin Lianya's face was very ugly, and she felt that Lin Meiyun had made a big fuss. Obviously there was nothing to do, so she had to hold on to it. Are you doing it on purpose? The children in the village have seen it. Do you want to pull them to ask? Anyway, Lin Lianya, I tell you, don't try to take advantage of our family in the future, and this matter is endless. Now it is the summer harvest, and it is also a busy time. Chen Lianhua also said that this matter will be calculated until her daughter wakes up, so the uncles of the Lu family endured it, otherwise the Shen family would have been restless long ago. Obviously, Lin Lianya and Feng Sui also thought of this, so they could only eat honestly and never dare to be a demon again. Mr. Lin and Mrs. Lin ate the fish soup that Lin Meiyun had separated, and gave each of them a fish, but they were very satisfied. Even if Lin Meiyun spoke so ugly in front of them, they didn't say anything. Of course, this is also because this matter was originally Lin Meiyun's reason, and these two old men can be regarded as relatively fair. If this matter is Lin Meiyun's fault, then it must be said. Chen Lianhua and the others were naturally unwilling to let Lin Meiyun divide the things, but they couldn't say anything after dividing them. But the things in their bowls were always untouched, and they wanted to return them to Lin Meiyun. Parents, brothers, you eat by yourself, I want to drink soup, I really can't eat too much greasy things in the past 2 days, even if it's given to me, I can't eat it. Chen Lianhua had to eat it by herself sullenly. She knew Lin Meiyun's temperament, just like the bowl of egg custard last night, although the girl felt a lot more sensible after waking up this time, but Chen Lianhua was still distressed. She wished that Lin Meiyun would not grow up in her life. Lin Meiyun saw her like this, even if she didn't know what she was thinking, she still knew that she must be feeling sorry for herself again. Lin Meiyun began to think, is there any way to let herself take out the things in the space openly? For the time being, she didn't plan to tell Chen Lianhua and the others about the space. Even if she really wanted to say it, it would definitely be after the separation. Now that everyone lives together, who knows if anyone will see or hear it? With the temperament of the big house and the second aunt, if it is really known, don't think about getting rid of them in the future. Chen Lianhua still has to go to work. The summer harvest is actually more nervous than the autumn harvest, for no other reason. It is rainy in summer, so the time must be tightened. The youngest grandson of the Shen family is Lin Xiaoyu in the second room, who is now in the village primary school, but as long as it is busy with farming, the school has to be on holiday. Even Lin Wenhao, who was a teacher, came back to work in the fields. Lin Lianya and the others naturally couldn't escape, so soon Lin Meiyun was the only one left in the family. But even when Lin Meiyun was not injured, he didn't have to work in the fields. For no other reason, Lin Guoqiang and Chen Lianhua both got full work points. Lin Wenhao got a salary, Lin Wuhai was a thief, and he directly did his sister's share. So even if Lin Meiyun doesn't go to work, she is full of work points, which also leads to Lin Meiyun's status in the family is really not low. After all, in this era, who earns more work, who speaks hard, and who calls the work as food? Even Lin Yuqing of the big house can only get 8 work points, and Feng Sui's reputation in the village is not very good, so even if she is 22 years old, she is not married yet. However, not long before Lin Meiyun crossed over, she really asked Feng Sui to tell Lin Yuqing about something, guessing that when Xia Shou had passed, she should be about to pass the door. This is why Lin Wenhao and Lin Wuhai are 20 years old, but the family is not in a hurry. Who said that the eldest brother in the family hasn't married a daughter-in-law yet? But during this time, Chen Lianhua still became worried. Lin Meiyun was alone at home, so she felt very bored, so she found some old newspapers or something, pasted all the gaps in the doors and windows, and then turned on the door valve. At this time, it was still the old-fashioned wooden door lock, a wooden stick, and 2 buckles were made on the door, so that it could be locked from the inside. After doing a good job of confidentiality, Lin Meiyun entered the space. Feed the small animals in the space. Although these small animals are really obedient, as long as Lin Meiyun does not allow it, they will not move around, but Lin Meiyun still decided to go up the mountain to find a way to get some wood or something to come back after he was injured, and make a few more fences, so that he could be raised separately according to the breed. Lin Meiyun is really unclear about these in his previous life. If he is mixed together, the duck male treats the chicken woman as a duck woman. I really don't know what will happen. If the rooster is cuckolded, will it be domestic violence against the chicken woman or can't think about it? Lin Meiyun hadn't been in the space for long when she heard a knock on the door, hurriedly left the space, and then went to open the door. The person who came was the little girl of the captain's family, as old as Lin Meiyun, and was a good friend of the original owner. It is estimated that he ran all the way, and his forehead was covered with beads of sweat. Meiyun, are you okay? I went to the county seat. Why did you have an accident? When Lin Meiyun had an accident, Lin Qingqing happened to go to her aunt's house in the county seat. Didn't she just come back? She heard that her good friend had an accident, but she was in a hurry, and her butt was not hot yet, so she ran over directly. Qingqing, come in. Lin Meiyun let her into the house and poured her another glass of water. Hurry up and drink it, see how hot you are. Hey, aren't I worried about you? I heard that Lin Lianya's neurotic push was pushed. What's going on? After Lin Qingqing took a sip of water, she asked anxiously. What else can happen? Didn't you see it before? On the day I got married to Hani Chen, her eyes were glued to Hani Chen's body. It is estimated that she couldn't get used to me and Hani Chen's engagement. This was ruthless. I was also unprepared at the time, so I let her succeed. Lin Meiyun said. Bah, I just said that this Lin Lianya is not a good person. How can you still go up the mountain with her? Lin Qingqing was so angry that she blushed and had a thick neck, looking like she wanted to go to Lin Lianya to fight. It wasn't raining 2 days ago, thinking that there were mushrooms on the mountain, and staying at home was boring, so I went up the mountain, but I didn't expect Lin Lianya to follow, and I didn't expect her to attack me? Lin Meiyun said. Then forget it? When I first came here, I saw that Lin Lianya was still working in the fields. Your mother's temperament, can you just count it so easily? Lin Qingqing asked again. How can that? My uncle and the others have all been here. My mother said that it is the summer harvest, it is the time to earn work points. If Lin Lianya really can't get out of bed, it is still cheap for her, and when she is busy for a while, this account will always have to be settled. Lin Meiyun said. That's pretty much it. Call me when the time comes, and I'll call my dad over to support you. Lin Qingqing crossed her waist and said, if you dare to bully my Lin Qingqing's friend, you must think about the consequences. This appearance looks quite like a second grade. Lin Meiyun couldn't help but laugh. Pfft. Qingqing, where did you learn it? It looks so stupid. You still laugh. I'm obviously fighting for you. Okay, in fact, if I want to say that you should separate the family, brother Tingwen and brother Wuhai can make money, and uncles and aunts are not bad, there is no need to squeeze with them at all. Lin Qingqing said sternly. After listening to her words, Lin Meiyun felt that she was also very surprised. After all, girls in this era are relatively conservative, although it is not as serious as in ancient times, but they are basically married from their fathers and husbands at home, and they can say such things. Lin Qingqing is very avant-garde in thinking. I also want to divide the family, but let's wait until after a while. Lin Meiyun nodded. That's right, Meiyun, you have to take out your spiciness and step on the soles of your feet. What the hell, for a man who has never looked at himself, even his own cousin will be hurt. Lin Qingqing chattered endlessly expressing her dissatisfaction with Lin Lianya. Lin Meiyun listened, and echoed a few words from time to time. The two girls got together and talked ill of Lin Lianya, which was not ambiguous at all. By the way, Meiyun, what do you think I went to the county seat for this time? Lin Qingqing's face was mysterious. Why did you go? Lin Meiyun was very cooperative and gave an expression that I wanted to know. Hey, it's a bad thing to say, it's not that after you and Hani Chen got married, my dad was also a little anxious, so he asked my aunt to help me watch slowly, and really let her see one, and my dad had to let me meet him. Lin Qingqing sighed, as if she was very troubled. Then how do you feel when you see me? Lin Meiyun was really curious at this time. After all, how could anyone not like eating melons? It was a pity that there were no melon seeds at home, and he couldn't turn a bag out of thin air. Hey, what else? I told you that the man's hair was combed at the back like this. Lin Qingqing lifted her hairline. We don't know how much lard he smeared. Anyway, I look pretty uncomfortable. Then are you not in a fancy? Lin Meiyun asked. Then there is something else to say? I looked at him like that, and I thought that if I was with him in the future, I would feel noisy when I turned over and covered in lard when I went to bed. Lin Meiyun almost couldn't hold back her laughter. This girl was so interesting to speak. So much oil, it shows that people's conditions are really good. Lin Meiyun teased, and then received Lin Qingqing's blank eyes. Then what kind of thing do you want to find? If I'm looking for a partner, I'll find someone like Brother Wen. It's refreshing and refreshing, at least it looks comfortable. Lin Qingqing said after thinking about it seriously. Is my second brother not refreshing enough? Lin Meiyun asked amusedly. Lin Qingqing made an indescribable expression. Lin Wuhai's black as coal, where did it have anything to do with refreshing? Lin Qingqing accompanied Lin Meiyun to say a lot. Lin Meiyun felt that this girl was really interesting, and it was no wonder that the original owner could become good friends with her, and he didn't feel bored with her at all. Seeing that the time was almost up, Lin Qingqing got up and took her leave. No one in this era would have the cheek to go to other people's houses to eat, and everyone's life was not easy. Lin Meiyun didn't stay. After all, the family is still huddled together, and when the time comes, it will be this unhappy and unhappy. Why bother? After they separate and go out, they will live their lives as they want. Time passed like this, and in the blink of an eye, it was a week, and the summer harvest was completely over. In the past 2 days, Feng Sui and Lin Lianya's mother and daughter have been like quails, and they don't even dare to speak loudly. After all, the summer harvest is over, and Chen Lianhua is also going to trouble them. Lin Lianya was afraid that she would be beaten, and Feng Sui was afraid that they would talk about compensation. Just like that, the mother and daughter stopped with a tacit understanding. But there are some accounts, escape can't be escaped. Chen Lianhua went back to her parents' house directly the day after the summer harvest ended. Mrs. Lin sat on the threshold and looked at Chen Lianhua's back as she left, sighing, thinking with her toes and knowing what the third daughter-in-law was doing. She just wanted to stop it, and there was no reason to stop it. Mr. Lin smoked dry cigarettes, chattering, and the family had not made trouble before, but I always felt that the third family must be serious this time. The injury on Lin Meiyun's head was almost healed, but there was still a light pink scar on closer inspection, and I didn't know when it would completely dissipate. None of the 3 children followed Chen Lianhua to their grandmother's house, and now Lin Wuhai and Lin Wenhao stayed by Lin Meiyun's side whenever they had time, for fear that she would be bullied by the black-hearted person again. Feng Sui and Lin Lianya have been hiding in the house, not daring to go out. Lin Dalan is also anxious, so he ran to Lin Guiqiang. "Daqiang, why don't you tell your daughter-in-law, let's not make too much trouble, it's really not good looking." No wonder Lin Dalan wants to be soft. He doesn't have 3 uncles who can carry and fight. They are all lazy. Even if they come to the door to ask them to help, it is estimated that they run faster than rabbits. Don't say it's my daughter-in-law, even I can't just leave it at that. Lin Guiqiang just said this. No matter what Lin Dalan said, he just ignored it. It's because of that neurotic niece. He has been coldly faced by his daughter-in-law for several days. He is honest, but not a fool. After so long, the eldest brother's family has not taken the initiative to mention the matter of compensation, even if they are not willing to buy an egg to make up for their daughter. Last time they said that they would buy chickens for their daughters to make up for them, and now they are stunned that they haven't seen a single chicken feather. Isn't it just thinking that this matter will slowly be over? Even if their daughter-in-law said that they would wait until the end of the summer harvest to settle the accounts, they didn't say anything. Wasn't it just a fluke? Liujia village is not far from Anping village. They are all affiliated with Longhe commune, and it only took 2 hours to go back and forth. It's just that when Chen Lianhua came back, she was not alone, bringing 3 strong men, 3 women and an old lady who looked very difficult to mess with. It just rained today, and everyone didn't go to work. Lin Meiyun looked at her mother from a distance, with a few left and right protectors, followed by thousands of troops, and it is very imposing that a female general is about to go on an expedition. When Mr. Lin and Mrs. Lin saw Chen Lianhua's mother and brothers and sisters-in-law coming, it was naturally impossible not to pretend not to see them. Old Mrs. Lin greeted her warmly. "Hey, old sister, I haven't seen you for a long time." Chen Lianhua's mother, Chen Jianhua, also knew that she couldn't lose her temper with her in-laws about this matter, so she didn't directly shake off Mrs. Shen's hand. "Big flower, let's catch up later. We came here this time, mainly because we want to find people in your big house." Old Mrs. Lin smiled bitterly. I know, this matter is indeed their bastard. Old sister, don't be too angry, I'll call them out." Old Mrs. Lin called someone, but none of the big rooms appeared, or Mr. Lin went crazy, and Lin Dalan walked slowly to the yard. Chen Lianhua sneered, her voice was very loud, sister-in-law and Lin Lianya are not going to come out, do you want me to invite you? The ghost knew how to invite Chen Lianhua, seeing that she really couldn't escape. Feng Sui and Lin Lianya could only walk out of the room, seeing so many onlookers, in order to look good on their faces, or bite the bullet and make a look like they didn't know anything. What? What's the matter? Why are you so good at pretending to be garlic? I said a long time ago that we will have to break it up when we are busy for a while, and we don't know what to do here. Sister-in-law, is this the one who pushed our near? Chen Lianhua's mother-in-law, Heifan, pointed at Lin Lianya and asked. Yes, it's this little cheap hoof. Chen Lianhua unceremoniously told the truth in Lin Lianya's trembling eyes. Then what else is there to say, clean up first. The second sister-in-law Xiaowan also said. So the three sisters didn't care about anything else. Heifan rushed up with an arrow, pulled Lin Lianya to her side, and beat her directly without saying a word. When Lin Lianya couldn't even make a voice begging for mercy, they got out of the way, and Lin Lianya's tragic image was that Lin Meiyun felt a little sympathetic when she saw it. Ants are really tough. The three ants really didn't care whether Lin Lianya was a girl or not, and greeted her directly on her face. Lin Lianya's nosebleeds came out, and the whole person was also blue and purple, like a color palette. Oh, is there any king's law? Come up and hit someone? Report to the public security, you must report to the public security. Feng Sui is still good to Lin Lianya, a girl, although she is more partial to her son, but after all, there are only 2 children, which can be regarded as fair. At this moment, seeing Lin Lianya being beaten like this, the mother's heart began to hurt. Chen Lianhua directly brushed Feng Sui's hair. Now I know that I feel sorry for my daughter. Your daughter is a person, and my daughter is not a person? When Lin Lianya pushed my daughter to hit the stone, why didn't she think about this? Ouch, so this is the mother of this little cheap hoof? I thought they didn't know each other? When we hit people just now, we didn't dare to pull it, but now we jumped out. The one who spoke was the third aunt who was also a master in yin and yang. Feng Sui felt that she just couldn't say it. If she went up in that situation just now, couldn't she be beaten together? Lin Dalen didn't want to help. After all, there were so many outsiders watching outside the yard, but Lin Meiyun's 3 uncles, Lu De, Lu Er, and Lu San directly surrounded him. As long as he dared to move, I was afraid it wouldn't be better. Qin Jianhua was still scrupulous about the face of his in-laws, so he told his sons and daughters-in-law on the way that if Lin Dalen and Feng Sui of the big house didn't say anything or didn't do anything, they would be treated as farts, but Lin Lianya had to be beaten. That's why there are 3 aunts who came up and picked up Lin Lianya to fight this matter. Lin Lianya sat on the ground, she only knew how to cry, and she looked really pitiful. Don't cry, let's break it now. Just now your mother said she wanted to report to the police, right? Then let's report it to the police, shall we? Let's see if the plot of our beating is more serious, or is your attempted murder serious. How? The wounds on my head haven't healed yet, and you're still pretending to be a poor person? Lin Meiyun walked up to Lin Lianya and said expressionlessly. Qin Jianhua came over and took Lin Meiyun's hand. My ear, it's really suffering. Grandma, I'm fine. These 2 are deeply in love with their grandparents and grandchildren. Lin Lianya, Feng Sui, and Lin Dalen were frightened a lot, because of Lin Meiyun's words just now. Lin Meiyun. Don't talk nonsense, I'm just careless. Why is it an attempted murder? There are so many children in the village watching, and I don't have that much ability to let all the children lie and slander you, right? Lin Meiyun smiled and said, I said this last time that this matter is not over, now let's talk about it. Do you plan to go private or report to the police? As soon as Feng Sui heard this, she could not report to the police, which was easy to say. Private. Well, since the eldest aunt decides to be private, then I won't continue to embarrass you. Let's talk about compensation. It's time to talk about compensation. Our beautiful little girl Near still has scars, but don't get rid of it, isn't that a broken appearance? Chen Jianhua said. Compensation. Indemnify? How much do you want? Where is Feng Sui rich? After the brigade dividends at the end of each year, her mother-in-law will give them pocket money for a room and 2 yuan, which is considered good. After all, some mothers-in-law will not give a dime. But the food, accommodation and other things are in the Shin family, and there is no division, so she always can't starve herself, so most of the time Feng Sui subsidizes her mother's family with that little money. The children in the family can go to school as long as they are willing to go to school, but if the grades are not good or they are unwilling to go to school, they cannot continue to go to school, which is the same for everyone, which can be regarded as fair. For example, Lin Meiyun, of course she would not want to work in the fields at home, but her grades were really not good, even the teacher couldn't teach, and going to school was a waste of money, so she was forced to come back. The original owner's grades are very good, so he has been in school, and now he can graduate from high school with 1 semester left. It doesn't matter if you have money or not, you're going to be rich soon. Chen Lianhua said suddenly. As soon as these words came out, that is, the three of them in the big room didn't understand, and Fang Yun, who was hiding on the edge of his house watching the play, had a little guess. Breathing couldn't help but become rapid. Chen Lianhua said this, could it be? Want to divide the family? In fact, as long as you are a daughter-in-law, there is no one who doesn't want to separate the family, otherwise you will be tired all year round to earn some work points and money, and you will be held by your mother-in-law, of course, you will be unhappy. And Lin Wenhao has been working for 2 years, there must be money there, and the family has not yet had a serious wedding, so it doesn't cost much at all, a salary of 10 yuan a month, plus so many years of savings, to say the least, there are hundreds of dollars. The third family, what do you mean by this? Mr. Lin can be regarded as hearing a little doorway, although he really doesn't want to speak at this time, but as a big parent, he still has to say it. Dad, I understand what I mean, you know how bad this matter is, if it weren't for Nir's big life, it would be a problem whether she could still stand here now, so many people are watching, I am not wrongfully accusing Lin Lianya. Chen Lianhua looked at Mr. Shen, and didn't beat around the bush, he said everything he wanted to say like a bamboo tube pouring beans. I've never been the kind of person who twists and turns, parents know my temperament, you don't have to ask Da Qiang about this, the two of us have discussed, it is impossible for us to live in this smoky home again. Chen Lianhua has the confidence, even if it is a separation, it must be divided to build a house by itself, and it will definitely not be mixed with them, and it is not a big deal to build a house now, and the brothers and sisters-in-law of the mother's family will also come to help, and invite a few more villagers, and it will be built soon. Oh, it seems that Da Qiang's daughter-in-law is really angry this time, and she hasn't made trouble before, but she didn't say that she wanted to separate the family? No, it wasn't the daughter of the strong family who did it herself, the heart of this young age is so vicious, I'm afraid it will be difficult to marry in the future. Who doesn't know that the Da Qiang family treats this girl as an eyeball, and like that, if I belong to the Da Qiang family, I will also divide the family, and if I live with this kind of person, I am afraid that I will die one day and I don't know. Isn't that it? The surrounding discussions arose, and the face on the side of the big house became even more ugly. No. You can't divide your family. Mr. Lin hasn't spoken yet, but Feng Sui stopped doing it first. Mr. Lin also felt that this daughter-in-law finally had a little merit, but he heard Feng Sui shouting, even if we divide the family, we have to pay the money for our family's promising daughter-in-law to divide it. These words really made everyone present laugh angrily. Chen Jianhua strode forward and slapped Feng Sui in the face. Originally, I still thought that to save some face for my mother-in-law, even if I hit that little cheap hoof, it would not be easy to beat you, but you really belong to walnuts, why do you owe a hammer so much? Your family marries a daughter-in-law, what does it have to do with my daughter-in-law's son-in-law's family? Today's family, I really watched you divide, otherwise even if my daughter doesn't care, then my wife will also sue the Public Security Bureau to see what the murder is about. Lin Meiyun wanted to applaud her grandmother, she played well, and the eldest aunt screamed. In the end, there was another commotion, involving the separation of families, and Lin Yonghai and Fang Yun must be called. What do you two mean? Mr. Lin asked. Lin Yonghai didn't speak, and Fang Yun also thought that he didn't hear it, but in fact, their meaning was also very obvious. Okay, then divide it, you are older, you really shouldn't be so messed together, and if you separate the family, it will save us the two of us from worrying. Old Mrs. Lin sighed, as if there were a lot of vicissitudes all of a sudden. Mr. Lin also nodded in agreement. Parents, I also said it before, I did bring up the matter of separating the family, but in the future, Da Qiang and I will definitely have a lot of money and food for your filial piety, but we are going to move out and build our own house, and the old house here will be left to the eldest brother and the second brother. The meaning of this is also obvious, they want to build their own house, and the second room of the big house only needs to live in a ready-made house, so how should the money be divided, needless to say, but in the three sisters-in-law, that is, Chen Lianhua has the confidence to say that she has built a house, even if she wants to pay more, Feng Sui and Fang Yun don't dare to say anything. Even if they were given more money, they still had no money to build a new house. Then you can run and invite the captain and a few clan elders, Mr. Lin said with a dry smoke. The Shin family wants to divide the family. This incident shocked the fathers and villagers of Onping village. After all, Mr. Lin and Mrs. Lin are not very old, and it is really rare in the village to separate like this. Captain Lin Meiyun, that is, Lin Qingqing's father, and some older people of the Shin clan all came to the old Lin family. There were two uncles of Mr. Lin who were still on crutches and were helped over. Which one are you making trouble about? An old man who looked the oldest said with a straight face. Through the memory of the original owner, Lin Meiyun knew that this person was the oldest old man in the entire Shin surname, who was already in his 80s, and he was Mr. Shen, and he wanted to call him uncle. Uncle, today I'm going to let your old man watch jokes. The children in the family are all older, and I plan to divide the family into points. Mr. Lin said with a wry smile, but his tone was very firm. Obviously he had figured it out. The old man glanced at Mr. Shen, and his eyes seemed to have penetrated everything. Have you thought it through? Think about it clearly. I called my uncle and you and the captain over today, just to help as a witness. Mr. Lin said. Okay. Then Wei Jun will write a copy of the division. The old man looked at Lin Weilin. Lin Weilin, as the captain, is also a cultural person, and such things in the village basically have to come forward. He glanced at the people on the side of the old Lin family, and then didn't say anything. He took out a pen and paper and wrote it directly. It is written very clearly, whether it is how to distribute the house after the separation, how to distribute cash, or the pension issue of the two elderly people in the family in the future. As long as the three brothers of the Shin family sign on it or press a handprint, this matter will be considered successful, and Lin Weilin will give a certificate later, and they will go to the county police station to divide the household, even if it is completely turned into three families. At this time, Lin Guoqiang's heart was a little mixed, not reluctant, but looking at the expressions of the two elders, he felt a little distressed. However, this family really has to be divided, and the big deal is to be more filial in the future, but I am resolutely unable to live with people like Feng Sui and Lin Lianya who harbor ill intentions. This time, my daughter is still lucky. If she does it again, she really won't have such good luck. When Lin Weilin wrote the letter of separation, no one spoke, even the crowd of onlookers was quiet and silent. At this time, if someone has nothing to say more, wouldn't that be suspicious? Mr. Lin took the letter of separation written by Lin Weilin and said, as I said before, the third family went out to build a house to live in, the eldest and the second family each accounted for half of the old house, your mother and I want a house, and then your three brothers will take the time to build us a stove, and we won't eat with you, as long as the annual filial piety food arrives. For this request, the three brothers have no opinion. The 3 rooms are a little better, even if you take the old couple to live with yourself, it is not impossible, of course, no matter what era, living with the elderly, there are inevitably some differences in living habits. It is also easy to have friction, so if it is not a last resort, Chen Lianhua does not really want to take the old couple to live together. Chen Lianhua has such an idea, let alone Feng Sui and Feng Yun, it is also a good thing for the old couple to live by themselves for the time being. Lin Weilin saw that they had no objections, so he said something about filial piety. According to the practice in our village, after the separation, each of your families has to give 80 caddies of grain, 20 caddies of fine grain, and 60 caddies of coarse grain every year, and then filial piety money, 5 yuan a year for each family. After Lin Weilin finished saying this, Feng Sui took the lead in raising her mouth. It's 5 yuan a year of filial piety money, and we need so much food, why do we need to come when we are sick? Many people present were laughed at by Feng Sui's words, especially the elderly. The daughter-in-law at home and themselves were not dealt with, or like several uncles, they were uncomfortable for a while after hearing this. Originally, the older generation thought about raising children to prevent old age, but now it seems that what can be prevented, if it is really like this, it is better to prevent them decades ago. If you don't have a son, you don't have to marry a bad daughter-in-law. Comrade Feng Sui, what you said is not right. Our brigade is divided into this share, and the 3 of you are a total of 15 yuan. If the 2 old people want to improve some food or something, they have to be tight. If they are sick, they don't care. Just don't separate the family, just cut off the relationship. As the captain, Lin Weilin is most annoyed by this kind of bullshit people and things, and he is a little angry at the moment. Feng Sui muttered a few words, and everyone didn't hear it clearly, but she didn't have any more moths anymore. Even if the family is completely divided, Feng Sui doesn't dare to say anything more. After all, if the relationship is really severed, then the family money will not be able to get a penny. I am afraid that I will be kicked out, and I don't even have a house to live in. Old Mrs. Lin took out another tin biscuit box. Lin Meiyun recognized that when they were both young, Mrs. Lin would occasionally buy some candy from the tin box and let them children buy some candy to eat. The tin box looks weathered and rusty. This is to divide the money, old Mrs. Lin counted all the scattered money tickets inside, and then said, there is a total of 420 yuan here. Your father and I just leave a coffin book of 70 yuan, no one should worry about this money. The remaining 350 yuan, the third family will take 105, the eldest and the second will take 100, this family will be completely divided. Well, so many people are watching, don't say anything in the future, we are partial to whom, the third family is going to move out, build their own house, plus there is most of the money here, it is also the third family's earnings, you are already taking advantage, if anyone has any opinions, then don't take a penny of the things in the family, just get out and live by yourself. Mr. Lin also spoke. The main thing is to tell Feng Sui that whoever makes this big family is the one who is the most good at finding trouble. Feng Sui really opened her mouth, but before she could say anything, she was frightened by the old couple's words, and she didn't dare to be a monster anymore. But the separation of the family is over. Lin Lianya pushed Lin Meiyun's matter before, but it is not over yet. Now let's talk about Lin Lianya pushing my near. After the separation, Jin Lianhua stood up and said, the appearance of this domineering calf guard looks like an old hen in battle, referred to as a fighting chicken. Lin Meiyun looked at her old mother like this, her heart was warm, and she felt inexplicably funny, and the group of mothers behind her looked like the eldest sister and the crazy boy she had seen before. What? What else can I say? Aren't they all separated? What else do you want? What's going on? Feng Sui was also frightened when she heard Chen Lianhua's words, and subconsciously reached out to cover her wallet. What do you think you want to say? The injury on my near's head hasn't healed yet? You don't want to just forget it, do you? Even if my little sister doesn't pursue it, you have to ask a few of us who are uncles if they agree. Lu De said viciously, since he was a child, under Qin Jianhua's teachings, the three brothers were the ones who protected the girl the most, and now they are naturally protecting their niece. If it weren't for the little sister who kept saying that she would clean them up after the summer harvest was over, otherwise it wouldn't be cost-effective, and the three brothers would have come to the door long ago. When Feng Sui saw Lu De like this, she was naturally frightened and hid behind Lin Dalin. Lin Dalin was also afraid, he broke out in a cold sweat for a while, and he also scolded Lin Lianya to death in his heart. The second room of the Shin family has been standing quietly aside, and he didn't say anything to help, even if Lin Yonghai wanted to help Lin Dalin say a few words, but this matter was originally the fault of the big house, and then the appearance of the third brother and sister protecting the calf. Shin De bravely promised that as long as he dared to step forward and say a word, he might spray it with himself. So in the end, Lin Yonghai still stood quietly aside, watching the play is real, don't set himself on fire. That. Then Nir and her uncle, how do you think this matter should be handled? Lin Dalin was still scared, or took the initiative to ask, if there was no wink at this time, then he could really only be beaten. Don't expect the old man and the others, as soon as the separation is over. The old man sent away a few clan elders and the captain and went straight back to their room, obviously they didn't want to care about anything. It's also simple, after all, you are also my brother-in-law's brother, this matter is not suitable and too ugly, then pay 20 yuan, even if this matter is over, we won't care about the previous things. Lu Er is the most talkative of the three brothers, and he is also better at communication. Although he still didn't give them any good face at this time, it was obvious that he was trying his best to control his temper. In fact, Lu Er's temper is usually very good, but as long as it involves his little sister, he will become quite irritable. Before coming, Chen Lianhua had already discussed with them, beat Lin Lianya, and then ask for some compensation. With Feng Sui's temperament, as long as the 20 yuan was paid, even if she felt sorry for Lin Lianya, Shen Pilian would not want to be as easy as before in the future. After all, although Feng Sui is not particularly patriarchal, she is also good to Lin Lianya, but compared to her daughter, she must be more partial to her son. Seeing that the family is now divided, the money for Lin Yuqing to marry a daughter-in-law can only be paid by his own family, and the second and third bedrooms do not need to pay a penny, which is the time to tighten. This time another 20 yuan went away, and Feng Sui and Lin Dalin could be happy to have ghosts. If you act on your own will and beat Lin Meiyun to death, not to mention whether this is beneficial to the third room, and it is even possible to beat your mother's family into it together, so it is the best decision to beat her and then compensate. How much? Feng Sui even suspected that she had heard it wrong, and immediately exclaimed. 20 yuan. Not a single point can be missing. Lu San was also fierce. Feng Sui's momentum was immediately weakened again because of the shock. After all, the three brothers of the Lu family seemed to be not easy to mess with, let alone three. But ask her to give money? Wouldn't that kill her? Feng Sui was unwilling. No, my family is about to marry a daughter-in-law, and it is time to spend money. This money cannot be given anything. Let's not discuss anything else. Don't give it? Lu De suddenly glared angrily. If you don't give it, then. Lu Dagong wanted to beat them to death, but was pulled by Lu Er. It's okay if you don't give it. If you don't give it to us, you can report it to the police. When the time comes, there is a murderer as a sister. Can your boss still marry a daughter-in-law? Lu Er's words were full of threats, which was more frightening than saying what to beat them to death, which was simply to directly strangle Feng Sui's lifeline. But if this money is given, the bride price that was negotiated with the girl before will not be enough. Feng Sui could only see her man, and Lin Dalan also knew that this matter could not pass like this, so he went to see Lin Guoqiang. Lin Guoqiang directly ignored Lin Dalan's gaze and joked, if he helped the big house talk at this time, let alone the three brothers-in-law, even his daughter-in-law couldn't make himself feel better. If this chills his daughter, then it will be a big deal. Compared to my own discomfort, it's better for you to bear it yourself, big brother. Whoever tells you not to teach your children well, you deserve it. Lin Dalan saw that Lin Guoqiang didn't pay attention to himself, and was a little angry. But I am not very willing to take out 20 yuan like this, which is a month's salary for city workers. A farmer who works for a year may not be able to get 20 yuan after excluding grain. So this money, no matter who it is not a small amount. Third child, Yue is about to marry a daughter-in-law, and the girl wants a lot of it. We also know this matter. It's Balian's fault. Let's wait for Yue to get married, and then give this money? At this time, several brothers-in-law in the third room and the powerful mother-in-law were there. If he directly said that he would not give this money, he would definitely not be happy at that time, so Lin Dalan just wanted to delay. As long as this matter can be delayed, one day it will become a big deal. Big brother, I don't have the final say in this matter. It is my daughter who has been hurt, and I can't forgive her. Just after saying this, Lin Guoqiang shut up directly. He is an honest person, don't try to harm him. If you accidentally say something that offends your daughter-in-law or mother-in-law and brother-in-law, it is simply not cost-effective. Not cost-effective. Lin Dalan felt that he had punched the cotton, and his heart felt uncomfortable. Third brother, are you really going to turn against your eldest brother? Lin Dalan asked again, looking like he was very injured. At this time, what the people watching the excitement said began to be different from before. This time Shen Laosan and the others still made a bit of a fuss. They have separated, so they still hold on to it. That's right, 20 yuan, how dare you open this mouth. Tisk, from now on, Shen Laosan's family and Shen Laoer's family will be completely torn apart. But not everyone is like this, most people are still sensible. You are also standing and talking without back pain. Everyone knows that Shen Laosan and his daughter-in-law regard this girl like eyeballs. If it weren't for Shen Jiani's big life, I don't know if she could survive. That's right, if your children were treated like this, I see if you can still say such things. Lin Meiyun stood aside and looked at all the people who spoke, especially the few who said sarcastic, well, take a small notebook to remember, and find an opportunity to return it later. Lin Meiyun felt that she was small-minded, and if you said my sarcastic words today, don't blame me for seizing the opportunity to fall into the trap in the future. It doesn't matter, who hasn't done anything bullshit. Lin Dalan, I'll just say this, my family is my final say, it's useless for you to ask Lin Guoqiang, this money, or as my second brother said, if you don't want to give it, then let's report it to the public security, don't think about it. This is his eldest brother, even if Chen Lianhua is a very arrogant person, it is not necessary, and she really doesn't want to make trouble with him, but now she only feels that Lin Dalan is hypocritical, and her violent temper really can't help it. Lin Dalan didn't have much culture. Chen Lianhua was spoiled by his family, even if it was those years, he had studied for 2 years, he really couldn't say it, plus he didn't take care of this matter. Yes. My daughter has to take 3 points regardless of reason, why should she be forgiven? Qin Jianhua likes his daughter like this. Like her, Lin Meiyun even wanted to pick up her cheap grandmother and spin it in circles. What kind of fairy grandmother is this? It's really too domineering, but I like it so much. The reason why Lin Meiyun hasn't spoken is that she feels a little greedy for being protected, but at this time, she also has to say a couple of words. It is the elders who are standing up for themselves. And she can't look too easy to bully, right? She looked at Lin Lianya. Lin Lianya, it is illegal to kill people now. You want to eat peanuts. If you are not afraid, then forget it. Lin Lianya's personality, Lin Meiyun simply doesn't know too much, bad and cowardly. If something really happens, it runs faster than a rabbit. In addition, Lin Meiyun was sad when she spoke, like an evil ghost from hell. Lin Lianya's nerves collapsed directly. Woo woo. Mother. Father. I don't want to die. Lin Lianya went to pull Feng Sui and Lin Dalan with a handful of snot and tears. Save me, save me. Although Feng Sui is unwilling to pay the 20 yuan, she is still a person who loves her daughter, and she is really afraid that something will happen to her daughter, and if she really goes to the police, she is afraid that she will still have to compensate. And the public security has a foundation, even if the third room is not pursued, but whether it is a daughter or her own son, this reputation is completely ruined. Feng Sui finally had an IQ online, and after calculating the gains and losses, she still obediently gave the money. That's what it looks like someone has been dug out of the heart. Seeing her grinding and chirping, Chen Lianhua unceremoniously snatched the money from her hand. It's best to use your brain before doing anything in the future, Lin Lianya. Don't blame me for not reminding you that you are a person with a criminal record now, but if anything happens to my niece in the future, I will count it on your head. Lin Lianya has long been scared and stupid, and she knows how to cry, which is really upsetting to see. Chen Lianhua took Qin Jianhua and her daughter's hand. Let's go to the captain's house to talk about building a house. So the Lu family came and left in a mighty manner, and the onlookers saw that there was no excitement to watch, and they all dispersed. It's just that you don't have to think about it to know that the Shen family is going to dominate the headlines of Anping village during this time. But now the family is quite happy, walking all the way to the captain's house, talking and laughing along the way. The three sisters-in-law of the Lu family were all envious that their sister-in-law could successfully separate the family, get so much money, and get an extra compensation, but how could they not dare to say this? After all, this compensation was exchanged for Lin Meiyun's almost accident. If they really dared to say envy, their mother-in-law's big mouth could greet them directly. Our family is going to build a new house. What kind of house do you want to live in? Chen Lianhua is in a good mood now. Her daughter has nothing to do, and she also got 50 yuan more when she separated, and now she has 20 yuan in compensation, which naturally gives her a little confidence. Lin Meiyun thought for a while. I will live in whatever kind of house my parents want to live in. Chen Lianhua looked proud. Listen, how sensible her daughter is. Mom, how about building you a brick house to live in? This is what Chen Lianhua had thought about before, since he wanted to build a house, or to build a better one. After all, this is the house that belongs to their small family. As long as the labor force is sufficient, it can be built quickly, but the life of the earthen wall house is not long. Not to mention that the environment is not good, it will fall off after a long time, and it is very humid. Before her niece came back from school and said that she wanted to live in a brick house, and her private house still had money from dividing the family over the years, and it was not a big problem to build one. The brick house is good, or my daughter is promising. If the money is not enough, my mother will get it for you here. Otherwise, it is a mother and daughter, and this eccentricity is really the same. Chen Lianhua thought for a while. If the money in his hand to build a brick house should be enough, he said, now our family's money is still enough, and there is no need to use a lot of money, and the two stinky boys don't even have a partner. If it's really tight, I'll borrow it from you again. The named Lin Wenhao and Lin Wuhai brothers touched their noses and didn't dare to say anything. Chen Jianhua frowned. What do you say to borrow or not? Damn, it's yours. Chen Lianhua glanced at the three sisters-in-law. Mother, this is not the case. Now the brothers have their own small family. If I still take the family's money, what is it called? Isn't it robbing my nephew's rations? Lu Da's eldest son, that is, Chen Lianhua's eldest nephew and daughter-in-law, has been pregnant for 8 months, and he is going to be a niece and grandmother. At the beginning, Chen Lianhua's three sisters-in-law were really worried that Chen Lianhua would agree to her mother-in-law's proposal, but fortunately, Chen Lianhua did not agree. Of course, if Chen Lianhua really asked for Chen Jianhua's money, they would not dare to say anything. Fortunately, this sister-in-law still has a little bottom line, which makes them feel a lot relieved. Chen Lianhua had money in his hands, and he was betrothed to Hani Chen at that time, and then the kid gave 100 yuan, not a bride price. Mainly Hani Chen bought things for Lin Meiyun. In addition, the money for the division of the family is completely sufficient, but Chen Lianhua, who Hani Chen gave it, did not intend to move. It was for Lin Meiyun, and now the money for repairing the house is already there, so there is no reason to worry about his daughter. Hani Chen was too busy. Basically he returned to the army after he was finished, so he didn't have time to prepare for these. Chen Lianhua just thought that her daughter would marry in the future, and when Hani Chen rose to the top, she could also join the army at that time. There is no need to stay in the village. The reason why Chen Lianhua will take the initiative to marry Hani Chen is mainly because he is the only one left in Hani Chen's family, and when his daughter marries, he will be in charge. I don't know how many girls in the village are staring, or Chen Lianhua is the first to strike. Of course, Hani Chen is not such a casual person. Even in the army, there are many girls who like it, let alone in the village, who doesn't care about such conditions. Let's just say that Lin Meiyun's injury this time isn't at all because Lin Lianye is also thinking about Hani Chen. The reason why Hani Chen agreed to this matter is because of his own conceptual problems. People in this era are relatively traditional, and Hani Chen is not exempt from vulgarity. Sooner or later, marriage will be tied, and Hani Chen himself does not have a girl he likes, so he agreed to this matter. The main reason is because after Hani Chen's parents left before, Chen Lianhua saw that he was pitiful and gave him food several times. Hani Chen is a clear memory. Anyway, he is married to everyone, then he will be with Aunt Chen's daughter. Hani Chen also thought about treating other girls well, although Lin Meiyun was a little arrogant, but he still heard about Aunt Chen's pampering of his daughter. People themselves grew up pampered, and Hani Chen didn't think there was anything wrong. According to the original owner's memory, Lin Meiyun knew Hani Chen, had seen it several times, and bluntly said that it was completely on Lin Meiyun's aesthetics. But this is all for later, and while several people were talking, they came to Lin Weilin's home, which is the home of Lin Meiyun's good sister Lin Qingqing. "Captain, are you at home?" Lin Guoqiang shouted. "Yes." Lin Weilin walked out of the house. "Da Qiang is here, come in and sit down. Qingqing, and Ayer is here, come out quickly," Lin Weilin shouted. After a while, Lin Qingqing ran out of the hall and rushed to Lin Meiyun's front at once. Lin Qingqing said excitedly. "Ahem, Qingqing." Lin Weilin signaled her to be careful when she spoke. Lin Qingqing then noticed that a large group of people had come, not just her own sisters. Hee hee. Hee hee. It's okay, everyone is very happy about the separation. Chen Lianhua smiled. Lin Qingqing laughed, and then pulled Lin Meiyun to talk in her room. The two girls left, and Lin Guoqiang and Chen Lianhua talked to Lin Weilin about building a house. "Captain, now that the summer harvest has passed, we mean to build the house quickly, and you also know the situation on our side, so we just came over and saw if you could directly draw out the location of the foundation for us," Chen Lianhua said. Now building a house is not as winding as in later generations. As long as the household registration is independent, you can draw a foundation. After all, there is not much land in the countryside. As long as it is not a place to grow food, other places are basically picked at will. "Okay, do you see where you want to build?" Lin Weilin asked directly. Because of Lin Qingqing and Lin Meiyun, the relationship between the two families is still good, and Lin Weilin is also happy for them from the bottom of his heart. After all, who wants to mix with others when they can live their own lives behind closed doors? In addition, the Shin family is indeed not at ease, and it is really a good thing to be able to distinguish it. "Mom, let's build it at the end of the village, it's clean there." Just when Chen Lianhua wanted to say that it was built not far from the captain's house, Lin Meiyun suddenly poked her head out of Lin Qingqing's room. Chen Lianhua, who has always been controlled by her daughter, heard this. What else was there to hesitate, and immediately made a decision. "Captain, we want the location of the end of the village, you look at it and draw a piece for us." Lin Weilin twitched the corners of his mouth. Such an important thing as building a house can be decided so hastily, and he has never seen a girl who spoils his daughter so much. "Okay, how do you plan to build it?" Lin Weilin asked again. "We plan to build a brick house directly this time, although the earthen wall house is really fast, but it really can't live for many days, and it is either wind or rain leakage after a long time, which is really unbearable," Chen Lianhua said directly. Lin Weilin nodded. "That's true, although it costs a lot of money to build a brick house, it can live for many years after it is built. Because their family is currently the only brick house in addition to Hani Chen's family. Speaking of Hani Chen's brick house, there is no one who does not feel sorry. The house was built after Hani Chen went to the army, and it has not been 2 years, but because he doesn't come back much, he hasn't lived in it, which is really a pity. Even when the house was built, it was asked by Lin Meiyun to help watch it. Only those who have lived in brick houses know the benefits of brick houses, and Lin Meiyun personally feels that they are much better than earthen wall houses. It's just that not everyone has the strength to afford to build a brick house. After all, although it is not expensive to build a house now, 1 or 200 yuan is still required, and if you still want to make a set of furniture at home, 200 or dozens are also needed. Since you want to build a brick house, then I will write you a note. You go directly to the brick kiln factory. I am familiar with the people over there. You hold the note, just say that I introduced it, or it is easy to approve. Now if you want to buy bricks, you also need a letter of introduction, and even if you hold a note, you may not be able to get the goods. Lin Weilin can make such a promise. Chen Lianhua and Lin Guoqiang are still very happy, at least this will be much more convenient. Then thank you, Captain. When the house is built, you must come to the house for a drink. Chen Lianhua said. Let's talk about it then. Lin Weilin was also happy, although the house had not yet started to be built, but Chen Lianhua was still very happy with this sentence. An'er, are you home? Chen Lianhua shouted to Lin Qingqing's room. Although Lin Qingqing was reluctant, Lin Meiyun said that she would be able to chat every day when she went back to school in a few days, so she let Lin Meiyun leave. It's over, we won't go home with you. I guess your in-laws don't want to see us now. Chen Jianhua said. Okay, that mother, brothers and sisters-in-law, slow down on your way. Chen Lianhua said. Mother, uncle, sisters-in-law, today's matter is really troublesome for you. Lin Guoqiang said embarrassedly, after all, this is a matter of his own family, but he can't handle it well, and he has to trouble his mother-in-law to take action. Lin Guoqiang still feels a little embarrassed. Don't say that, my mother knows that you are an honest child, and in this kind of thing, you can stand firm on my daughter's side. I don't think there's anything wrong with my daughter marrying you. Chen Jianhua said. In any case, she is still very satisfied with Lin Guoqiang's attitude today. If there was a conflict at home, he only knew that if he was on the side of his family, Chen Jianhua would not let Chen Lianhua and Lin Guoqiang continue to be together even if he took his daughter and granddaughter home to raise. Of course, Yaya is the person closest to me, I still know this. Lin Guoqiang smiled, his ears were still a little red, after all, he was so old, and he was still a little ashamed to say this in front of the children. After that, the family of 5 sent Chen Jianhua and the others to the entrance of the village, and Lu De and the others kept saying that when the house started construction, they would come over to help. Lin Guoqiang thanked him repeatedly, not to mention anything else, and it was impossible to expect his eldest brother to come over to help, thanks to his daughter-in-law's family being able to support the scene so much. Lin Guoqiang's heart was warm. Daughter-in-law, our mother and our buddies are so good. Of course. After Chen Lianhua finished speaking, she went to see the brothers Lin Wenhao and Lin Wuhai again. You learn a little, our family's life can be so good now, it is all thanks to your uncles, and you will also help your sister like this in the future, right? Lin Wenhao and Lin Wuhai nodded repeatedly. Mother, I know, I don't have to pay my salary to my grandmother now, and I will leave 2 yuan alone every month for our little sister in the future. Lin Wenhao said, of course, he was also asking for Chen Lianhua's consent. After all, even if the family was separated, his salary still had to be handed over to his mother. Me too, although I can't earn a salary, but I go to get my little sister's work after doing my work every day, and I definitely can't let her go hungry. Lin Wuhai also hurriedly stated that although even if Lin Meiyun did not have a work point, everyone could not let her go hungry, but if there was one less work point, there would be less food, and Lin Wenhao worked in the village primary school, and there was no food, so the work of 3 people was divided into 5 people to eat food, and that was designated as not being very full. Of course Chen Lianhua has no objection, as long as it is good for her daughter, she has no objection. Okay, just do as you say. Chen Lianhua smiled and said, full of expectations for her future days. Lin Meiyun listened on the side, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curvature. Her mother was really not afraid that she wouldn't be able to marry a daughter-in-law in the future after educating her 2 brothers like this. After all, which family would be willing to marry their girl to a sister demon? But it's cool, this script is simply not wrong at all. In addition, she still has a space. Lin Meiyun feels that she has traveled to this era, with relatives and materials, and she is not much more comfortable than in her previous life. Although technology is not as good as in the previous life, and many places are not as convenient as in the previous life, even so, Lin Meiyun still likes the present life. Mom, I said today that you have no objection to building a house at the end of the village? Lin Meiyun asked. What are your opinions? The end of the village is good, clean, and you can live your own life behind closed doors, so as not to be stared at by those long-tongued women. Chen Lianhua said. Anyway, she didn't think how good the village was before, but as soon as Lin Meiyun said that it was built at the end of the village, she automatically thought of the various benefits of the village. Yes, my mother is right, little sister, in the future, my brother's salary will not have to be handed over to grandma, and I will be able to buy you meat to eat in the future. Lin Wenhao also said. Lin Wuhai. You seem to be so useless as my second brother. Then I will catch a lot of fish and game for you in the future. Lin Wuhai was not to be outdone. Just give everything to Nier. Lin Guoqiang is an honest farmer man, and he doesn't have any skills to get his hands on, but he wants to sell well in front of his daughter, so he answered. The family returned to the old Lin family with words and laughter, but the atmosphere of the old Lin family was relatively sluggish. But they don't care. Lin Guoqiang went directly to Mr. Lin and talked about building a house. After such a long ideological struggle, now the old couple has accepted the fact of separation, and now they are a little happy to hear that the third son's family is going to build a brick house. Okay, you young people can arrange the rest by yourself, and I'll just go over and help when the time comes. Mr. Lin felt that his spirit was much better. That's a brick house, now except for Hani Chen, that is, the captain has this condition, and Hani Chen is still his future grandson-in-law, so think about the only 3 brick and tile houses in the village, both of which belong to his third son's family, so don't be too face-saving to say it. I mean the same thing, when the time comes, I will definitely have to cook for the people who help, and I will go over to help cook. Old Mrs. Lin also said. Lin Guoqiang and Chen Lianhua didn't say anything. When the time came, the old couple who helped them would definitely eat with them, and they wouldn't be able to eat the second room of the big house, not to mention that they had separated now, and they couldn't control it, but they weren't afraid that they would be unhappy. So this matter was decided, because it would take a while to build a house, so now the third room still lives in the old house. Even if the family is separated, no one dares to drive people away at this juncture, but after the day of the separation, a kitchen is divided into 4 waves. You cook it and I cook it. Later, Chen Lianhua felt that she didn't want to grab the kitchen with them, so she simply built a temporary earthen stove outside her house, thinking that it would not be good for the old couple to wait for the second room of the big house to finish cooking every day, so she simply asked them to eat together. In this regard, even if Feng Sui really wanted the 3 rooms that had been separated to go out and live by herself, she could only shut up, and she had lingering fears after being cleaned up, but she stopped. After that, Chen Lianhua and Lin Guoqiang asked Lin Weilin for a day off, went to the brick kiln factory in the county, took the note given by Lin Weilin, and sure enough, they ordered bricks and cement very smoothly, and they could also help send them directly to the village. Because the summer harvest has just passed, it is about to sow again, and all Lin Guoqiang still needs to work, but because he is not as busy as before, Lin Meiyun is also going back to school. At home, Chen Lianhua can only watch Lin Wuhai and Lin Guoqiang go to work, and Lin Wenhao goes to work. It takes a lot of people to build a house, and it is not idle now, so everyone can't help build a house for nothing. So Chen Lianhua also asked Lin Weilin to help ask if anyone was willing to help build a house, and if they were willing, they would give 5 cents a day. Don't look at the fact that 50 cents are not much, but you can buy a lot of things in this era. In order to move to a new home as soon as possible, Chen Lianhua still spent a lot of money. Anyway, as long as she can move out as soon as possible, spend some money. After the bricks and cement were settled, the 3 brothers of Chen Lianhua's family came to help, and it was impossible to collect money, so Chen Lianhua could only put a little more effort into eating. Occasionally, Lu De and the others will be asked to take some back. Chen Jianhua didn't come over. After all, there is a pregnant granddaughter-in-law at home, and there are many other grandchildren, so they have to watch at home. Lin Meiyun and Lin Qingqing went to town in the village's ox cart. Both of them are in high school in the town, and they are about to graduate only this semester, but because the distance between the town and Anping village is not close, the family will be worried if they go back and forth, so the 2 still live in school. Wow, Meiyun, your family is really going to build their own house, and I will be able to go to you often to play in the future. Before the two set off, they saw a truck from a brick kiln factory pulling things over, Lin Qingqing said excitedly. Didn't you know that we were separated? The separation must be to build a house. Lin Meiyun was speechless, always feeling that this Lin Qingqing's reflection arc was a bit long. Tisk, doesn't that still feel a bit strange? Although I have long hoped that you can separate your family, what a big deal it is to separate your family, and I really didn't expect my uncle and aunt to be so courageous. Not to mention Lin Qingqing, even in the village, the heat of the Shin family's separation has not yet dissipated. After all, it is really not good to talk about the separation these days. Actually, it's not a big deal. After all, Lin Meiyun is from the later generations, and there is still no way to understand the views of people in this era on the separation of families, which is a normal thing in her opinion. In later generations, not to mention that the children are all engaged, some go out to live by themselves when they are adults, and some also live by themselves after getting married. Even if they are only children, there are very few people who are mixed with the elderly, let alone the whole family living together. You don't know, I've heard a lot of rumors in the village these days. Lin Qingqing said mysteriously. Lin Meiyun wondered, what? Hey, isn't it all about Grandma Shen who can't discipline her daughter-in-law? Those older generations like to talk about these parents' shortcomings, and some say that the aunt is fierce. Anyway, there is something to say. Lin Qingqing said. They say they are still living their own lives. Lin Meiyun said. I don't care, or what she said before, everyone has bad things, but the Shin family is in trouble this time. Lin Meiyun didn't think there was anything wrong with her mother like this, and she couldn't be ugly at his house, so she just raised it. Hey, it's finally time for school to start, and it's going to be moldy at home during this time. Lin Qingqing directly changed the topic. After all, there is an uncle who drives an ox cart, and he has always said that Lin Meiyun's family affairs are not good. I don't think you can find anyone to talk to, right? Lin Meiyun smiled. In my memory, Lin Qingqing was a complete talker, and she didn't stop talking after she got on the ox cart. Isn't it? If it weren't for your head injury, I really wouldn't be so bored. Speaking of this, Lin Qingqing went to see the wound on Lin Meiyun's forehead, which had faded to the point where he could hardly see any color. Fortunately, there are no scars, otherwise your beautiful face will suffer. Lin Meiyun smiled. She used the medicine in this time and space and the water in the well. I don't know if it's an illusion, Lin Meiyun feels that those medicines are not as good as well water. It's here. The uncle who drove the ox cart in front shouted. Thank you, Uncle Niu. Lin Qingqing jumped out of the ox cart and paid the uncle a dime. The uncle is actually not surnamed Niu, but because he is in charge of driving cattle in the village, everyone calls him Uncle Niu. Uncle Niu himself likes this title very much, like a kind of glory. Cattle are cattle in the village, and they can be rushed to the town when the farmers are busy, and they can also bring some income. Everyone is just 5 cents of travel expenses, but no one else goes to town today, and there are only Lin Qingqing and Lin Meiyun in the village who are still in high school, mainly because everyone thinks that going to school is useless. After all, colleges are closed, and you can't go to college in high school, so it's better to work at home. However, Lin Weilin was able to become a captain because he was still a cultural person in the village, so he felt that even if he couldn't go to college now, it would always be useful to learn knowledge in his stomach. Chen Lianhua is also a relatively enlightened parent. Besides, the family doesn't need their daughter to work anyway, and it's good to go to school to make more friends. It's so outrageous. You must know that the tuition fee for a semester of high school is 2 yuan, and many people are reluctant to do so. But the original owner is also competitive, and has always been among the best. Besides, isn't Lin Wenhao also able to become a teacher in the village primary school because of his education? In fact, it is not that there are no other cultural people. There are many educated youths in the brigade, but who called Lin Wenhao a native of the village. Lin Weilin must be partial to the people of the village in this kind of matter. After Uncle Niu drove the car back, Lin Meiyun took out 5 cents to Lin Qingqing. Qingqing, this is the travel fee. You take it, I can still afford the travel expenses. You used to help me a lot. You fell your brain, why are you still polite to me after you get better? Lin Qingqing pretended to be angry and said. Lin Meiyun. I can only take back the 5 cents in my hand, mainly because I haven't been here for a long time, and I still can't replace the role of the original owner, and I don't like to take advantage of others. But Lin Qingqing said so. Lin Meiyun didn't insist. Anyway, just invite him back if he has the opportunity in the future. They are in high school in the county, so they have to take a shuttle bus to the county seat, which is a dime. This time Lin Qingqing rushed to give it, and Lin Meiyun felt helpless. After all, the money for sitting on the ox cart is a dime, and you can still buy a lot of things. Don't tear it up with me here. Lin Qingqing only said this. There are not many people in the car. After all, many people are reluctant to pay for this travel fee, even if they really want to go to the county seat. Most people choose to walk. The pull between the two really attracted the attention of many people. Lin Meiyun twitched the corners of her mouth, and she still shut up. Bumpy all the way to the county seat. Now it is not like in later generations. Even the countryside is a flat cement road. Even if it is a town, the road is not very flat. Plus this car is estimated to be an old guy, shaking along the way. Lin Meiyun wants to vomit. Finally arrived, when she got out of the car, she felt that her feet were fluttering, and Lin Qingqing was a little worried when she saw her situation. Meiyun, are you okay? Could it be the sequelae of falling your head? Lin Meiyun. He waved his hand and took 2 more breaths of fresh air, and then he felt much better. Let's go. Lin Meiyun was carrying a school bag, which was made by Chen Lianhua herself, and the style was still the best-selling model in the reference supply and marketing cooperative, which she quite liked, and it was very characteristic of the times. Lin Qingqing also has a backpack, but it was bought from the supply and marketing cooperative, which looks a lot more foreign, which Lin Qingqing still bought by Lin Weilin. The 2 girls came to school because the farm holiday had just passed, and they watched very lively for a while. Lin Qingqing. Lin Meiyun. Over here. A teenager's voice reached the ears of the 2. Following the sound, a fat fart ran over. After being stunned for a few seconds, Lin Meiyun remembered who this person was. After all, he looks a little different. There are not many people who have grown so fat in this era. After all, just looking at this body shape, you know that the conditions at home must be very good. After all, not everyone has the conditions to eat so fat. According to Lin Meiyun's memory, what he knows is that the little fat man's father is the director of the meat factory, and his mother is the director of the textile factory, so this guy can be so fat, and he is still an only child, which shows how many babies there are in the family. However, this little fat man loves to play with Lin Meiyun and Lin Qingqing, and he is often laughed at for this, but he doesn't care. Oh, it's Fang Xiaopeng. Lin Qingqing was also very happy to see her good friend. You. Why are you here now? Su Jiwei ran out of breath, and the flesh on both cheeks trembled. Our home is far away. How can it be like your home is in the county seat? Lin Qingqing said. Haha, too. Su Jiwei scratched his head, feeling that he was indeed a bit stupid to ask this. Meiyun, what's wrong with your head? Su Jiwei looked up and saw a shallow scar on Lin Meiyun's head, which was actually not obvious, but Lin Meiyun looked white, and Su Jiwei and she were very familiar people, so he could see it at a glance. I just accidentally got injured, and now I'm fine. Lin Meiyun was also surprised. This little fat man was quite careful. Why are you so careless? Su Jiwei's tone was a little worried. Where is she not careful? Who doesn't know that what she cares about most is her face, and she is not pushed by others? Speaking of this, Lin Qingqing felt angry. Who? Su Jiwei's face was not very good looking. What's wrong with Fang Xiaopeng? Do you still want to help Meiyun take revenge? Lin Qingqing teased. No, no. Su Jiwei's ears turned red, and he was a white and fat boy, and he was red with the pig that had lost his hair all of a sudden. Go, go, go in quickly. If you don't go, you will be late. Su Jiwei was embarrassed, secretly glanced at Lin Meiyun, and then quickly changed the subject. Looking at Su Jiwei's back walking in front of him, Lin Qingqing muttered, why do I think Fang Xiaopeng is so wrong? Lin Meiyun also found out, if it weren't for the wrong guess, this Fang Xiaopeng should like the original owner, right? Although he has not been in a serious relationship in his past and present lives, he still watches TV series, and Su Jiwei's appearance is no different from the beginning of love. The 3 of them entered the classroom before and after, and the relationship between men and women in this era was very strict, so girls and girls sat together, and boys sat together. Lin Qingqing and Lin Meiyun are at the same table, Fang Xiaopeng and another boy are at the back table, and there are 2 girls in the front seat. Just entered the classroom, it didn't take long for the head teacher to come in, and after a glance, he found that everyone was there, so he started class directly. In the middle, he also asked Lin Meiyun, and Lin Meiyun answered perfectly. First, there is the memory of the original owner, and secondly, Lin Meiyun's work study in his previous life, at least he graduated one by one. Although I haven't reviewed for so many years, the knowledge of high school in this era is not very difficult, and Lin Meiyun reviewed it when I was recuperating at home a few days ago. The teacher was obviously very satisfied with Lin Meiyun and asked her to sit down with a smile. You're so powerful, say, are you secretly studying behind my back? Lin Qingqing looked bitter. When she was busy with farming, she took care of playing, and she really didn't study, and she was a little uncomfortable for a while after returning to school. The teacher is using it again, looking at the students in the class, obviously looking for a target again. Lin Qingqing muttered softly, you can't see me, you can't see me. Lin Meiyun thought it was funny, but probably because of bad luck, almost as soon as Lin Qingqing's words fell, the teacher shouted Lin Qingqing to get up and answer the question. But fortunately, this question is not as difficult as Lin Meiyun's. Even if it is stumbling, Lin Qingqing still answered. The moment he sat down, he breathed a sigh of relief. As for it? Lin Meiyun felt that this girl was really like a drama master. It's too much. It's not that you don't know, he's a devil. If I don't answer today, I'm afraid I'll spend the next few days in the office. Lin Qingqing complained in a low voice. Lin Meiyun has been at work for a long time, and she suddenly returned to school, and she still felt very strange. And it is still such a classroom with the characteristics of the times. The tables, chairs, and benches are relatively old, and the blackboard should be painted on the wall with something I don't know, and it looks indeed not as high-end as later generations. Lin Meiyun remembered that when she was in school in her previous life, she already had an electronic blackboard, which was very advanced. But when it comes to the atmosphere of learning, Lin Meiyun feels that the previous life was not as strong as it is now. At least 80% of the people in the classroom are listening carefully. After all, those who have the opportunity to go to school at this time are very lucky. The morning time passed quickly, because it was a busy farm holiday, so there was only one class in the morning. Mainly because some students live far away, so this should be taken into account. Listen to the rainbow, Qingqing, let's go eat. Su Jiwei poked his head over from the back table. You are the most active in eating. Lin Qingqing laughed and scolded. If you don't eat positively, there is a problem with your thoughts. Fang Xiaopeng also smiled. You are also the most distorted. Lin Meiyun watched them bicker. While packing her backpack, she had to take it to the dormitory later. In fact, if it had been before, Lin Meiyun would have been big and small when she returned to school, and Chen Lianhua would have wanted to move her family to school, for fear that she would suffer. This time Chen Lianhua also wanted to do this, but Lin Meiyun stopped her. After all, the family was still busy building a house. Chen Lianhua was already without touching the ground, so she was not allowed to prepare. Chen Lianhua can resist anyone, but she can't resist her daughter, but in the end she stuffed 5 yuan into her and asked her to buy whatever she wanted. Lin Meiyun originally didn't want it, she had a lot of things in her space, and she wouldn't let herself go hungry at all, but Chen Lianhua also said that if she didn't bring money, she had to let her prepare things, and finally Lin Meiyun still accepted it. But before leaving, Lin Meiyun changed all the water in her water tank and replaced it with well water in the space. Lin Meiyun also wanted to test whether well water really had a miraculous effect. However, Lin Meiyun basically already has the answer in her heart. She has drunk it many times, and she feels relaxed after drinking it every time. You can order whatever you want at noon today, I'll treat you. Su Jiwei said proudly. Hey! We can't take advantage of you, it's still the old rule. Lin Qingqing said. Lin Meiyun also means this. After all, the defense of men and women in this era is originally a problem, and girls must not easily let boys invite themselves to dinner or give gifts. Otherwise, it might be what it looks like. Su Jiwei curled his lips. Why are you so polite? You're not polite, or as before, one person makes one dish, and when the time comes, it's 3 dishes, how cost-effective? Lin Qingqing said. Yes, Fang Xiaopeng, you still keep your money to buy things for yourself, look at you now that you are thin. Lin Meiyun suddenly joked. Fang Xiaopeng scratched the back of his head, I'm really thin? No wonder I always say I'm thin. Isn't it ugly? Lin Qingqing. Lin Meiyun. There are still benefits to being stupid, at least you can't hear good words. Just started school, and his hands were abundant, even Lin Qingqing was rare to beat a meat dish, and it was not uncommon for Lin Meiyun to beat meat dishes. After all, it had always been like this before. Who told her to have an eccentric mother and 3 uncles who love her? All of them are frugal, just so that Lin Meiyun often has meat to eat. Lin Meiyun made a braised pork, Lin Qingqing made a chili fried pork, and Su Jiwei made a potato stew and an egg soup. It can be said that it is very sumptuous for 3 people to eat, and it has attracted the attention of many people for a while. In the entire canteen, there is still no such complicated eating, and there are still many people who share the same table as them, that is, meal partners. Because there are more dishes you can eat this way. Lin Meiyun, Lin Qingqing, can I be with you? A female voice that seemed to be able to pinch her throat came from above the heads of the 3 of them. Lin Meiyun and the 3 of them all raised their heads in confusion. The main reason is that they are not very familiar with this girl, especially Lin Meiyun. The original owner is in the class, except for Lin Qingqing and Su Jiwei. Basically there are no other friends, and even this girl's name is not very memorable. Are you? What I didn't expect was that Lin Meiyun was not the only one who didn't remember others, and Su Jiwei didn't remember either. The girl's face was not very good looking, although she had just called Lin Qingqing and Lin Meiyun, but her eyes were always looking at Su Jiwei. After all, Su Jiwei's family background, the people in the class basically know a little, coupled with Su Jiwei's figure and daily food, even if she doesn't particularly know what Su Jiwei's family does, but she also knows that the family conditions are definitely not comparable to ordinary employee families like her. Even if Su Jiwei is not very good looking, in fact, many girls in the class still hope to have a good relationship with him, or even. Feng Jiani never expected that Su Jiwei didn't even know who he was. Su Jiwei, what are you kidding? We are all classmates, can you still not know me? Feng Jiani said. I really don't know you. Su Jiwei's clear eyes were filled with great doubts. Feng Jiani only felt that something was stuck in her throat. Lin Meiyun was about to laugh to death in her heart, but she still had to be gentle with girls in the end. If she really laughed out loud, she wouldn't look good on her face. So many people in the cafeteria are watching. But there is a saying that sincerity is the nirvana. Su Jiwei's serious statement that he didn't know the appearance of others, I am afraid it was a bit heart-wrenching. Feng Jiani really felt quite embarrassed, but looking at the dishes on the table, she still gritted her teeth and said, Lin Qingqing, Lin Meiyun, can I sit here? The seats in the canteen are all casual, and their names are not engraved on the seats, so they have no reason to refuse when they say they want to sit here. Sit down, aren't they all casual? Lin Qingqing replied. That's what I said, but what I thought in my heart was that you didn't sit in so many empty seats, and you had to squeeze it here. Lin Meiyun also looked around and found that there were still many places, because many local people in the county brought their own meals or went home to eat, and there were not many people who came to the canteen. Obviously, this girl's mind is not in this seat. Sure enough, after Feng Jiani sat down, she said directly, I cooked today, let's eat together. As he spoke, he pushed the lunchbox in his hand to the middle, next to Lin Meiyun and the others. They are all in a lunchbox and a lunchbox and a lunchbox, so the dishes are placed in the middle and everyone eats together. After doing this, Feng Jiani felt as if she had just seen their lunchbox. Blushing and looking a little embarrassed, you guys eat so well? I am the greens. Or forget it. Lin Meiyun raised his eyebrows, wanting to capture the old man, but Lin Meiyun didn't pay attention, Lin Qingqing didn't care, Lin Meiyun didn't pay attention, and Su Jiwei didn't pay attention. He was happy to give his own meat to Lin Meiyun and Lin Qingqing, but he didn't know the name, and he would feel distressed when he ate his own meat, and Meiyun said that he had lost weight. Feng Jiani also didn't expect that after she said this, the 3 people sitting had no intention of speaking. Feng Jiani was a little embarrassed, and she couldn't hang it on her face, even though she had taken back her dishes. No one said a word for her to eat together. This is different from what she thought. I thought that if I said this, they would definitely be polite to keep themselves. Unexpectedly, the 3 of them ignored her directly. Feng Jiani felt that the classmates around her were looking at her and even laughing at her. But I had to come up with it, and now I can only bite the bullet and continue to stay here. Lin Qingqing, Lin Meiyun and Su Jiwei talked and laughed, and they couldn't finish the last 3 dishes and 1 soup. The remaining little Su Jiwei took it directly and poured it, although the meat inside was eaten, but the vegetable soup with oil and gas was also extremely tempting. Feng Jiani didn't speak anymore, but her face had turned black into ash at the bottom of the pot. I thought about it and knew that they didn't talk to them if they wanted to be with them, and in the end, they threw away the dishes they couldn't eat and didn't invite her to eat together, which was no different from directly slapping her in the face. Isn't this a bit too wasteful? Now that materials are so scarce, we shouldn't waste food. Feng Jiani said very insightlessly. Lin Qingqing and Su Jiwei both had expressions of are you okay, but Lin Meiyun directly ignored her. This kind of person is that the more you take care of it, the more energetic she becomes, and her thoughts and purposes are not too obvious. What does it have to do with you what I want to do with my own things? Wasting food is not a virtue, is it just meddling? Su Jiwei asked suspiciously. It can be seen that he is asking this question very seriously, not to scare people. But Feng Jiani didn't think so. She felt that Su Jiwei was deliberately targeting herself, and her eyes suddenly turned red. I don't mean anything else, I just don't think it's good to waste food. After all, many people can't eat enough now. Lin Qingqing rolled her eyes. Even if you go to the field to earn work points, as long as you are diligent, you will not be able to eat enough. At most it is a little worse. There is a gap between people. Diligent people live a better life, lazy people live a little harder. Isn't this a normal thing? Feng Jiani. And what is your name? If you are a poor person who can't get enough to eat, you can go and give alms yourself, and take care of what others are doing. Besides, are we familiar with each other? Su Jiwei answered very cooperatively. Feng Jiani was directly angry and cried, I really didn't expect them to be so rude. The trick of pretending to be weak was tried and tried repeatedly, but I didn't expect to hit a wall on them this time. So they ran away crying directly. Many people were looking this way, and some didn't see the cause and effect and felt that Lin Meiyun and the three of them were excessive. But there are also those who see from beginning to end, and they can't help Lin Meiyun and the others fight unevenly. Began to popularize the whole story of the matter to people who did not know the truth, and it was discussed for a while. After Feng Jiani ran out, she thought that Su Jiwei would chase her out to apologize to herself. After all, he was a boy, and it was not right to say this to a girl. But it turned out that she just thought too much. Su Jiwei didn't come out, and she didn't even think there was anything wrong with what they said. Feng Jiani was a little unwilling. In fact, she couldn't look down on Shang Jiwei before. After all, Su Jiwei was fat, but Su Jiwei's family was really rich. Especially when she returned to school this time, she accidentally saw Su Jiwei's parents driving him over in a car. In this small county, there are only a handful of people who can own a car, even if the car is not Su Jiwei's family, but if you can mobilize the car to send him to school, you can also know that Su Jiwei's family is by no means simply wealthy. This time during the busy farming holiday, the children of their workers' family still went back, because there were two younger brothers below, and when she went back this time, her parents didn't let her go to school, and they also found a man for her, who was several years older than her, and was just an ordinary employee, and it was said that he was willing to pay a bride price of 200 yuan. Her parents were moved, because she was the first child, so she still felt the love of her parents when she was a child, so that she can still go to school now. But after the birth of her two younger brothers, she was not so valued at home. I originally thought that I would be able to go out to work after graduating from high school, and life would be fine, but I didn't expect that I only had this semester of high school left, and they actually had the idea of not letting me go to school. When she saw Su Jiwei's parents, she was thinking that if she could get along with Su Jiwei, her parents would definitely let her continue to go to school, and she would not marry her out in a daze because of the bride price of 200 yuan. This is the scene where they just talked, but in the end, her skills are still a little shallow, and she is a little greedy when she sees their food, and now her impression in Su Jiwei's heart should not be very good. It's still to blame Lin Qingqing and Lin Meiyun, who are close to Su Jiwei when they have nothing to do, probably thinking about climbing high branches. Feng Jiani still had a glimmer of hope, but after waiting for a long time, she didn't wait for Su Jiwei to appear. It turned out that when she was thinking wildly, Su Jiwei and the three had already left the canteen. Feng Jiani was so angry that she stomped her feet and left unwillingly. After leaving the cafeteria, Lin Qingqing and Lin Meiyun separated from Su Jiwei, and they were now going to the dormitory. This time Lin Meiyun didn't bring much. Lin Qingqing still brought a lot. She didn't go back to the dormitory first because she was worried about being late for class, and now she has to go. When the two returned to the dormitory, there were already several girls in the dormitory, all of whom were classmates. Lin Qingqing smiled and greeted them, then went to her bunk to put her things. Lin Meiyun looked at the dormitory, which was a very old-fashioned kind of dormitory. The bed is the kind of iron frame bunk bed. Lin Qingqing lives in the lower bunk, and she is in Lin Qingqing's upper bunk. In the memory of the original owner, he was very disgusted with this dormitory, but it was not that the environment was bad. After all, it was a mud brick house, and the earthen wall house at home was not even as good as this. It's just that the original owner himself likes to study, and he also loves to read after returning to the dormitory, so Chen Lianhua also bought a flashlight for Lin Meiyun. It is that this dormitory is occupied by 8 people, and it is chattering at night. The original owner got angry about this several times, so that several people in the same dormitory felt that she was pretending and that Lin Meiyun's relationship with her roommates was not very good. Ching Ching, are you going to fetch hot water? Lin Meiyun asked. It is said that 3 women have a play. Lin Meiyun found that since she entered the house, several roommates have made all kinds of eye contact. She is not a fool, not to mention that she has also stayed in the school dormitory in her previous life, and she can still see the careful thinking of the girl's exclusion. However, Lin Meiyun had no idea of repairing the relationship with them. Anyway, he was about to graduate, and there was a high probability that he would not see each other again in the future, so there was no need. Go. Listen to the rainbow, wait for me, I'll put the things away first. Lin Qingqing was so busy that she was sweating, and took the time to answer. Hearing her say this, Lin Meiyun went to the cabinet and took out her and Lin Qingqing's hot water kettle. This is also what they buy at home after they go to high school, and not every student's family will buy this. After all, the kettle requires industrial coupons, and most people can't get it. Chen Lianhua went through a lot of relationships to get a few, and she bought one for her family and Lin Meiyun. Before the division of the family, the kettle was placed in the 3-bedroom house. No way, it was also Chen Lianhua's own money, and if she was not convinced, she went to her parents' house. Lin Weilin is also more fond of this girl. There are only 2 girls in the main family, the eldest one has been married, and he can't see each other a few times a year. Coincidentally, the 2 of them had the entire dormitory, so as soon as the kettle was taken out, Lin Meiyun felt the eyes of several girls. When I was just in high school, the other girls in the dormitory saw that the 2 of them had a kettle, and they were not polite, and their big hot water was used directly. Lin Qingqing was a little better, but the original owner was a firecracker, and he directly coveted it, and finally got a lock and locked their cabinet. I have to say that the original owner's character Lin Meiyun really likes it. No matter what, if you don't ask to pick it up, you are stealing. Even if it's just hot water, you should ask for consent. After Lin Qingqing put her things away, the 2 of them left the dormitory, and almost the moment they brought the dormitory door, there was a muttering sound inside. Lin Meiyun smiled and didn't care. Hot water is provided free of charge, but in addition to bathing and washing hair, there are not many people who come to fetch hot water. After all, there is no kettle, and it is the same thing to call back. When they arrived, there were only a few people, and soon the 2 of them had hot water. Lin Qingqing, Lin Meiyun. A familiar female voice came. As for why they say familiar, it is because they have just heard it before returning to the dormitory. Sure enough, he turned his head and saw Fang Jiani. Are you okay? Lin Qingqing asked. Didn't Su Jiwei come with you? Fang Jiani saw that there was no Su Jiwei by the 2 of them, so she asked. I'm not a mother, is it possible that I have to take him with me wherever I go? Lin Qingqing felt that Fang Jiani's question was stupid. It's also very strange. No. I know that you have a good relationship, and you are basically inseparable, so I asked casually. Fang Jiani explained. But there were a few classmates nearby, and when they heard Fang Jiani's words, they all started to look lively. In this day and age, there are people who say that holding hands with the object, let alone being inseparable. They are not the object, so it is really easy to be misunderstood. Isn't this person never brainless when he speaks? Lin Meiyun couldn't listen anymore and opened it directly. Originally, the original owner had such a personality, and Lin Meiyun felt that there was nothing wrong with it. You. Why do you talk like that? Fang Jiani curled her lips unhappily. What I said was right, don't you like to stay with Su Jiwei? This is really easy to misunderstand. Lin Meiyun doesn't want to talk to this kind of person, not necessarily because he doesn't have emotional intelligence, maybe it's intentional, it's bad. If these words reach the teacher's ears, they can be big or small, and if they go online, they may be charged with a bad style, and this school will not be taught. Lin Meiyun pulled Lin Qingqing and was about to leave, but Fang Jiani directly grabbed Lin Meiyun's arm. Why are you angry? Could it be that he has a guilty conscience? Lin Meiyun laughed angrily, thinking of her fiancé who had not yet officially met, and immediately showed a meaningful smile to Fang Jiani. There is one thing I think you may not be very clear. I have a fiancé, he is a soldier, if nothing else, he will get married in 2 years, you say something easily misunderstood in public, I seriously doubt that you are suspected of destroying the military marriage. Lin Meiyun's words were loud, and everyone who knew her was stunned, they really didn't know that Lin Meiyun was engaged. Although Lin Meiyun is not very good-tempered, she is really beautiful, and there are many boys in the class who like her. Feng Jianni's face turned white all of a sudden. How could she know that Lin Meiyun still had such a thing as a marriage? She was still a soldier. If she knew, she would definitely not dare to say that. Nowadays, people admire the soldiers the most. Military green is the most popular color at present. Military bags, green military uniforms are the most fashionable styles. The crime of marriage came all at once, let alone going to school. It is estimated that his family will be implicated. Feng Jianni stopped them to say this. In fact, she wanted to destroy the reputation of Lin Qingqing and Lin Meiyun, and it was best to go to the teacher so that they could not go to school. Especially Lin Meiyun, because she is good-looking. Feng Jianni has regarded Lin Meiyun as her biggest enemy. On the contrary, Lin Qingqing, who is like a man's mother-in-law, doesn't care much. Lin Qingqing is more skinny, and she likes to run around on hot days, and her skin is a little tanned. Feng Jianni felt that she was much better than Lin Qingqing. As long as Lin Meiyun was gone, Lin Qingqing was not afraid. Su Jiwei will definitely see his own good. As long as he can get along with Su Jiwei, he doesn't have to marry the person his parents say. Although Su Jiwei is a little fat, he must have a good life marrying him. Since you like to spread rumors, let's go to the teacher and see how to deal with this matter. Lin Meiyun said again, and then turned around to leave. Feng Jianni was anxious. The strength in her hand was a little greater, only to hear a pop. The kettle in Lin Meiyun's hand fell directly to the ground, and the broken one could no longer be broken. The liner of the kettle is very fragile, and under the sun's rays, it is like a scattered gem. Feng Jianni's face was already white, and she didn't expect that she would run to Lin Meiyun and the others recklessly to talk, and she would make a fuss like this. A kettle is a valuable thing, and it definitely can't be left unchecked now. Lin Meiyun frowned. She didn't feel sorry for this kettle, because she knew that she would probably come to this era before crossing over, and she had prepared a lot of things that echoed the characteristics of the times. So she has it in her space, but this does not prevent her from feeling upset. This is what Chen Lianhua finally got for herself, her mother's heart. Lin Qingqing's face also changed. Feng Jianni, are you sick? If you are sick, go see it. Feng Jianni is really panicked now. Let's not talk about whether to break or destroy the military marriage. Let's just say that Lin Meiyun must also make himself compensate now. A kettle is a lot of money, and she also needs industrial vouchers. How can she afford to compensate? Yes. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. Feng Jianni looked like she had been wronged, and looked at Lin Meiyun carefully. Lin Meiyun is really speechless. In this case, do you still want to pretend to be pitiful and foolish? Feng Jianni, let's go to the teacher. After Lin Meiyun finished speaking, he walked towards the office of the teacher in charge of their class. Feng Jianni panicked. Lin Meiyun, let's discuss. I'll compensate you. Can I not go to the teacher? Seeing Lin Meiyun's attitude so tough, Feng Jianni also knew that today's matter would definitely not be able to be so settled, but thinking about it, if her own things were broken by Lin Meiyun, it was estimated that she would not give up. Then you compensate. Lin Meiyun looked at her coldly. Feng Jianni felt that her face had been lost to her grandmother's house today. That. I don't have that much money for the time being. Can I pay it back in a few installments? Lin Meiyun doesn't eat this set. This girl looks like she has a lot of hearts. If it is so understated, I am afraid that it will become even worse in the future. If she hadn't told her that she had been engaged, she wouldn't know what her deliberately misleading words would have turned out to be today. Don't think it's her who makes a big fuss. The atmosphere of this era is very rigorous, but it is not as open as in later generations. Sometimes if you say a few more words to the opposite sex, it will be passed on as an object, let alone like Feng Jianni said before. Of course, there is a reason why he said about his engagement. Hani Chen is a soldier, and military marriage is to be protected. And before Hani Chen left, that is, when the original owner was still there, Hani Chen said that he would make a marriage report after returning to the army, and the original owner had a good sense of Hani Chen, that is, he agreed. This does not mean that you can regret your marriage. Of course, if Hani Chen was really as upright as he remembered, and if he was good to her, Lin Meiyun would not be too repulsive to this matter. After all, in the memory of the original owner, this Hani Chen really has an appetite for Lin Meiyun. Of course not. Let's go to the teacher. How many times do you still have to pay it back? Who knows if this girl will play tricks afterwards? Feng Jianni felt that Lin Meiyun was a bit excessive. Lin Meiyun, we are all classmates, you don't need to be so awesome, right? I see that your conditions are not very bad, so you need to catch me for a kettle, right? Besides, I'm not compensating. This is said confidently. The key is that there are actually people watching around who nodded in agreement with Feng Jianni's words. Lin Meiyun laughed angrily. It's really that the knife doesn't hurt if it doesn't cut on you, and it's just a kettle thing. Since you think it's a trivial matter, then why don't you just compensate me directly? Feng Jianni. Immediately speechless, but still want to struggle. After all, as long as it is a student, there is no one who is not afraid of the teacher. This kind of thing. Feng Jianni does not want to make trouble with the teacher, in case they say what they said before. It is estimated that the teacher's impression of themselves cannot be too good. Lin Meiyun, we can really discuss it privately. No need to discuss. If you really don't want to go to the teacher, then you can wait here. Qingqing, you go and call the teacher over. Just let the teacher see the scene. Lin Meiyun said to Lin Qingqing. Lin Qingqing's eyes lit up after hearing this. She liked this errand. There was excitement to watch, so she almost ran away in a flash. Even if Feng Jianni wanted to stop her, she couldn't stop her. I was so angry that I stomped my feet in place. There were more and more onlookers, even if Feng Jianni wanted to run, but under the gaze of so many eyes, she didn't dare to run. If you really run away, maybe an accidental breaking of your classmate's hot water kettle will get worse. So after Lin Qingqing left, she kept her head down, occasionally raising her head inadvertently to reveal her eyes that were already as red as rabbits. This aroused the sympathy of many male classmates. This classmate, didn't this female classmate say that she would slowly return it to you? Or don't call it a teacher, right? That's right, look at people are going to cry, aren't you still classmates? I don't see you when I look up in the future. That's right, it's too online on the line, isn't it just a kettle? Said everything, and Lin Meiyun didn't intend to get used to it. First pointed to the male classmate who said it was just a kettle and said, this classmate, I just heard what you said, I should be a good comrade who is not bad for money and very sympathetic, otherwise you will directly help Song compensate, right? The man immediately choked. He would fight with his mouth. How could he help others compensate for such a valuable thing, and it was not relatives? Who knew that Feng Jianni really looked at the man expectantly? Hee, I don't have that much money on me, I'm just. Before the man finished speaking, Lin Meiyun directly said, if you don't have money, put away your useless sympathy. Then he looked at the boys who had spoken before, and you, do you want others to break your things? I can't close my eyes when I meet someone I don't want to see. And that, you. That's right, it's you. Don't you say that you don't need to call a teacher for a little thing, so that I rob now, hand over all the money on you, and I will slowly return it to you in the future, just a little thing, we don't have to call a teacher, right? After Lin Meiyun's operation, the scene was quiet, almost no one dared to speak anymore. If he accidentally provoked this female classmate, he would really be scolded. At this time, a voice suddenly appeared in the lively peripheral circle, what are you doing? All the students followed the reputation, and saw that the principal and the leaders of the school were there, and there was a man in a green military uniform. Lin Meiyun also looked over, and this glance directly blinded her. Isn't this Hani Chen? Shouldn't he be in the army? How can it appear in school? Hani Chen didn't expect that the protagonist of the farce would be his fiancée, whom he hadn't seen a few times. But he only found out today, is this fiancée so interesting? Just now I heard her scolding people, and I couldn't help but laugh. It wasn't like this when I saw her before. If Lin Meiyun knew what he was thinking, he would definitely tell him, it was because the original owner was also a little interested in you, so he was a little reserved in front of you, otherwise, hee. A bystander was pulled over by the principal to ask, and soon the cause and effect of the incident were clear. The principal only felt a headache, and today a leader came up from the army to give a lecture to the students, and it was a surprise attack, and they were not prepared at all. He had been praying secretly in his heart before, and the performance of these children could be competitive. Unexpectedly, there was still a problem. Let's clean up this place first, if someone accidentally steps on it and gets hurt. Although the principal was a little unhappy, the leader was watching here and said gently. Soon someone cleaned up the debris on the ground, and the teacher in charge of Lin Meiyun's class also came. The matter has been understood from the mouth of Lin Qingqing, a little storyteller, and when he sees this battle again, he feels a little guilty for no reason. I don't know if it's unlucky, the atmosphere in my class has always been good, it's hard to get a little thing, and it alarmed the principal. Principal, director, you are all here. The teacher wiped his sweat and said. Well, teacher look at how to deal with this matter, it's not a big deal, it's better to take it back and discuss it yourself. The principal said. In fact, this matter is really a trivial matter in their eyes. It is nothing more than that this young and promising leader who does not want the army to come is dissatisfied with the school. After all, even the principal admires soldiers very much, so naturally he hopes to leave a better impression on Han Chen. After Han Chen saw Lin Meiyun, his eyes fell on her involuntarily. Lin Meiyun was very embarrassed, she didn't know why. "Comrade Han, please come here." The principal made a gesture of invitation to Han Chen, and Han Chen followed the principal. Lin Meiyun finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Go to my office and say." Teacher, he looked at Feng Jianni's eyes not very well, and he was probably a little angry. Feng Jianni lowered her head and followed Teacher He to the office, and Lin Meiyun, another party, naturally wanted to go. Lin Qingqing was originally going to follow, but Teacher He didn't let her and sent Lin Qingqing away on the grounds that class was about to start. Lin Qingqing also wanted to see the excitement, to see how Teacher Xia would punish Feng Jianni, and to see how her little sister would scold people, but she didn't expect this idea to be directly stifled in the cradle. "Tell me, why did you argue?" Although Lin Qingqing said a general idea, she was still embarrassed to explain directly what Feng Jianni said at the beginning. After all, she didn't want Teacher He to misunderstand. "That's how it is." Before Feng Jianni spoke, Lin Meiyun took the lead in snatching the conversation, and then said the matter as it was. Of course, it also mentioned that Feng Jianni was about to spread rumors when she opened her mouth. Teacher He's face is not too ugly, he himself likes Lin Meiyun as a child. "Since I went to school for so long, my grades have always been among the best, and I don't talk much, as long as I meet them in school, most of the time I am studying." It's not that he hates Feng Jianni, but between the two, he definitely prefers Lin Meiyun a little more. After all, there is no teacher who does not like children who study quietly and seriously. "Feng Jianni, what do you want to say?" Teacher He asked. Feng Jianni bit her lip and didn't dare to speak. Just now Lin Meiyun didn't mention that she was engaged, the object was still a soldier, she didn't dare to talk nonsense now, she was afraid that Lin Meiyun would say it, and then it would not be a friction between classmates. Seeing Feng Jianni like this, Teacher He also knew that what Lin Meiyun said was true. He was immediately very unhappy, he didn't like children with a lot of hearts. "You are a girl, don't you know how important reputation is? And what you said, I know that Su Jiwei and Lin Qingqing and Lin Meiyun have a better relationship, but they have never acted unruly. Moreover, it is normal for Su Jiwei to communicate and learn with them, and Su Jiwei's grades have also improved significantly. Others are thinking about how to improve their grades, why do you think about others being dirty? You are a girl, what good is it for you to embarrass other girls like this?" Teacher He held his forehead, it was nothing, this kind of thing could be solved in the class, but he was bumped into by the principal and other leaders, especially it seemed that there was a leader around them who didn't know what kind of person it was. "Teacher He, I'm sorry." Feng Jianni apologized directly with a wink. "Feng Jianni, you should know that the person you want to apologize to is not me, but Lin Meiyun and Lin Qingqing." Teacher He said seriously. "I'm sorry Lin Meiyun." Feng Jianni's eyes were filled with tears, although she still seemed to be apologizing sincerely, but I don't know why, it just gave people a strange feeling. Lin Meiyun didn't speak, and after Feng Jianni apologized, she also turned to the side and stopped looking at her. Feng Jianni felt that Lin Meiyun was just a mud leg, and she was really embarrassed to be like this today. Then let's talk about Feng Jianni breaking Lin Meiyun's hot water kettle now. Although Lin Meiyun did not react to Feng Jianni's apology, Teacher He did not want to dwell on this matter. "I just want to get things done quickly, and then go to the principal to apologize." Hearing this, Feng Jianni's heart began to bang again, she was really afraid of calling her parents to school. Originally, they didn't want to go to school by themselves, but now they have caused trouble, and I'm afraid they don't want to learn for themselves. "Teacher He, can you not call your parents?" Feng Jianni was about to cry. "Then can you compensate yourself?" Teacher He asked rhetorically. "I." Feng Jianni was speechless for a while, but in order not to marry a man who had no ability, she still gritted her teeth and told the family matters. "Teacher, my parents don't want me to go to school anymore, they want me to go back to get married, or I insist on it, and now I have this opportunity to stand here, if they know that I got into trouble at school, I might really not be able to go to school." Feng Jianni cried as she spoke, it seemed that she was really pitiful, and Teacher He also frowned when she heard it. Even Lin Meiyun also felt a little embarrassed. Fortunately, Chen Lianhua and Lin Wuqiang loved themselves very much, otherwise maybe she could only be like most girls now, and she would have to face the problem of getting married at a young age. Although she was also betrothed, it was at least carefully selected by her parents, and she also sought the consent of the original owner. Feng Jiani, the teacher sympathizes with your experience, but even so, you can't let other students pay for you because of your pity. Teacher, he said embarrassedly. He also didn't want to see some students drop out. After all, he had brought his children for more than a year and nearly 2 years, even if he made a little mistake, but if he lost the opportunity to go to school like this, he would still feel sorry. Teacher, I really beg you, I still want to go to school, I'm about to graduate, I still have some knowledge that I haven't studied thoroughly, I really like to study. Feng Jiani also grasped the point that was easy to touch the teacher, and began to talk about learning, and sure enough, Teacher He's expression began to loosen. Lin Meiyun could see Feng Jiani's little trick, but she didn't say it explicitly, she just watched quietly. This is in stark contrast to the crying Feng Jiani. There are other teachers in the office, although they are also more sympathetic to Feng Jiani, but they also feel that Lin Meiyun has such a good temperament. Obviously he was wronged, but he didn't make trouble at all. In fact, Lin Meiyun is not making trouble, but because she has already made trouble, and the principal has seen it, if she is still so aggressive when she arrives at the teacher's office, it is easy to cause disgust. In the memory of the original owner, this teacher he was still a very responsible teacher, and he also took good care of the original owner before, and Lin Meiyun didn't want him to be embarrassed. Lin Meiyun, do you have any thoughts on this matter? Teacher he looked at Lin Meiyun. After all, it was Lin Meiyun whose interests were harmed in this matter, even if he was a teacher, he could not lose fairness because he sympathized with a classmate. Teacher, it's not that I bite this matter and don't let go. This kettle was bought for me by my parents for a long time with industrial coupons. If they knew that it was broken, they would definitely be sad. After all, they are just ordinary farmers, and it is also very difficult to buy another kettle. Lin Meiyun also showed a sad expression. Feng Jiani likes to pretend, then she will use magic to defeat magic. This girl was originally not in the right mind. If she really wanted to study hard, then there was no need to provoke her. Obviously the two were not familiar with each other before. This matter was caused by herself, and now she is using this way to win sympathy. Lin Meiyun will not let her go because of her pity. Especially for spreading rumors about herself, Lin Qingqing and Su Jiwei's affairs are also that she did not let her succeed, otherwise she would be criticized for standing in the office, and it may not be who is called a parent. Although Lin Meiyun does not have to read this book, after all, he was also literate in his previous life, and now the high school courses are relatively simple. But the original owner is indeed a person who loves to learn, and there are only 3 months left in high school, and Lin Meiyun doesn't want to drop out of school. And Lin Meiyun is clear about how lethal those rumors are to girls. Even if she doesn't care, Lin Qingqing can't be completely indifferent, and it is really unknown what will happen then. So in essence, this matter is not the kind of small thing it seems on the surface, and Feng Jiani must be punished. Hey, the teacher also understands, so let's call Feng Jiani's family. On the one hand, there are poor female classmates who may drop out of school because of this incident, and on the other hand, there are good students with excellent grades, obedience and sensibility, and average family background. Then let nature take its course, just try to persuade Feng Jiani's parents to help her fight for something to continue going to school. Lin Meiyun. Feng Jiani couldn't help it after hearing the teacher's words. Are you determined to force me to death? Lin Meiyun looked confused. It's not that I forced you to come to me, it's not that I asked you to pull me and break the kettle, I didn't say anything more exaggerated, you still said that I forced you? Her innocent appearance made the teachers present have a little opinion on this unreasonable Feng Jiani. And let's not talk about the kettle first. When you said those misleading things there, didn't you think about whether you would force me and Lin Qingqing to death? Lin Meiyun's eyes were sharp, and he asked loudly. I just didn't pay attention at the time, so I accidentally said that kind of thing, and it wasn't intentional. Feng Jiani quibbled. Only you know if it is intentional. If you only need to say that you didn't mean to pass the rumors, then what do you need the Public Security Bureau to do? Lin Meiyun didn't want to pay attention to her, and shut up directly after saying this. Lin Meiyun. I beg you, let's solve this matter in private, can't I slowly return it to you? Feng Jiani saw that there was no way, so she could only beg Lin Meiyun. But Lin Meiyun was like cotton growing in her ears. No matter what Feng Jiani said, she kept her mouth shut and didn't say anything. Teacher he had no choice, and Feng Jiani's home was not far away, so he simply found a teacher who had no class to help him find someone. Today's teachers are really the kind of people who are dedicated to their students, and they are willing to go for this kind of thing. After all, Feng Jiani blamed Lin Meiyun for holding on to this matter, which was a bit unreasonable in the hearts of the teachers. They were all cultural people, and naturally they didn't like this unreasonable style. After the class bell rang, he asked the teacher in the next class to help him bring a message to the children, so he asked them to read the book by themselves and help themselves keep an eye on it. The teacher readily agreed. Feng Jiani's home is not far away, her parents are both employees working in the factory. In fact, the conditions are not bad, but there are 2 younger brothers, and all 3 children have to go to school, which is inevitably a little tight. There are some basic situations about the home address. The teacher has a record here, but it is not deliberately to inquire about what the students' parents are doing. The main thing is to prevent something from being quickly notified. After the teacher who went to convey the message learned from he that Feng Jiani's parents' workplace and name were there, he went directly to the factory. After about 20 minutes, the teacher led a pair of middle-aged men and women back. After he thanked the teacher who helped. He looked at Feng Jiani's parents. "You are Feng Jiani's parents, right?" Teacher, he asked. Song's father and Song's mother rarely deal with such cultural people, especially since teaching is a respectable profession, so they can't help but be a little nervous. "Yes. We are. I don't know what the teacher is looking for us?" Song's father rubbed his hands, slightly nervous. Teacher, he nodded. "That's right, today Feng Jiani accidentally broke this classmate's kettle, and I called you here today to deal with this matter." Hearing this, Song's father and Song's mother's brows furrowed, obviously a little unhappy. "Why are you so disobedient? I don't apologize to your classmates." Song's mother frowned and yelled at Feng Jiani. Feng Jiani was a little scared, and quickly said, "Mom, I didn't mean to, and I've already apologized." "You dead child, I said I wouldn't let you go to school, right? If you have to come, you will know how to cause trouble. Where does our family get the money to accompany other people's hot water kettles?" Song's mother continued to scold, chattering endlessly, as if she was really angry because of this incident. Song's mother was indeed very angry, but her words made everyone present hear a different taste. Whether it is Lin Meiyun or these teachers, they are all smart people. Song's mother did not say that she would lose money to Lin Meiyun, but directly began to say that she had no money in her family. Could it be that she didn't want to lose? Sure enough, Song's mother turned to look at Lin Meiyun. "This classmate, I'm really sorry, she's still a little ignorant and has caused you trouble." Lin Meiyun didn't answer, just said, "The trouble is indeed a bit troublesome. After all, I have to go to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy a hot water kettle by myself when I get the money ticket, and I have to delay my time. This hot water kettle was bought for me by my mother for a long time, and I am usually very careful when I use it." These words are conveying a meaning to everyone, that is, this kettle is very important to her, and don't think about interrupting this matter. Teacher, he nodded. "This comrade, since Feng Jiani broke someone else's hot water kettle, he must compensate." Song's mother's face was ugly. She didn't want to lose the money, but listening to Lin Meiyun's meaning was that she had to lose, and the teacher was obviously on the girl's side. "Teacher, but we really don't have much money." Song's mother still wanted to struggle. "After all, a kettle is not cheap anymore." "This comrade, it's wrong for you to speak like this. Children understand the truth of losing money by breaking other people's things. You can't know, right?" The teacher who just helped call someone couldn't stand it anymore. "This lesbian won't feel bullying just because there is only one person here, right? Classmate, you see that you and our daughter are also classmates. There's no need to make such a fuss because of this matter. That kettle should have been used by you before, right? In this way, I will pay you 2 yuan. What do you think?" Song's mother saw that the 2 teachers were defending Lin Meiyun, and she didn't dare to say anything more about not compensating, but this result was no different from not compensating. A kettle costs 5 yuan, and Song's mother directly cut the price by more than half. That is, go back 10 years, and in the 60s, a kettle will be sold for 3 yuan, not to mention industrial coupons to buy it. Nowadays, tickets are as valuable as money, and even sometimes, tickets are more difficult to get than money. "Auntie, do you think this is appropriate? In this way, I will also come up with a solution, so you won't lose money." Lin Meiyun said expressionlessly. Song's mother was overjoyed when she heard this, and of course it would be best if she could not compensate. "You know that your child looks good looking, you say. Song's mother thought that the worst solution was nothing more than Lin Meiyun's request to fire Feng Jiani, which was better, and it would be more in line with her heart. It's just that dropping out of school is different from being expelled, and the neighbors will definitely talk about it when the time comes. Then you can restore my kettle. That was bought for me by my mother, and I don't want anything else, lest you say that the kettle is used, and it is not cost-effective to pay for a new one. Lin Meiyun said word by word. The smile on Song's mother's face immediately froze. Look at your child, isn't this still forcing me to compensate? Sure enough, there must be a mother and a daughter, and she is forced by others to open her mouth and keep her mouth shut. The teacher who just spoke was also a straightforward person, and stood directly beside Lin Meiyun, and sprayed directly at Song's mother. Don't worry, classmates, although your parents are not here, but so many of our teachers are here, we definitely can't let you be bullied. This is a female teacher who looks gentle and generous, but she speaks rudely at all, and she is obviously also shameless by Song's mother. Song's mother muttered, "You're not the teacher who cares about our children's class, what are you talking about?" The female teacher's face turned black all of a sudden. They were teachers, and others were polite wherever they went, and it was the first time she had met someone like Mother Song. Okay. Song's father, who has always been like an outsider, finally spoke, and he also knew that if he didn't open his mouth to stop it, one of his old faces would really be lost by his mother-in-law. What are you doing? Mother Song seemed to be unaware of it and glared at Father Song. Song's father took a deep breath, turned around and apologized to the female teacher who had just spoken. This teacher is really embarrassed, she can't speak with her brain, she doesn't mean anything else. But whether you obey me or not, but today I must stand by this female classmate, and I can't make people feel that other people's parents are not here, so they can bully people casually. The female teacher's attitude is still very resolute. Lin Meiyun smiled at her. Lin Meiyun was not a saint, and her personality was not very good, but in the face of the kindness of strangers, she still couldn't be indifferent. Several people began to argue in the office again, and they didn't discuss a result for a long time. Even Feng Jiani hid aside after her parents came, like a quail. Originally, several teachers thought that Father Song should still understand some truth, but what Father Song meant was that he didn't want to lose this money. This can be regarded as refreshing the teacher's three views. Even teacher he, such a good-tempered person, also began to get angry. Feng Jiani, your parents are like this, don't you have anything to say? However, Feng Jiani was still indifferent, and it seemed that it had nothing to do with her. Teacher he laughed angrily. At first she thought that she might not be able to go to school, a little sympathy and a little guilt. Now it seems that there is really no need for students with this kind of character to stay in their own class, and even there is no need to stay in school. You should compensate for this money or have to compensate. If you don't compensate, then find the police. Really, I have lived for so long, this is the first time I have seen such an unreasonable family. The female teacher said unceremoniously. Song's father and Song's mother's face suddenly became unsightly. No matter when, the public security was easy to use. Compensation. We compensate. Song's father finally gritted his teeth and said, and then asked Song's mother to go home to get the money and tickets. After all, Feng Jiani is the first child of Song's father and mother, and she is also a little loved, but compared to the two sons in the family, it is not so important. This time something happened again, and Song's father became even more determined not to let her continue to go to school. Teacher he, there is one more thing that needs to trouble you. Our family is also very tight now, you see, otherwise help my family Xiaojiani go through a withdrawal procedure, and we won't read it. After Song's mother left, Song's father said, Dad. Feng Jiani can't be like an outsider. As long as she drops out of school, her future life is basically fixed, marrying the man who is a few years older than herself, having children, and living a life that cannot make ends meet. Take care of men, children, and serve your in-laws, and I heard that the man has two younger brothers and a younger sister in the family, and they are not very old, because there is only one girl, that girl is also a pampered person, and they are not married. Dad. I don't want to drop out of school, I'll study hard, today's incident is just an accident. Feng Jiani said with a crying voice. Lin Meiyun didn't think she was pitiful at all. The style of this family was really top-notch, and it was better than her uncle's family. No. This school must be withdrawn. What's the use of you going to school, and now there is no university for you. It is better to go out to work or get married early, and you can also make up for the family. If you continue to go to school, you will rely on me and your mother. What will your brother do? Song's father's attitude was very firm. At the beginning, teacher he actually had the idea of persuading them, but later the performance of their family, as well as Feng Jiani's own daring to do it, teacher he had no intention of persuading. Okay, since you said so, then I'll do it here. Teacher, he said. Teacher? Feng Jiani looked at Teacher He in disbelief. Teacher He ignored her. Just now when Feng Jiani was watching her parents bully Lin Meiyun word by word, he was already disappointed in this student. A person can be uneducated, but he should still have basic character. And he didn't bring elementary school students, but high school classes, high school, he didn't understand this basic truth. So many years of books were in vain, and it was like that to continue reading. Feng Jiani's eyes were full of despair, and she felt unacceptable when she thought of what she would face after dropping out of school. Lin Meiyun. It's all your fault. Feng Jiani, who couldn't accept it for a while, pounced directly on Lin Meiyun. Lin Meiyun also felt that she had seen her for a long time, and looked at Feng Jiani slap waving towards her, and subconsciously prepared to dodge, but found that the female teacher next to her directly caught Feng Jiani's slap. Obviously, the teacher who looked gentle and generous before now looks heroic. Lin Meiyun felt warm in her heart, and it was good to be maintained. The teacher in the previous life was already aflame and followed the trend, interpreting snobbery to the extreme. Going to school was first to investigate your family background. Lin Meiyun was an orphan, and he had not been taken seriously by the teacher. Later, when someone bullied her because of her life experience, she went to the head teacher and got the answer, why does he bully you and not others? Sometimes you still have to learn to reflect on yourself. How ridiculous. When someone bullied her again, she fought back directly, never going to the teacher to seek justice for herself, because she knew it was useless. But now she is being maintained by the original owner, who has only met her a few times, and may not even know what the other party's name is. Her heart is still warm. This classmate, please pay attention to your words and deeds. If you really want to hurt someone, then we really can only report to the police. The female teacher looked very serious when she spoke, and she could clearly feel that she was angry. Feng Jiani was stunned, then suddenly sat on the ground and began to cry, you are all in the same group, all of you only know how to bully me. The crying was really a bit noisy, and the teachers who didn't have classes in the office all frowned deeply. But at this time, no one persuaded her, even Father Song seemed indifferent. When Feng Jiani was almost crying, Song's mother also came back, brought 5 yuan and a few industrial coupons, and reluctantly gave them to Lin Meiyun. Lin Meiyun had no psychological burden at all, and even wanted to say, bring it to you. This was originally Feng Jiani's fault, he just got back his own compensation. What do you need to feel sorry for? Song's mother learned from Song's father that the matter of dropping out of school had already begun, and she was a lot satisfied. If she saw Feng Jiani crying so sadly, she would still feel a little distressed. But this has just gone for such a huge amount of money, and now he is angry, and he has no intention of comforting his daughter at all. If I had known that 5 yuan and a few industrial coupons, they would be very valuable things. Even if I took the industrial coupons to the black market to exchange for meat tickets, that would be exchanged by someone, and now the meat is only 1 yuan a pound. If it is exchanged for meat tickets, it can improve the food for the family for a long time. Just like this, Song's mother naturally had a problem with this daughter in her heart. Her 2 sons rarely could eat meat, and this prodigal lost several pounds of meat at once. In the end, Feng Jiani realized that her usual crying was no longer useful to her parents, and they didn't want to pay attention to her now. I still have something to say. Feng Jiani was about to shout suddenly. Everyone looked at her again. Lin Meiyun didn't want to stay here anymore to listen to her beep, so she simply said directly to the teachers, thank you teachers for helping me administer justice like this. Now that I don't have anything to do, I'll go back to the classroom first. The teachers nodded one after another, and in comparison, their impression of Lin Meiyun was simply not too good. As soon as Lin Meiyun walked to the door, she heard Feng Jiani still shouting, I have already dealt with the object, he is Su Jiwei, I want to continue school. Then there was the scolding of Song's father and Song's mother, and later I didn't know what Feng Jiani said in Song's father and Song's mother's ear, and Song's father and Song's mother began to clamor to see Su Jiwei and his parents again. Lin Meiyun's footsteps paused, and then left quickly. The little fat man was still very good, he had to tell him so as not to suffer a loss. Lin Meiyun quickly returned to her class, and then glanced at Su Jiwei meaningfully. Su Jiwei was secretly sad, he had already heard about today's incident. Lin Meiyun said that he had been engaged, and he had also heard about the fact that the object was a soldier, but he didn't expect that his first love had not yet started to fall in love, and it ended like this. After Lin Meiyun returned to his seat, he handed a note to Su Jiwei. Su Jiwei opened it in confusion, and then stood up all of a sudden. Suji Wei, what are you doing? The one who teaches mathematics is a capable female teacher with short hair, who is usually very strict, and when she sees Suji Wei's inexplicable movements, her tone is a little bad. Teacher, it's okay, my butt is numb, stand for a moment. The real reason is that Suji Wei can't say it so carelessly. It's not that he cares about Feng Jianni's reputation, the main thing is that if he gets involved with such a girl, he will feel that his whole person is not clean. Sit down quickly, don't affect the class. The math teacher didn't think much about it. Suji Wei's grades improved significantly during this period, and the teachers of all subjects still liked this very joyful little fat man, but they didn't embarrass him. Suji Wei could only sit down, and then looked at the note in his hand in silence. Now his whole head is full of question marks. Isn't there really something wrong with that Feng Jianni? I had already said that I was not familiar with her when I was in the cafeteria before, so what is going on with her now? There are only a few words on the note. Feng Jianni said in the office that you are her object. These few words were enough to make Suji Wei's whole person bad. If he hadn't met him in the cafeteria today, he wouldn't have been able to remember anyone Feng Jianni. Suji Wei's circle is very small. Because his family conditions are good, many friends are not true friends, they are all with a purpose. He didn't understand when he was a child, and when he grew up, Suji Wei understood a lot of things, so he was not very willing to make friends after going to high school. Being able to play with Lin Qingqing and Lin Meiyun is interesting to Lin Meiyun, and Lin Qingqing's personality is also like a boy, and he is also very righteous, and he is a friend worthy of deep friendship. Although Lin Meiyun looks difficult to get along with, after a long period of contact, she will find that she is actually a very good girl. Suji Wei can't help but like it. As for Lin Qingqing, it is completely like a brother. Many students in the class, even if they have been together for 2 years, are unnamed. That is, in front of Lin Meiyun and Lin Qingqing. In fact, Suji Wei himself is a bit introverted, and he does not dare to make friends easily, for fear that his sincerity will be wrong. So he couldn't figure out Feng Jianni's operation. Obviously, when it came to the relationship between men and women, there was no time for him to figure it out, and soon teacher he came to the class to call him. Suji Wei glanced back in the direction of Lin Meiyun, then raised his foot and walked in the direction of teacher he. The math teacher was still talking to teacher he, probably saying that if there was nothing important, don't let Suji Wei go out. Teacher he could only reluctantly briefly talk about the seriousness of the matter, and finally the math teacher looked at Suji Wei's eyes a little strangely. The math teacher is strict, and basically no one dares to make any small actions in her class, because she seems to have a pair of eyes on every classmate, and as long as she makes small actions, she can't escape her eyes. Until the end of class, Suji Wei still hadn't come back from the office. Lin Qingqing had already scratched her ears and cheeks to know what was going on, but she never had a chance to ask. Finally got to the end of class, and I couldn't wait to ask Lin Meiyun to ask clearly. Meiyun, how did the teacher solve the problem when he asked you to go to the office? What else to ask? Suji Wei was also called to the office. This matter should have nothing to do with him, right? About Suji Wei, Lin Meiyun couldn't say it directly out loud now. After all, it was related to Suji Wei's reputation. So Lin Meiyun leaned into Lin Qingqing's ear and said the matter briefly, and saw that Lin Qingqing's face was like a color palette. At first, it was anger, then a look of relief, and finally a face of disbelief with its mouth wide open. How is that possible, if Suji Wei really with her? Then how could we not know? Lin Qingqing felt that her brain was no longer working. Of course I also know what you said. Are you stupid? Feng Jianni said before that if you drop out of school, you have to go back to get married. Isn't this just to rely on Shangji Wei? Lin Meiyun whispered. Lin Qingqing opened her mouth wide again. Suji Wei, she can also take a liking to it? It's not that they look down on their brothers, it's precisely because they are brothers that they will dislike each other. If you want to talk about appearance, Suzu Weibai's fat look is indeed a bit festive, but if you want to say that it is the type that girls like, it is unlikely. Unless Feng Jianni has a very strange aesthetic. But if Feng Jianni really likes Suji Wei, it is unlikely. After all, they are about to graduate. I haven't seen her express any affection for Suji Wei before, and they all say that women chase men's compartment yarns. If she really chases them before, it may not be impossible. After all, Feng Jianni is also a city girl, unlike a rural child, who has to work in the fields, so that it is dark. In the whole class, Feng Jianni is also a good-looking girl. This is up to you to think about it yourself. We can't help much with this kind of thing. Even if Suji Wei needs witnesses, there is a high probability that we won't need us. After all, We all know that we have a good relationship with him, and this kind of thing will not come to ask us. Fortunately, there is still such a thing in the cafeteria at noon today, and it is not so difficult to investigate this matter clearly. Lin Meiyun analyzed the matter to Lin Qingqing, and Lin Qingqing also felt that it made sense after hearing it, and nodded repeatedly. It turned out that Lin Meiyun was right, and then the teacher called many students to ask questions one after another, or went to another office alone, without letting them know the specific things at all, but only asked some questions vaguely. The main reason is that before the matter is investigated clearly, the teachers also have to hide this matter, which is related to the child's reputation and cannot be publicized. If Su Jiwei had admitted it, it would naturally not be so troublesome, but Su Jiwei insisted that he and Fang Jiani were not familiar with each other at all, but Fang Jiani and Song's father and mother had been saying that Su Jiwei was playing a hooligan. Coupled with the previous events, the teachers did not have a good impression of the Song family, and Su Jiwei looked frank, so naturally he was more inclined to Su Jiwei. I don't know if I should say that Fang Jiani's brain is really not smart. Even if she drops out of school, but she brought it up by herself, and it won't be unseemly. At the last moment, he actually wanted to pull Su Jiwei into the water. In fact, Fang Jiani's idea at the beginning was also very simple. That is, she relied on Su Jiwei. She looked pretty good. Maybe Su Jiwei admitted this matter for this reason, and finally they could really be together. At that time, you will have a good life, at least you don't have to marry to serve others. But this plan obviously needs Su Jiwei's cooperation. It was so ugly in the cafeteria at noon, and many people were watching. She was nothing more than a fluke, but it was obvious that Su Jiwei did not want to cooperate. At this time, Su Jiwei's parents were also in the office, so naturally they went to call them over. Song's father and Song's mother have been clamoring for Su Jiwei to marry their daughter, especially when they see that Su Jiwei's parents are dressed well. This thought is even heavier. But after Su Jiwei's parents came, they did not criticize Su Jiwei, but they did not agree to Song's father and mother's unreasonable request, they just remained silent. Su Jiwei's mother, Zhang Shouyun, called Su Jiwei aside and asked him some questions. Your child knows it himself, and he can basically tell at a glance whether he is lying or not. Su Jiwei's performance made Zhang Shouyun believe him, but now the teachers were asking her classmates questions, and she did not directly say that Fang Jiani was lying. Anyway, as long as the results can be known after the investigation, Zhang Shouyun believes that it is impossible for a classmate to help Fang Jiani lie and all the classmates help her. However, it turns out that the children at this time are still quite simple, especially the teachers' questions, which are basically answered, and the results will come out soon. This incident even alarmed the principal, not to mention how unhappy the principal was. Today there is a military leader here, why is there always a problem in this class? And when he inquired, he found that it was caused by one of the two female classmates he met at the boiler at noon, and he was angry. But this time it is said that the director of the meat factory and the director of the textile factory are involved, so it is not a trivial matter. He must come over to take a look. Originally, I was thinking of going to see it myself and asking the leader to wait here. After all, it is not a good thing, in case the leader is unhappy when he sees it. The principal of this school is a bit snobbish, but if you want to say bad, that's not either, it's just a little utilitarian, so he decided to take a look after knowing that Su Jiwei's parents were involved. Hani Chen was not interested at first, he came here just for a secret mission, and giving lectures to the students was just an excuse, but he didn't expect Lin Meiyun to go to school here, and the two bumped into each other on the first day. Hani Chen felt that he was still a bit incompetent, and he didn't even know where his future daughter-in-law would go to school. I heard that the things the principal was going to deal with might have something to do with Lin Meiyun, and after thinking about it, he said, I'll go take a look with you. The principal was bitter, but the principal couldn't say it. When the leader returns to the army, he must criticize teacher He well. Hani Chen had already spoken, and he could only take him in the direction of the teacher's office. As a result, after arriving at the scene, I didn't see Lin Meiyun's figure, but another girl I saw at noon and a little fat man. Hani Chen lost interest all of a sudden, but if he wanted to come over and see that he proposed it, he couldn't just turn around and leave it this time, right? So he pulled a chair and sat down. He was wearing a military uniform and was tall, which gave people a sense of oppression. The deterrent power of the military uniform is also better than that of the public security. Song's father and Song's mother are still a little nervous. After all, they just heard Fang Jiani say that the fat guy's family conditions were good, and they began to help her speak. But after thinking about it, his daughter said it clearly, it couldn't be a lie to them, right? It turned out that they were still going to be disappointed. Feng Jiani was lying to them, and when the principal came, teacher, he began to speak. Feng Jiani, I don't know what kind of mentality you have to slander Su Jiwei. You are a girl, don't you care about your reputation at all? Teacher, his words are like a sharp blade, cutting through Feng Jiani's fig leaf little by little. I didn't talk nonsense, it's him who secretly dealt with me, it's just that he didn't make it public. At this juncture, Feng Jiani can't admit that she is lying, otherwise she will say that she is a classmate with bad character, and at a higher level, that is, there is a problem with her ideological consciousness, and she may have to be reformed. Su Jiwei was not a particularly good talker, but when he heard Feng Jiani's words at this time, he was simply blown up. You. Are you sick? What kind of object do you recognize? If you hadn't been in the cafeteria at noon today and had to eat with me and Lin Qingqing and Lin Meiyun, I wouldn't know what your name was. Zhang Xiuyun patted his son's back comfortingly. Originally Su Jiwei was the only son in the family, even if he had a good upbringing, they were parents who were unwilling to let their son be wronged. If it was true that their son bullied other people's daughters, they would also admit it, but this matter was obviously framed by their son. Both of them are leaders in the factory anyway, what kind of people have not seen it? Zhang Xiuyun said, this classmate, since you are dealing with our family Su Jiwei, do you know what our family does, or to be more specific, what do his father and I do? If it is really a partner, Su Jiwei can't even tell you such the most basic things, right? I. Feng Jiani was stunned all of a sudden, how could she know such a specific thing? That is, this morning she saw Su Jiwei being sent to school by his parents in a car. He said it was inconvenient to say it, it would affect your work. After holding back for a long time, Feng Jiani held back such a sentence. Su Jiwei couldn't help it, you fart, my parents didn't do anything shameful, what's inconvenient to say? If you were really my partner, can I not tell you? Not to mention Lin Qingqing and Lin Meiyun, even I said it when I asked me before my tablemate, can I not tell my partner about this? 2 sentences in a row hammered Feng Jiani almost couldn't hold back. But she still bit her lip, not wanting to let go at all. Hani Chen was a little interested, and just for a while, the names of Lin Qingqing and Lin Meiyun had appeared twice in the little fat man's mouth, and it seemed that they had a good relationship. I think Su Jiwei has a point, let's do it, Teacher Xia, please help me go and call Lin Meiyun, Lin Qingqing, and Su Jiwei's tablemate. Lin Meiyun is the one who was just broken by Feng Jiani, Lin Qingqing and her are easy to find. Teacher, he said. Teacher Xia has been defending the female teacher Lin Meiyun just now, in fact, she likes this little girl quite a bit, neither humble nor arrogant, and her words are reasonable. At this moment, I couldn't help but feel distressed, this child didn't know what kind of bad luck had fallen, and such a classmate had to enter the office twice in a day. But in the end, I went, and when I walked outside Lin Meiyun's class, I saw Lin Meiyun at a glance at Teacher Xia. After all, such a good-looking little girl is not common. At this time, it was time to end class, and Teacher Xia waved at Lin Meiyun, Lin Meiyun. Lin Meiyun felt a little familiar when she heard the voice, after all, she had only heard it not long ago, and she saw the female teacher who had been defending herself at noon. I basically knew something in my heart, so I walked towards Teacher Xia. Teacher, are you looking for me? Well, there is something that needs you and Lin Qingqing, and Su Jiwei's deskmates to go to the office. It was Teacher He who asked me to come to you. The teacher doesn't know the other 2 classmates, please call me. Teacher Xia said gently. Okay. Lin Meiyun nodded, then turned around and entered the classroom, and found Lin Qingqing and Su Jiwei's tablemate. Su Jiwei's tablemate was a boy who was very contrasting with Su Jiwei, named Lu Ming, who was dark and thin, and sitting with Su Jiwei was like a fat and thin fairy boy. Lu Ming and Lin Qingqing were confused, Teacher Xia was by his side, and Lin Meiyun couldn't say anything to Lin Qingqing, so Lin Qingqing's big eyes were full of doubts along the way. After arriving at the teacher's office, Lin Meiyun found that Hani Chen was also here, and she felt a little embarrassed inexplicably. Of course, Lin Qingqing also saw Hani Chen, they were all from the same village, they were all acquaintances. Lin Qingqing was immediately a little excited, ready to call someone. Hani Chen gave them a look, but Lin Qingqing's rough nerves didn't seem to notice. Lin Meiyun's eyes quickly covered Lin Qingqing's mouth, and then winked frantically. After all, Hani Chen is the object of his betrothal, and once the marriage report of the military marriage is typed, it is not easy to regret the marriage, so if nothing else, the 2 will still get married in the end. Facing his future daughter-in-law, Hani Chen didn't say hello twice, and Lin Meiyun felt that he might come here to have something important. And it was inconvenient to greet them, and Hani Chen winked vaguely just now, which almost confirmed Lin Meiyun's thoughts. Lin Qingqing is also a good sister who has been with Lin Meiyun for so long, and there is still a tacit understanding of this, so she shut up. Lin Meiyun didn't see Hani Chen and didn't know him, and pulled Lin Qingqing to Teacher He. As expected, Teacher He asked them about Su Jiwei, but he didn't mention it directly, but asked. Lin Meiyun, Lin Qingqing, Lu Ming, I have something I want to ask you. Do you know what Su Jiwei's family does? That is, the work of Su Jiwei's parents. Teacher He's question was very tactful. Lin Qingqing and Lin Meiyun knew a little thing and could understand it, but Lu Ming was confused. Although I don't know why the teacher asked this, Lu Ming still replied honestly, I know, I asked Su Jiwei curiously before, and Su Jiwei said that his father was the director of the meat factory, and his mother was the director of the textile factory. Teacher He nodded. Lu Ming knew everything, not to mention Lin Qingqing and Lin Meiyun, but they still went through the procedure. Do you two know it too? Lin Qingqing and Lin Meiyun nodded in unison. Teacher He looked at Feng Jiani with a straight face. Feng Jiani, I think your ideological consciousness is very problematic. If you still insist on the previous statement, we can only let the Revolutionary Committee deal with this matter. After all, this matter involves the relationship between men and women, and if the Revolutionary Committee deals with it, the matter will become very serious. Song's father, Song's mother, and Feng Jiani's faces all turned pale. Song's father and Song's mother have lived for decades anyway, and if they don't know that their daughter is lying at this time, it will really be in vain. You dead girl, tell my mother clearly, what's going on? Song's mother was angry and directly stretched out her hand to twist Feng Jiani's arm. Feng Jiani dodged in pain, her mouth moved, and she didn't say anything. She knew that no matter how she climbed now, things were a foregone conclusion, and he couldn't climb Su Jiwei's body. At this time, the principal spoke, our school can't want a female student like this who has misconduct and problematic ideological style. Originally, if there had been no such incident, Feng Jiani would have applied for withdrawal from school, but if the principal said this, then she would have been expelled. At this time, Su Jiwei's father, Feng Xing, also stood up. Ladies and gentlemen, this matter involves my son's reputation. Since your handling results have come down, then it's time for me to deal with it. I have notified the Public Security Bureau just now, and there will be public security comrades to deal with this matter soon, and my son Feng Xing is not someone who can climb up. If I don't do anything today, there will be more classmates in the future, and if they all come to say that they are the future daughters-in-law of our Feng family, what should our family do? Feng Xing has been a leader for many years, and the momentum around his body is still very strong, and Song's father and Song's mother suddenly felt weak in their legs. Feng Jiani was also very scared. She wanted to struggle at the beginning, she didn't want to just accept her fate like that, she didn't feel that there was anything wrong with her. Could it be that she really wanted to accept her fate and go home to get married and have children? She just wants to fight for a better life. What's wrong with that? But now she didn't dare to say anything, she just had teary eyes. I don't know how many times she has used this trick today. If the teachers would have a little compassion at the beginning, now it can be said that there is no one at all. One after another, he wanted to frame others. At first he wanted to frame Lin Meiyun and Lin Qingqing, who had an improper style, and then he had to climb others and say that they were his objects. After being a teacher for so many years, this is really the first time I have met a student like this. It can be regarded as refreshing everyone's three views. Lin Meiyun felt a gaze looking at her. She knew who it was, but she didn't look back. I took the initiative to talk to the teachers and went straight back to the classroom. The relationship between Lu Ming, who is like a skinny monkey, and Su Jiwei is good. He didn't understand what happened today after watching for a long time, and he wanted to stay and see what was going on, but Lin Qingqing pulled his sleeve and left. Hani Chen didn't speak, and after sweeping Lin Meiyun's back, he withdrew his gaze. Lin Meiyun didn't know what happened after that. Anyway, Su Jiwei didn't go back to class all day. In the afternoon, they were also notified to go to the school's assembly hall to listen to some lecture, and Lin Meiyun also went to find out that the protagonist of the lecture was actually Hani Chen. I don't know what he is talking about. Anyway, Lin Meiyun saw his mouth closed one by one. Don't say it, don't say it. This man is really handsome. It's her dish, handsome and masculine. It is really the type she likes. Lin Meiyun thinks that if she really marries this man, it is also good, at least for the eyes. In case of a quarrel, looking at this face can also relieve some anger. Hani Chen also noticed Lin Meiyun, and he didn't know why, There were so many radishes and cabbages in the audience, he could see this one at a glance. It wasn't until the next day that Su Jiwei came back, and he looked sullen. Lin Meiyun didn't mean to inquire about something, but Lin Qingqing was a person who couldn't keep her mouth shut, so she turned around and went to Su Jiwei to ask about the next thing. It turned out that after Lin Qingqing and Lin Meiyun left yesterday, the public security came not long after, and the school directly expelled Feng Jiani, and the Song family's family of 3 was taken away. But because Song's father and Song's mother didn't know, at most when they learned that Feng Jiani was dealing with the son of the director of the meat factory, they became greedy in their hearts. In addition, Song's father and Song's mother were worried about the 2 sons in the family, and in the end, they basically gave up Feng Jiani, the daughter. However, Song's father and Song's mother were still very angry. The son of the director of the meat factory did not catch it, and the daughter also went in, even if it would not be sentenced, but it would be detained for several days. After all, who dares to marry a girl who entered the fence at a young age? As the saying goes, good things don't go out, bad things spread thousands of miles, and soon this matter was revealed, and Song's father and Song's mother's family became laughingstock. And the unit where Song's father and Song's mother originally worked also fired them after hearing about this. Although it will not implicate the 9 clans, but when it comes to the issue of ideological consciousness, the factory has no hesitation at all. Of course, the factory where they work and Fengxing also know each other. After all, they are both the directors of the county state-owned factory, and they have friendship with each other. Although Su Jiwei didn't say it, but there was no Fengxing's handwriting, Lin Meiyun didn't believe it. But Lin Meiyun didn't think that they were doing this inauthentically, nor did he think that they were killing them all. After all, even if it was changed to himself, people like Feng Jiani couldn't let it go easily. The final result was naturally that the Song family lost their wives and soldiers, and they did not get any benefits, and they caused a lot of trouble. Su Jiwei seemed to be a lot more silent and steady after experiencing this incident, and then he was even more reluctant to contact people, and his mind was focused on studying. Except for still playing with Lin Qingqing and Lin Meiyun and the others, the people around him were unwilling to pay attention. It is no exaggeration to say that it is a detour to see female creatures. In fact, it is understandable. If there is such a thing in the future, the little fat man will really die speechless. After the summer harvest, there was not much time to take summer vacation, and this was the last semester of high school, so I started to get nervous. Although there is no college entrance examination at this time, those who can graduate from high school after studying are not only very wealthy, but they really love learning. Everyone hopes to work hard in the last days and achieve a good result. So there won't be so much bullshit after that. Lin Meiyun and Lin Qingqing are also focused on reviewing, and in the last exam, they have to give themselves a satisfactory answer. In fact, Lin Meiyun has already grasped this knowledge after reviewing, but she has the memory of the original owner, and she also knows that being able to achieve excellent results in the last exam is the direction that the original owner has been working hard for, so she has not slackened for a moment. Finally, the final exam of high school is over, and there are already many parents waiting at the school gate to pick up their children. Lin Guoqiang and Chen Lianhua naturally took leave, and in a month, the family's house was basically almost done, just waiting for their daughter to go back and then go to the beam. Building a house on the beam is very important and meaningful in the countryside, and the couple also hopes that their daughter can also witness this important moment at home. Faced with separation, when Su Jiwei walked out of the classroom, he stopped Lin Meiyun, who was about to go back to the dormitory to pack his things. Lin Meiyun. Lin Meiyun looked back when she heard the sound, and Lin Qingqing also looked curious. Su Jiwei, aren't you going home yet? Lin Qingqing asked. Su Jiwei's expression was a little awkward. He looked at Lin Meiyun, and gritted his teeth and said to Lin Qingqing, can you go back to the dormitory first? I have something to say to Meiyun. Lin Qingqing's mind was full of question marks, but she still left by herself, but she was wondering along the way. Everyone is a good friend. Is there anything I can't listen to? Can't I pay for it? Su Jiwei and Lin Meiyun came to a banyan tree in the school. Su Jiwei had been awkward, and he wanted to speak several times, not to mention, Lin Meiyun felt anxious. Su Jiwei, do you have anything to do? My parents are still waiting for me. Su Jiwei took a deep breath, and finally mustered up the courage to say, Lin Meiyun, there is one thing that I have hidden in my heart for a long time. Today we will graduate. I think if I don't say it now, there is a high probability that I will not have a chance to say it in the future. Lin Meiyun nodded. He could probably guess what Su Jiwei wanted to say, but it was to confess to the original owner. Yes, it was to the original owner. Lin Meiyun could see early in the morning that this little fat man was interested in the original owner. But after she came, she didn't actually have much contact with Su Jiwei. Even when the three of them were eating with Lin Qingqing, Lin Meiyun basically listened to them talking, and rarely interrupted. Lin Meiyun, I know you are engaged, but this is what I have been burying in my heart, and I also want to give myself an explanation. At least I said it, and when I recall it later, I won't feel sorry. Lin Meiyun, I like you. Su Jiwei said this. In fact, he didn't mean anything else. He knew that it was impossible for him and Lin Meiyun to have anything possible, but he just didn't want his youth to leave regrets. Lin Meiyun is the white moonlight of his youth to him, and he is a cinnabar mole that cannot be loved. At first, Su Jiwei was sad for a while after knowing that Lin Meiyun had been engaged, but now he can be regarded as figured out. Some people just have no fate, and they have spent all their luck just by meeting them. Lin Meiyun nodded, thank you for your like, and I hope you can meet your own good match. Su Jiwei had known the result for a long time, and he had been mentally prepared for a long time, and now he felt so uncomfortable. Well, I hope you have a happy life too. This is the most generous blessing Su Jiwei can say, even if he has already looked away, but thinking that the girl he has silently liked for so long will marry someone else one day, he will still feel a little bitter. After the two said goodbye, Lin Meiyun went straight back to the dormitory. Lin Qingqing pouted to express her protest. After Lin Meiyun coaxed a few words, the two began to pack their things. In fact, they don't have a lot of things, a quilt and a mattress, and then some miscellaneous little things. The two of them each found 2 snakeskin bags and packed all the things. Lin Qingqing is a female man, directly one hand and one bag. Looking at Lin Meiyun is a little laborious, and throws Lin Meiyun's bedding on her back, and then the two say goodbye to the dormitory where they have lived for 2 years. As soon as she arrived at the school gate, Lin Qingqing saw the ox cart of the brigade sharply. There were 2 people sitting on it, Chen Lianhua and Lin Guoqiang. Lin Qingqing seemed to have expected it. I guess my dad is too busy again. Hey, the little cabbage is yellow in the ground, no one loves it. Seeing her playing treasures, Lin Meiyun also laughed. Lin Guoqiang and the others had been paying attention to the gate, and when they saw the 2 of them coming out, they quickly came up to help get things. Seeing Lin Qingqing taking 3 bags alone, Chen Lianhua and Lin Guoqiang both felt a little embarrassed. You and I how can you let Qingqing take so much? Chen Lianhua gently patted Lin Meiyun on the shoulder and said. Before Lin Meiyun could explain, Lin Qingqing smiled and said, Auntie, I want to help Meiyun get it myself, where can she take it? Then thank you so much, the captain can't leave today, let me take you back with your uncle. Chen Lianhua also explained the reason why Lin Weilin did not come. Lin Qingqing has long been used to it. I have long known that he won't come again today, but fortunately, my uncle and aunt are here, otherwise I can only carry my things back. Ha ha ha. You girl. Everyone was amused by her. In fact, they can still go to the shuttle bus, but today is officially a holiday, and there must be a lot of people on the shuttle bus, so Lin Guoqiang and the others thought about driving the ox cart to pick them up. Although the speed of the ox cart is not so fast, it is better than squeezing a little harder. There must be a lot of people like them who carry things back today. Lin Guoqiang and Chen Lianhua also feel sorry for their daughter, but don't be squeezed badly. Lin Guoqiang helped put the things, and then let his daughter-in-law and 2 girls get on the cart. I was in front of the car. In fact, there are many students who do not have parents to pick them up today, and some of them are also going to the countryside, and they may not have the fare to go home, like Lin Meiyun and Lin Qingqing are considered good. Another person who took the shuttle bus was bored and panicked, and Lin Meiyun felt that he would rather take the ox cart back. The last time she took the shuttle bus, she still has a little dizzy mind when she thinks about it now. Not long after coming here, I came to school, and I hadn't seen my parents for a month, and Lin Meiyun felt extremely kind. Chen Lianhua felt that her daughter seemed to have become much easier to get along with since she woke up from her injury, and even if she was with them before, sometimes her temper was very bad. The house at home is almost there, just wait for you to go back and go to the beam. Your dad and I specially left you the largest room, and you can arrange it however you want. Chen Lianhua said. Thank you, Mom and Dad, you are the best. Lin Meiyun said coquettishly. It feels really good to have parents in pain. She even feels a little guilty, and she doesn't know where the original owner has gone, whether he has taken over his life, or if he has really been. After all, he is now occupying other people's bodies, and the love he enjoys comes from the original owner's family. Although they are 2 souls who have never met, but Lin Meiyun is still a little worried about the whereabouts of the original owner. Lin Qingqing was also envious on the side, although her parents also loved her very much, but the largest room in the family was still where her brother Shen Hongbing and sister-in-law lived, and her younger brother Shen Hongqi also had her own room, and then the room she lived in now can be regarded as really belonging to her after her eldest sister Shen Xiaotsui got married, and when Shen Xiaotsui was at home, that room was where the two sisters lived together. Uncle and aunt are really too fond of Meiyun, and I haven't heard of any girl who can live in the biggest room with two older brothers. Several people walked for 2 hours along the way to see the entrance of the village. Lin Meiyun also knew at this time that his parents were going to school, and it would take 2 hours to drive the ox cart, so how early did they set off? There were a few children playing there at the entrance of the village, and they looked curiously when they saw the ox cart coming in. Lin Qingqing is the king of children in the village, even if she has graduated from high school now, but the children in the village still like her very much, and after a while, all those children gathered around, chirping like a group of birds, so lively. Lin Qingqing finally sent them away, and then said to Lin Guoqiang and the others embarrassedly, "Uncle, aunt, I'm delaying your time." "What did you say?" "Let's send you back first, and then we'll go back and return the ox cart," Lin Guoqiang said. No, I'll just carry it back by myself." After saying that, Lin Qingqing jumped out of the ox cart directly, and then ran away with her 2 snakeskin bags. Lin Guoqiang. Chen Lianhua, this kid. Lin Meiyun is a little accustomed to it, and I don't know how the original owner is such an arrogant person, how he became best friends with such a carefree girl, but I have to say that a girl with Lin Qingqing's personality is really pleasing. Lin Guoqiang first drove the ox cart to send the mother and daughter back to the old Lin family. The new house has not yet been built, they are still living here, that is, Feng Sui often has eyes instead of eyes, nose not nose. Feng Yun is okay, although she is a little greedy and cheap, but now that she has separated, she lives her own life, but it is not as good as before. When she saw Chen Lianhua, the two could still chat with a few words amiably, and sure enough, after the separation, everyone changed. When Lin Meiyun arrived home, Shen Pilian was feeding chickens at home. When the family was not divided, 5 chickens could be raised according to the number of people in the old Lin family, but now after the separation, the family can raise 2, which allows the old Lin family to raise 1 more. Because of Lin Lianya's reasons, the big house lost a huge amount of money before, so now Feng Sui has a big opinion of this girl. In particular, Lin Yuqing went out to fool around with friends on the day of the separation, and when he came back, he found that the family was divided, and he also lost 20 yuan to the third uncle's family because of Lin Lianya, and immediately beat Lin Lianya angrily. Lin Dalin and Feng Sui are both a little partial to their sons. Lin Yuqing took action against Lin Lianya, although they also stopped them intentionally, but because they were angry in their hearts, they finally let Lin Yuqing go. Lin Lianya hates Lin Meiyun to death now. Why didn't she kill this scourge directly? The key is that now she looks at Lin Meiyun well, and she is not badly dressed when she comes back from school, white and tender, and she has a burst of sour water in her heart. But with the lessons of the past, Lin Lianya can be regarded as smart, and when she saw Lin Meiyun, she just snorted, and then turned around and walked away with her chicken feeding basin. Lin Meiyun rolled her eyes and was speechless. Lin Wenhao was still in the village primary school and did not come back. Lin Wuhai was also working in the fields. Lin Guoqiang went to return the ox cart, and only Lin Meiyun and Chen Lianhua's mother and daughter were left at home. Her eyes rolled, and when Chen Lianhua went out to prepare dinner, she took a pound of pork and 2 pounds of rice from the space. Then I took it to the temporary stove. Mom, let's eat this at night. I know that people in this era like fatty meat, but Lin Meiyun herself is not used to eating the kind of fatty meat, so she took out a piece of good pork belly. Chen Lianhua was shocked when she saw what her daughter was carrying in her hand. Where did you get these good things? After all, both of these can only be bought with tickets, even if she gave 5 yuan before going to school, but she still can't get the ticket. One of our classmates has a good relationship, his father is the leader of the meat factory, and I asked him to help with it. Lin Meiyun casually told a lie. Anyway, even if you ask Lin Qingqing, this person has traces to follow. Isn't that a big favor owed to others? And you bought these things, what are you eating at school this month? When she thought that her daughter had been eating chaff and throat vegetables in school for a month in order to bring these things back to her family, Chen Lianhua felt very distressed. Although 5 yuan is a lot, it is a month to live. Lin Meiyun knew what her mother was thinking, and quickly turned around in front of Chen Lianhua. Mom, I didn't treat myself badly, this is all slowly saved up before, just to celebrate my graduation, and I can accompany you and my dad at home in the future. When Qin Lianhua heard this, although she still felt that her daughter must have suffered, she also felt comforted in her heart. I thought that I wouldn't be able to see my daughter for a month in the future, and I was happy in my heart. Gritted his teeth, okay, let's stain my daughter's light tonight and make half a caddy of meat, and save the rest for your mother to make for you tomorrow. Lin Meiyun knew that there was no way to change her mind for a while. After all, even half a caddy of meat was a rare sumptuousness. In the past, you could only get meat on your birthday and New Year, and it was already very good to let Qin Lianhua choose to make half a caddy of meat so generous. Then Lin Meiyun said to help her mother cook. Qin Lianhua was so moved that she praised Lin Meiyun again. The mother filter is simply not too serious. Lin Meiyun said that she wanted to help cook. Firstly, she really wanted to help her mother slowly share a little housework, but her mother would definitely be reluctant to put rice when cooking later, so she had to start it herself. Sure enough, when Qin Lianhua found out, Lin Meiyun's large pot of stewed rice was almost cooked. Qin Lianhua. I really want to say something, but after all, this is my daughter's first time cooking, so don't dampen her enthusiasm, just a little rice, just a little rice. Qin Lianhua began to self-hypnosis, and it had to be Lin Meiyun. If Lin Wenhao and Lin Wuhai were such a prodigal thing, they would have been drawn by Qin Lianhua long ago. Lin Meiyun looked at Qin Lianhua's distressed look, and inexplicably wanted to laugh. Lin Guoqiang came back after a while, because he was going to pick up Lin Meiyun home today, so the couple took a day off. As soon as he entered the door, he smelled a smell of meat, and the simple stove they built was in the yard at the door of the third room. Not only Lin Guoqiang saw the meat being stir-fried in the pot at a glance, but also the second room of the big room. Originally, Lin Meiyun wanted to get started by herself. After all, her mother was reluctant to use seasonings, but this stove was clearly in the yard, and it was impossible even if she wanted to do anything, so she gave up. Daughter-in-law, where does the meat come from in our family? Lin Guoqiang asked when he entered the door, his voice a little loud. Qin Lianhua also noticed the gaze of the other two rooms, so she deliberately said loudly, hey, it's not your daughter yet, take money to go to school for living expenses. This girl is also willing to treat herself badly, and saved money to buy it back. Although she knew that her mother meant to tell the other two rooms, Lin Meiyun still felt a little exaggerated. She was fat, she didn't treat herself badly at all. Okay, the materials in the space have not been used much. After all, I stay with Lin Qingqing every day, and I eat together, and there are no opportunities during this time. Except for taking a little milk or something in the space at night, the space is still full now. Lin Guoqiang was also distressed when he heard this, pulled Lin Meiyun to stand up, circled around her several times, and finally made a conclusion with tearful eyes, our Nier has lost weight. Qin Lianhua nodded noncommittally. Lin Meiyun. Fang Yun is also greedy, but now that she has separated, she feels that she has money in her hands, so she is not so petty, she really wants to eat, and she can buy some at any time. But the second room has money in his hands, it does not mean that the big house has it, and now it is the money for Lin Yuqing to marry his daughter-in-law, and it is still a little short. The women originally came back early to cook, but Feng Sui looked at the wild vegetables in her pot, so she didn't get angry and began to smash the basin and bowl, scolding and scolding. Take other people's money to eat and drink spicy, and you are not afraid of rotten mouths. Just eat it. Sooner or later, I will eat you rotten-hearted things. Qin Lianhua heard Feng Sui scolding, and the water ladle in her hand knocked on the stove with a bang, not to mention Feng Sui, even Lin Meiyun and Lin Guoqiang were shocked. Especially Lin Guoqiang, who knows his daughter-in-law's temperament too well, although he loves everything about his daughter-in-law, but he is also afraid that she will suddenly burst into murder. Feng Sui was still forcing Lai, but now Qin Lianhua was angry. She quickly shut up, and hid herself in the kitchen before Qin Lianhua started scolding, not daring to make a sound at all. But is Qin Lianhua such a talkative person? Definitely not. Feng Sui, you have the ability to be yin and yang, you have the ability to come out. You see if the old lady can cut you off. Feng Sui didn't dare to say anything, she could only comfort herself in her heart not to be as knowledgeable as the tigress, and she was the one who suffered. Lin Lianya was burning a fire, and when she saw this situation, she only felt that her mother was very cowardly. Just like the last time Lin Meiyun's uncles came, her mother couldn't watch her being beaten by the evil women of the Lu family, so she would only lie in the nest. Thinking of the rare return of her daughter today, Qin Lianhua still didn't rush in and hit someone. The old lady is in a good mood today, so she doesn't know the same as you. If you mess with the old lady again next time, the old lady will shave all the hair on your end. If you don't believe it, try it." After saying that, he turned his head to cook. Lin Guqiang and Lin Meiyun looked at each other, both quietly and silently. Chen Lianhua naturally noticed the small movements of the father and daughter, and felt angry and funny for a while. "I'm not targeting you, what's wrong, can I still eat you?" Lin Meiyun stuck out his tongue, and Lin Guqiang touched his nose. How he looked at it, how guilty he was. It didn't take long for Lin Wuhai, Mrs. Shen, and Mr. Lin to come back to work, looking very tired. Visible to the naked eye, it was much darker than before Lin Meiyun went to school. After all, it was summer now, and the sun was very hot. When he saw Lin Meiyun, Lin Wuhai ran over all of a sudden, not even noticing the meat in the pot. Little sister, come and hug the second brother." Lin Meiyun was also speechless in this childlike tone, but the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up, and he called out cordially, "Second brother." In the past, when the original owner was there, most of the time he called Lin Wuhai's name. Lin Wuhai didn't know how long it had been since he heard such a sweet and glutinous second brother, and immediately rubbed his hands excitedly. Chen Lianhua patted the edge of the pot with a spatula, and that action made Lin Guqiang's eyebrows jump, not for anything else, because the iron pot is also a valuable thing. "Be careful, if you overturn the meat in the pot, you won't eat tonight." The old Lin family used to only have one pot, and after the separation, they didn't want the third room, and they gave the big house and the second room for it, and those 2 rooms couldn't get industrial coupons, and they were reluctant to give money, so they still take turns cooking. "Today you cook earlier than me, and tomorrow you will change me." Chen Lianhua didn't want to mix with them, so she found a way to get 2 industrial coupons to buy such an iron pot. Of course, it is also a lot of food to spend. Just like the countryside is short of money and tickets, the people in the city are short of food. After all, the supply is limited. Even if there is money and tickets, they may not be able to get food, so naturally some people will change. What's more, the things that need industrial coupon are all valuable things. No matter how bad it is a hot water kettle. Even if the industrial voucher is issued, not everyone is willing to take it to buy things, and it will expire if left alone. Chen Lianhua was bold, and finally got the ticket, and spent several dollars. Lin Guqiang was afraid that his daughter-in-law would not pay attention, so he smashed this baby pot. However, Lin Wuhai's attention was not on the iron pot and her mother, and he suddenly reacted to what his mother said. "Oh my god. There is actually meat to eat tonight." Old Mrs. Lin and Mr. Lin also smelled the pungent fragrance. During this time they all ate with the 3 rooms, although they took out their own rations, and did not let the third room suffer too much, but they were embarrassed to share the meat in the 3 rooms. "The third family, your father and I will cook and eat by ourselves today," Old Mrs. Lin said. Mr. Lin didn't speak either, obviously not objecting. Chen Lianhua and Lin Guqiang looked at each other, and then said, "Parents, you are all tired all day, and you don't know when you will be able to eat by yourself. Just eat with us, don't think too much." Chen Lianhua's tone was relatively tough, and Mrs. Lin and Mr. Lin looked at each other, not knowing what to do for a while. "Grandma, let's eat here," Lin Meiyun also said. The 2 old men finally ate with the third room, although they didn't say anything more, but they were obviously happy in their hearts, and this happiness was directly expressed on their faces. After that, Lin Wenhao also came back, because he was a teacher in the village primary school, so he often had to wait until the children went home before leaving, so he often went home later than those who went to work. Little sister, parents, grandma. He was also happy to see Lin Meiyun. From this order of greetings, you can basically know the status of the family in his heart, and Lin Wuhai was directly ignored. Lin Wuhai didn't think there was anything. After all, he had been used to it for so many years. But he still joked, "Big brother, can't you see such a big brother?" Lin Wenhao ignored him, but kept looking at Lin Meiyun, and when he saw that she was not thin, he was relieved. Lin Meiyun was a little uncomfortable from the beginning, but she was completely used to it later, and everyone had to pull themselves to look at it after going home this time. During the meal, everyone knew that the meat and rice were brought back by Lin Meiyun frugally, and the 2 brothers, Lin Wuhai and Lin Wenhao, naturally went through the process of their parents again, and expressed their heartache to Lin Meiyun. Lin Wenhao said, "Little sister, now that you have graduated, you should stay at home, and the eldest brother will support you. Buy you meat to eat." Lin Wuhai also said, "Yes, leave all your work to the second brother. The second brother doesn't have much, just a lot of strength. The second brother will earn more work points in the future, so that you can eat white rice every day. Lin Meiyun laughed out loud, although as a person from later generations, and there is still space for this big treasure, Lin Meiyun didn't think that white rice and meat were strange things. If she wanted to, she could eat until she vomited every day, but she also knew that in Lin Wuhai and Lin Wenhao's hearts, this was already what they thought was the best. Chen Lianhua and Lin Guoqiang are very satisfied with the attitude of their two sons, and this time their daughter graduated, they did not intend to let her go to the field to earn work points. Regarding the fact that the three rooms said that they didn't want Lin Meiyun to go to work, Mrs. Lin and Mr. Lin would not say anything to make people suspicious, and after the separation, they could see that although the character of the third family was a little hot, they were the most filial among the three daughters-in-law. Let's just say the other two, they have eaten at the third child's house for so long, and they haven't seen them shout. Lin Meiyun is the heart and soul of the third family, and he doesn't want them to earn work points to support them. If he says something bad at this time, isn't he rushing to make people suspicious? Lin Meiyun is so even if she has completely returned to rural life, she herself does not really want to go to work, she has self-knowledge, not to mention that although she lived in an orphanage in her previous life, but because of the support of caring people from all walks of life in the society, the children in the orphanage will not live too miserably. The only thing she regrets is that every time she sees other children playing with their parents together, she will inevitably feel a little lost. Now this regret can be regarded as making up for it. In any case, she also has parents and brothers who love her in this life. She can't do any heavy work, let alone the original owner's body, which has always been raised to be fine skin and tender flesh. She had some ideas in her heart, and after the house was put on the beam, they could move to a new house in 2 days. The new house is at the end of the village, and it is more convenient to do what you want. Although this world is different from the local leaders who lived in the previous life, the general direction is almost the same. If nothing else, the college entrance examination will resume in 2 years, and waiting until 80 years will be the time to really be full of gold. If I can seize this opportunity and add my own profit, I don't believe that I can't make a name for myself in this era. During this period, she wanted to go to the black market, yes, to speculate, which is a must-check place for every novel heroine. If she doesn't have space, but she does, she can save a sum of money before the complete reform and opening up. If you want to say what is the most profitable in 70 years, it is nothing more than the falling master. Basically, those who have successfully reached the reform and opening up have become commercial giants in later generations. Use the capital accumulated before opening up to quickly transform, come to the light, and become the first batch of crab eaters. But this is all for later. After Lin Meiyun came back, he decided to put on the beam of the new house in 3 days. Although feudal superstition is not allowed now, everyone still believes in this. Including when the new house broke ground, Lin Guoqiang also quietly found someone to see the time, and this day on the beam was naturally not surprising. In the countryside, this is a tacit thing for everyone, and no one will look for trouble. "Mom, is our family going to treat you?" Lin Meiyun asked. "No, everyone is having a hard time now, so they are not so compromised, and when the time comes, they will sprinkle some sugar or something, even if it's over. But when the time comes, your grandmother, uncle and aunt will definitely call you for a meal. After all, we will build a house this time, and they have made a lot of effort." Chen Lianhua said, "If you build a house and treat guests, this pressure is really not something ordinary people can bear." Now the banquet is different from later generations. This Lin Meiyun has a little impression, some take 2 eggs as a gift. This is still good, and there are countless more with 1 or 2 points. If they all make money after doing things like in later generations, who doesn't want to do it? After Lin Meiyun finished asking, he went back to his room to sleep, and the next day when everyone went to work, Lin Meiyun carried a basket up the mountain. This basket is the same size. Lin Meiyun has not done any heavy work since she was a child, so she is still quite tall, and she will not look particularly petite when carrying that basket. She is going up the mountain today. She was at school before, but now she is back easily, and she always has to help the family improve the food. There are so many things in her space, especially those rabbits, that she feels that she doesn't dare to do anything for a day, and she goes to breed. Not only did it grow quickly, but it also gave birth to several litters of little rabbits, which had to be taken out to digest, and sooner or later the space would be full everywhere you can see our rabbits. Just think about it. After all, the day after tomorrow I will invite my grandmother's family to dinner. What if there is nothing good on the dinner table? Yo, isn't this near from the Shenlaosan family? What are you doing with a basket on your back? It is inevitable that you will meet people who go to work on the road, Because the jobs are scattered in different places, and different jobs are different jobs, so you still meet a lot of people, and someone will ask. Everyone is still very curious, who doesn't know that the third daughter of the Shin family is raised no different from the girls in the city. Maybe the girls in the city are not so squeamish. It's really strange, the first time I saw Lin Meiyun carrying a basket on his back, or heading in the direction of the back mountain, didn't everyone ask you word by word? Lin Meiyun didn't hide it and said, I want to go up the mountain to see if I can pick up some firewood or mushrooms or something. Oh, everyone's expressions were a little strange. Lin Meiyun ignored them, said goodbye casually and left with the basket on his back. Still squeamish, who dares to marry such a girl? I said that Chen Lianhua and his wife are not just bullying others. Xiaoya has no parents, stuffing such goods to others. You see, they are still picking up firewood. How many can that basket hold? There was a woman with a sharp mouth and monkey cheeks who said, she is not at odds with Lin Meiyun and his family. This woman is a famous big mouth in the village, known as opening her mouth. She has to say a few words of gossip, so her popularity in the village is not very good. Naturally, some people couldn't get used to her when she was not popular, so they began to scold her. Open your mouth, the words are not what you said. People have never worked, and now they are learning to help the family share the burden. I think she is a good girl. Isn't that it? What else do you say? Who dares to marry? To be honest, which old man doesn't like to be beautiful? Even without Hani Chen, people can't worry about getting married, right? Boom, I think she's worried that her son won't be able to marry. Everyone laughed all of a sudden, opened their mouths wide and was so angry that they ignored them. But in my heart, I was thinking about it and scolded everyone present. Lin Meiyun didn't know what those aunts and ladies said after she left. Anyway, she hummed a little song all the way up the back mountain. The terrain here is not high, so even if it is the back mountain, it is not very high. Of course, if you go deeper, there is still a certain danger, so Lin Meiyun didn't want to go inside, just wandered around the periphery of the back mountain. There was basically no one in the back mountain. Anyway, Lin Meiyun didn't see one after he came over. After all, anyone who has a little labor force should be earning work points now. Children will not be allowed to come here to play, although it is not very easy to see large animals on this mountain, but in this summer, there are still a lot of snakes, insects, rats and ants. Adults go to work, children basically play together, big and small. Lin Meiyun is quite happy. It is more convenient to do things without anyone, and when the time comes, she will not be afraid of being seen. But she didn't take things out at the beginning. After all, she said that she was going up the mountain to pick up firewood or mushrooms, and she always had to take two back. Lin Meiyun picked up the kind of branches that had dried up, even if she didn't know much about this, but she also knew that dry firewood was better to burn, and there was still a little common sense. After picking up most of the basket, Lin Meiyun took out 2 live rabbits from the space. Well, one male and one female are the 2 most active dogs in normal times, but they can't continue to stay in the space. Otherwise, other rabbits will follow suit, then her space will really change from a comprehensive farm to a rabbit farm. Without hesitation, he picked up the stone he picked up and smashed the 2 rabbits to death with 2 clicks. After reciting Ba in his heart, Lin Meiyun began to think about how this rabbit should be eaten better. Otherwise, you should take charge of the spoon yourself, and you can also smuggle a little ingredients from the space and put it in. While thinking, she stuffed the 2 fat rabbits into her basket, and after stuffing them into the middle position, she surrounded them with dry firewood, and made sure that no matter how she flipped, the rabbit would not be exposed without overturning directly, and then she carried the basket down the mountain. When I passed by the place where I met those ants before, there were still many people looking towards her, but I didn't see anything. It was indeed the appearance of picking up a basket of dry firewood. So everyone didn't ask anything more, and Lin Meiyun returned home unimpeded along the way. But there was no one on the old house side. Lin Lianya had gone to work, so Lin Meiyun directly carried the basket into their 3-bedroom room. Then I went nowhere at home. At noon, Lin Guoqiang and the others came home from work. Lin Meiyun had already started cooking, of course, had just eaten meat and white rice. Lin Meiyun also knew that if she cooked white rice again today, her mother would really have to smoke people. So the porridge was cooked, but compared to what Chen Lianhua usually made, it was still thicker. But the filter from my mother couldn't see anything else, only my daughter was cooking. Moved so badly, Chen Lianhua wiped away a handful of tears. Our Nier is really sensible now. Lin Meiyun. Lin Wuhai walked over and snatched the fire stick from his little sister's hand. Little sister, go play, it's a hot day. If you are hot, it won't be good, the second brother can come. Lin Meiyun didn't know what to say, they were really, really good. Then he obediently gave the fire stick to Lin Wuhai, and he took Lin Guqiang and Chen Lianhua to see his loot in the material. Mom and Dad, look at what I picked up on the mountain today. Lin Meiyun sold the pass, pointed to the basket and said. Chen Lianhua thought that her daughter just wanted to be praised, and she immediately didn't skimp on her praise. Hey, our Anayar is really getting more and more diligent now, where is she picking up so much firewood? Lin Meiyun. Oh no. Lin Meiyun saw that her mother was like this, and she knew that it was no different from coaxing her to play, so she said, look. After pulling away the dry firewood, the two big fat rabbits inside were revealed, which simply dumbfounded Lin Guqiang and Chen Lianhua. This is. Chen Lianhua is not good at speaking, except for killing pigs in the village. When have you seen so much meat? Where did this come from, girl? Lin Guqiang also asked. I picked it up on the mountain. I just met two silly rabbits. This female rabbit accidentally hit a tree and died. The male rabbit probably couldn't think about it, so he died. Lin Meiyun was talking nonsense. The key was that his parents still believed it. Whoa. It has to be my daughter. How lucky this is. Chen Lianhua looked proud. It's also my daughter. Lin Guqiang emphasized. Lin Meiyun couldn't laugh or cry, but this is fine, at least he will come up with something in the future. With their filter on himself, it should be easy to fool the past. Mom and Dad, I thought that on the day we went to Liang, weren't we going to call Grandma, Uncle and Aunt to eat? When the time comes, our grandma will definitely go. This day is also very important, and we can't be too shabby. Lin Meiyun said, don't we still have half a pound of meat in our family, so sprinkle some salt and save it for the day after tomorrow. Adding these two rabbits should be enough. Chen Lianhua nodded repeatedly, enough, enough. Lin Meiyun grinned, I'll go up the mountain again tomorrow to try my luck. What if there is such a stupid thing? Chen Lianhua said, how can there be that good luck every day? The sun is very hot these days, you just have to stay at home, don't run to the mountains anymore, you will have to cry when you get tanned. Lin Meiyun said embarrassedly, where is it so delicate? This is still the matter of the original owner before, when I was also a child, about 11 or 12 years old, the little girl who just knew about Aimei, was pulled out by her two brothers to dig out the eggs, and when she came back, she brought the eggs back, but she was sunburned. I cried immediately, so angry that I didn't even eat the bird eggs in the end, and I was sad at home for several days, but fortunately, I was also a white physique, but I came back within a few days. Since then, as long as there is sun outside, the original owner basically will not go out. But Lin Meiyun couldn't tell Chen Lianhua that she had sunscreen all over her body when she went out, right, so she didn't say anything more. Anyway, when they went to work tomorrow, she could still go up the mountain. That night, they quietly dealt with the rabbit, because it hadn't been moved out yet, so it was still a little inconvenient, so they could only boil water and deal with it in the house. Fortunately, it was dealt with quickly, and even Mrs. Lin and Mr. Lin didn't find out, and Chen Lianhua put away the rabbit skin, saying that she would make a scarf for Lin Meiyun when it was cold. The main thing is that the rabbit is not enough. If it is enough, she will have to make a whole dress for her daughter. I heard that this kind of hairy clothes can be warm on the body. However, Chen Lianhua's sentence, how can there be such good luck every day, is still early. When she saw the pheasant in the basket the next day, she was numb, and it was not uncommon for rabbits to be able to pick up, but pheasants could fly. Lin Meiyun looked a little proud, but fortunately, she also liked to eat game in her previous life, so she still spent money to buy some farmed game at that time, although it was not as good as pure game, but the appearance looked similar. Of course, she also took this pheasant out of the space. She was not a good hunter, but it didn't stop her from chatting now. My daughter is amazing. Lin Guqiang swallowed, he couldn't get these two things even when he went up the mountain by himself. Rabbits run fast, pheasants can fly, not particularly good people, then it is only by luck. Anyway, basically few people can catch these two. But his daughter not only brought back 2 hares the day before, but now she brought back a pheasant. What kind of luck is this? So he doesn't want to go to work, go up the mountain to pick up things. Of course, that is what he said, he doesn't think he has the luck of a daughter. Hey, Mom, I'm amazing, right? We will have enough dishes for tomorrow. It's amazing, I'm still worried, I only got half a caddy of meat tickets in total, and I still think that tomorrow there will be more than a large table of people, and half a caddy of meat is not enough to stuff the gaps between my teeth. It has to be my daughter. After being praised by Chen Lianhua and Lin Guoqiang, Lin Meiyun finally felt a little embarrassed. After all, he was ready-made from the space, and now he was still praised for not being able to do anything in the sky and on the ground, so it was embarrassing. Finally, the day of the new house of the Shin family's 3 bedrooms was put on the beam, and today Lin Wenhao took leave. After all, this is a big deal for the whole family. Old Mrs. Lin and Mr. Shen, as well as Lin Yonghai and Fang Yun, did not go to work, so they thought that Shang Liang would also be busy, and the third room would not be busy at that time. Chen Lianhua was not surprised that Fang Yun would come over to help, although the 3 sisters were all unpleasing to each other's eyes, but they also knew each other best. At that time, a large family was crowded in a pot, and everyone wanted to pull a little more into their bowl. In fact, the situation of the old Lin family before, there were a lot of production teams, but there were relatively few who really dared to divide the family. But in any case, the second room is not centimeter, and they have to accept this situation. Second sister-in-law, call Chunmei and the soldiers in a while and come over for dinner, Chen Lianhua said while busy with what she was doing. They need to prepare some melon seeds, peanuts, candies, and the like now, mix them together, and then give them to the people on the beam, and the people on the beam will help sprinkle them down. The villagers or children and the elderly who are free below will come to pick them up. Anyway, it is a ceremony. Fang Yan thought for a while and said, just let the soldiers come, Chunmei doesn't have to come over. Chen Lianhua rolled her eyes. She really knew this sister-in-law too well, that is, the patriarchy was too serious. In fact, if it weren't for this reason, the relationship between the third room and the second room should be better. Don't worry, Chunmei can't eat the soldiers' share. After saying that, he quietly said a few words in Fang Yan's ear, and Fang Yan's eyes suddenly lit up. Really, Nier is so powerful? Fang Yan said in surprise. It's just luck, it just so happens that it's not on the beam, so I said let's all eat together, and you have to help me cook for a while, otherwise I can't do it alone, Chen Lianhua said. Fang Yan nodded repeatedly when she heard this. Don't worry. I'm sharp, don't you know yet? Chen Lianhua nodded. Whether it is the 2 sisters-in-law, or the brothers Lin Wuqiang and Lin Yonghai, Mrs. Lin or Mr. Shen, they all tacitly did not mention the big house. At first, the 2 families were already very unhappy, and when it comes to the big house on such an important day as the third room, people must not think that they are looking for bad luck. Second, there is no need to shout about this kind of thing, just like Lin Yonghai and Fang Yun, no matter what friction there was when they lived together before, now that their third brother has built a new house, this brother is also here to help. Including when building a house, Lin Yonghai will also come to the new house to help when he has time. As long as he is not working, he will basically come to help do some things he can do. But Lin Dalin has never been here. Of course, Lin Guoqiang and Chen Lianhua did not expect them to come, and they didn't need it, so they naturally won't call them when they eat on the beam today. Chen Jianhua also brought his son and daughter-in-law early in the morning. As for the grandchildren, they didn't bring them, mainly because they were afraid that there would be too many people, so they ate all the food of their daughters. If she wanted to say that she didn't want to bring her son and daughter-in-law, but this time their daughter built a house, they did make a lot of effort, and they didn't say anything in the end. After the beam-laying ceremony, the last bit of work of the new house was completed. The process was still very fast, and then Chen Lianhua settled the wages to them, and these people left. When they left, Chen Lianhua, Fang Yun, and their 3 sisters-in-law began to make lunch. Because there are so many people, even Chen Jianhua and Mrs. Lin can't use it, and it wasn't the meals of many people, they were all used to doing the work at home, and they got everything they needed to do in 3 strokes. Originally, Lin Meiyun wanted to be in charge, but her mother really didn't trust her. After all, so many people were waiting to eat. If it was normal, it would be fine, but you couldn't treat the big guy to eat pot, right? So Lin Meiyun was kicked out, and at this moment, Lin Meiyun was staring at Lin Wuhai's hands with interest, and he flew flexibly, turning the common thatch pole on the side of the road into a vivid pistol. Wow, second brother. You're too powerful. Later generations basically can't see such craftsmanship, but when I was a child, the dean's mother would occasionally do some small handicrafts like this to make them happy. She also said that she grew up playing with her friends when she was a child. However, Lin Meiyun felt that Lin Wuhai did this better than the dean's mother, and it looked very exquisite. Like it? If you like it, my brother will often do it for you in the future. Lin Wuhai was overjoyed when he heard Lin Meiyun's praise. After all, he felt that he had no culture, and he couldn't make money like his eldest brother, and he was worried that his little sister would become more and more dissatisfied with him who was so incompetent. But now seeing the little sister's eyes shining and looking at her with admiration, she felt so accomplished. He puffed out his chest. Not only can I make a pistol, I can also use this to make a sniper rifle. Really? The second brother is really powerful. Lin Meiyun incarnated as the king of support and the little fangirl. Lin Wuhai's vanity was greatly satisfied. After a while, the aunts came out and asked everyone to eat. Lin Chunmei also brought Lin Xiaoyu over. Lin Xiaoyu is only 13 years old this year, and he will graduate from primary school during the holidays of the village primary school. Or because school is relatively late in this era, and there are only 5 years in elementary school, and 2 years in junior high school and high school. Lin Meiyun also went to school a little later at that time, so she is now 17 years old and has just graduated from high school. Lin Xiaoyu also likes Lin Meiyun, a cousin, mainly because he feels that she is different from the rest of the family, and because of Lin Meiyun, so she is very serious about going to school, so she thinks that she can go to high school in the county like Lin Meiyun in the future, just like a city person. As soon as he saw Lin Meiyun, he ran over, but he didn't dare to get close to him when he ran in. After all, Lin Meiyun's attitude towards him was lukewarm before, and sometimes he would be very fierce when he was in a bad mood. Lin Meiyun also knew this. The child's eyes were still very clear, but it was not annoying, so he touched 2 white rabbit milk candies from his pocket and gave them to Lin Xiaoyu. Here you go, one for each of Sister Chunmei. This is not in Lin Meiyun's space. It was bought by Chen Lianhua separately for her when she went to buy the fruit candy she was going to use today. Lin Meiyun was also very happy when she got the white rabbit milk candy at that time. There were all kinds of candies in her space, but this kind of feeling that even though she was 17 years old, her parents still treated her like a child. Do you want it for your sister? Lin Xiaoyu didn't understand a little. According to his mother, all the good things in the family were his, and no one had ever told him that he wanted to share them with his sister. Of course, I will share it with you if I have good things. Shouldn't you share them with Sister Chunmei if you have good things? How good Sister Chunmei is to you, isn't it? Lin Meiyun said. She knew that Fang Yun, a mother, was very serious about patriarchy. Obviously Lin Chunmei was a very sensible girl, but she was like a grass. She is not a nosy person, but this Lin Xiaoyu is obviously not crooked yet. He can teach a sentence. As for whether he listens or not is his business. Fortunately, Lin Xiaoyu did not disappoint. After all, he is a person who has gone to school, and some truths will be told to them, but if they live in a patriarchal family for a long time, they will inevitably be more self-centered. However, after listening to Lin Meiyun's words, he hesitated for 2 seconds and ran directly to stuff a milk candy into Lin Chunmei. Lin Chunmei was a little afraid to ask for it. After all, if her mother found out, she would scold her again. Sister Chunmei, that's what I gave you, and it's also the soldier's heart, so you can take it. Lin Meiyun walked up to her and said, and whispered, the second aunt is busy now, hurry up and eat. Lin Chunmei smiled, and then obediently ate the white rabbit milk candy. This is the first time she has eaten such high-end candy when she is so old, and it was good to have a fruit candy before. Thank you, Anir. Lin Chunmei said. I used to think that this cousin was cold and difficult to approach, but now I don't think it's so scary. Lin Chunmei has been very envious of Lin Meiyun since she was a child. She is also a girl from the old Lin family, but her fate is completely different. Lin Meiyun can go to school, she can only take her younger brother at home to earn work points. Lin Meiyun has 3 uncles and 3 aunts to spoil her, but she is far less important than her younger brother with her parents. So when facing Lin Meiyun, she had low self-esteem most of the time, but now Lin Meiyun has an extra magic that makes people want to get closer. Let's go. Time to eat. Lin Wuhai saw that they were still whispering, so he hurriedly greeted them. There was originally only 1 table, but because of the addition of the second room of the Shin family, 2 tables were obtained. Plus the children, it's really a little crowded, but it's lively, plus the half caddy of meat brought back by Lin Meiyun before, and the half caddy that Chen Lianhua bought in exchange for a meat ticket, that is, a pound of pork, 2 rabbits, and a pheasant. Not to mention usually, even if it is the new year, it may not be so rich. In addition, the vegetables in the old Lin family's own land, because they have just been separated this year, it is not fair to distribute them to anyone, so they are directly divided into 4 parts according to the area, and Lin Guoqiang still occupies 1 share. The vegetables in the old Lin family's private land grow pretty well, and they are still delicious when fried with some oil. Although Lin Meiyun still felt that her mother was reluctant to use oil when cooking, it was much better today, at least not with a chopstick wrapped in a large lump of cotton cloth to dip it in a little oil, and then brush it in a circle in the pot. Chen Lianhua really did this before, Lin Meiyun wanted to say it, but thinking of the characteristics of this era, it was better to forget it. When she finds a clear source for her materials, she can live a good life with her family openly. Everyone was a little surprised when they saw this dish, except for the women who were in the kitchen from the beginning, the three uncles and Lin Yonghai, and Mr. Lin was surprised. Seeing their expressions, Lin Guiqiang looked very proud. You don't know, these pheasants and hares were picked up by our Anir up the mountain, otherwise, this meal would not be so rich. Everyone knows that what Lin Guiqiang wants to say is not that this meal is rich, but that he wants to say that his daughter is powerful. She understands. So the big guys went to praise Lin Meiyun together, and sure enough, the corners of Chen Lianhua and Lin Guiqiang's mouths were almost grinning behind their ears. If you want to coax these two people, it's not too simple, just catch their daughter and praise them. When Chen Jianhua went back, he pulled Lin Meiyun and Chen Lianhua to say some self-reflective words. As for the two grandsons and sons-in-law, they were directly ignored by the old lady. Lin Chunmei and Lin Xiaoyu went home first, because there was still housework to do at home, and Fang Yan had to stay to help, so Lin Chunmei took Lin Xiaoyu back first. When I went back, I happened to run into Lin Dalin's family eating, and the siblings politely called someone uncle, aunt, big brother, and sister. Lin Yuqing didn't raise his head while eating his food. Shen Pilian thought that they had just come back from the third room, and didn't pay attention to them. It was Fang Sui, her eyes rolled. Chunmei, little soldier, did you eat at your third uncle's place at noon today? Lin Chunmei responded, and Lin Xiaoyu also nodded. Then what did you all eat? Fang Sui asked again. As soon as she said this, Lin Dalin glared at her, but she still looked at the two siblings, waiting for their answers. Lin Chunmei subconsciously didn't want to say it, but Lin Xiaoyu was younger after all, and thinking of those delicious meals at noon, she was inevitably a little excited. I ate well at noon today, there are hares, pheasants, and meat. Lin Xiaoyu said happily. Fang Sui originally wanted to ask on purpose, but after asking, she felt uncomfortable. Looking at the coarse grain porridge and vegetarian dishes in front of him, he immediately lost his appetite and his face collapsed directly. Oh, Lin Dalin, look at your good brother, today is such a big day in Shangliang, the second family's family also shouted, and the parents also called it, but they don't call us, which is why they don't look down on us. Lin Dalin felt a headache. There were too many things going on every day, and the key was that his mother-in-law was not a worry-free person. Eat your food, where do you get so many words? It's all like this, and you still expect to call you to dinner? Having said that, Lin Dalin was still a little uncomfortable. The third child doesn't take his eldest brother seriously now. But how could Fang Sui just forget it? She has always been scolding. Until Lin Yonghai and Fang Yun, as well as the old couple, came back, they were still scolding. Lin Yuqing put down his chopsticks and ran away, and Lin Lianya didn't want to listen to her mother scolding at home, so she carried a basket and went out. When we didn't separate the family before, it wasn't the nose that wasn't the nose, and the eyes were not the eyes, but now that people are building a new house, they have to rush to lick their butts. This was simply ugly, and she almost pointed to the nose of the second room and scolded. Fang Yun, who was scolding there before, ignored her, but as a result, this person became more and more energetic, and he was about to scold all the old Lin family except for the big house. Lin Yonghai was also so angry that his nostrils were big, but it was his sister-in-law, and he couldn't care about her, but Fang Yun was not afraid of her. If it were Chen Lianhua, she would have endured this breath. After all, she couldn't scold, and if she beat them, her 3 brothers and 3 sisters-in-law would not be easy to mess with. But why did she have to suffer from Fang Sui's cowardice? And she immediately scolded him directly. As soon as I came back, I heard the dog barking, and I thought it was a mad dog that was not leashed, and I couldn't see anyone when I should help on weekdays, and I blamed others for not remembering you when it was good, and I learned to think about my own problems at any time. So the next step was that you didn't let me and I didn't let you, and we almost started fighting. Originally, Mr. Lin and Mrs. Lin were quite happy because their youngest son built a brick house, but now all the good mood is gone. In the end, this matter stopped after Mr. Lin got angry. Of course, the old couple was also very angry. Lin Meiyun's family picked up the new house. Lin Guiqiang and the others had hired someone to make furniture before, and now the beam is over, and it is estimated that it can be dragged over in the afternoon. Wait 2 more days for them to move in. The more Lin Meiyun looked at this house, the more satisfied she was, not how good it was, but she liked this location. After all, it was the end of the village, and everyone would not choose here to build a house. You must know that after the location of Lin Guoqiang's new house was known to everyone, there were many good relationships who came to persuade him. But this is the position that Lin Meiyun wants. Lin Guoqiang and Chen Lianhua even put this position on the filter, and the more they look at it, the happier they become. Everyone couldn't persuade them, so forget it. Lin Meiyun still thinks that this location is good. Even if they eat something at home, they will not be smelled by others, and it is suitable for their family to make a fortune. In a muffled voice, they will soon have their own home, and everyone in the third room is showing their heartfelt smiles. Thinking about one step, Lin Wuhai and Lin Wenhao are also about to reach the age of marriage, so there are more rooms to build houses this time. There are 6 rooms in total, one for Lin Guoqiang and Chen Lianhua, one for the Lin Wuhai and Lin Wenhao brothers, one for Lin Meiyun, and one for Lin Meiyun, and the extra 2 rooms are for them to live in when they have children in the future. In addition, there is a kitchen in the hall and a toilet, and the whole house covers a lot of area. But how to say it, even if it looks bright, the money has also been spent, basically except for the 100 yuan that Han Yichen gave Lin Meiyun a loan before, the family's savings have already bottomed out. But fortunately, Lin Wenhao still has a salary to get, and they are still passable. In the afternoon, Lin Guoqiang went to find a shuttle bus to pull the furniture. The small ones could be taken back by themselves, and the villagers who made the big furniture would send them over. Although it is not allowed to buy and sell privately, rural people have no money or tickets, and they can't afford to buy furniture in the city. After all, it's not expensive, it's a hard-earned money, and I don't know how much cheaper it is than going to the city to buy furniture, and everyone is tacit. Who doesn't marry, who doesn't have something to add? Just like a village doctor, he is actually a barefoot doctor, and he also has to charge money for medical treatment, but no one dares to report it. You go and report it, then if your family has a little headache and brain fever in the future, you can either carry it at home or go to the hospital. Lin Guoqiang, Lin Wenhao, Lin Wuhai, and their son went together, and Lin Meiyun and Chen Lianhua were waiting for them in the new house. Not all the furniture is new, mainly because it costs Lin Meiyun to build a standing cabinet and a bed, and the Lin Wenhao and Lin Wuhai brothers also changed to a new bed. As for the old ones in the past, they can be placed in the extra 2 rooms, and when they have grandchildren in the future, they can also sleep. As for Lin Guoqiang and Chen Lianhua, they didn't change them for themselves, and Lin Meiyun also found that the bed she made for herself should still be made according to the style in the department store. Although it is still very earthy in Lin Meiyun's eyes, it is already a good-looking style nowadays. But it can also be seen that in terms of carving and other things, the carpenters in the village are still a little lacking in heat, but even so, this bed must cost more than the Lin Wenhao and Lin Wuhai brothers. Near. Let's see if you like it. He and his 2 sons carried the bed to the largest room. Lin Guoqiang wiped the sweat from his head, and shouted with a little expectation. Lin Meiyun felt a little tear incontinence. This honest man, because of the sun, his dark skin was still a little red, and his whole body was sweating, looking a little embarrassed. But he seemed to have prepared a gift for his youngest daughter, waiting for his daughter to open the cautious and expectant expression, which looked so sour. This is her father, although he occupied the body of the original owner, but for the rest of her life, she will definitely treat her family well. Seeing Lin Meiyun's red eyes, Lin Guoqiang also panicked. What's wrong with this? Dad, I'm fine, I just feel so moved, thank you. Lin Meiyun said. Lin Guoqiang was a little at a loss all of a sudden. After all, his daughter was so old, and he hadn't been so sensational with them a few times, so he was still a little unaccustomed to it. Don't cry, your mother will have to clean me up when she sees it later. Lin Guoqiang comforted awkwardly. Lin Meiyun really burst into tears and laughed. The family was busy again until the evening, and there were still some noon dishes left here in the new house, so they simply didn't go back to the old house, so they simply ate here. Of course, there are so many people at noon, there must be no meat left, only some dishes. 2 days later, Lin Meiyun's family officially moved. It happened to rain in the morning on the day of the move, so I didn't go to work in the afternoon. The second room also knew that there were still a lot of things to move on the third side, so including Lin Xiaoyu, came to help. Lin Xiaoyu still remembered the white rabbit milk candy given by Lin Meiyun on the beam, and also wanted to behave better to see if Lin Meiyun could give him another candy to eat. Of course, in the end, Lin Meiyun did not disappoint him, and still gave him and Lin Chunmei another piece of candy. Lin Chunmei was embarrassed to answer, and we should help, you don't have to give me candy. Even if what is given today is only the most ordinary fruit candy, it will cost a penny, and she is older than Lin Meiyun. Lin Chunmei is a little embarrassed. Give it to you, you can eat. Lin Meiyun doesn't like to mess with these empty heads. Lin Chunmei saw that she also gave it sincerely, and finally accepted it, but she didn't eat it, and planned to wait for Lin Xiaoyu to finish eating before giving it to him. Anyway, the sugar was given, and as for whether she ate it or not, it was her business, and Lin Meiyun didn't care. Thinking that the second room and the family were helping today, naturally they also left food at night, but the food was obviously not as good as the day when the beam was put on, and the meat was not seen at all, at most it was a little more oil when stir-frying. But even so, the second couple is happy. During the meal, Lin Yonghai looked at the bright hall's green brick house, with envy in his eyes. Third child, this house looks really magnificent, when I have money, I will get one. Fang Yin laughed and scolded, our family is comparable to the third family? People can make money by listening to literature, and Wu Hai is also a good hand at working, the soldiers are still small, can the two of us compare with the third brother's family? This sounded nothing, but Lin Chuanmei's eyes were obviously a lot darker. That's not what you said, isn't Chunmei also a catch at home and outside the house? And the soldier's grades are also good, study hard in the future, and come back to be an accountant, right? Chen Lianhua said. Lin Guoqiang also nodded, both of them are patriarchal people, so Fang Yan's patriarchal thinking is even more incomprehensible than ordinary people. Lin Chunmei is actually very sensible, but in the patriarchal Fang Yan's heart, even if Lin Xiaoyu does nothing, she is better than Lin Chunmei, who is tired to death. So Chen Lianhua couldn't help but help Lin Chunmei speak. If Lin Chunmei was their daughter, they would definitely be spoiled by the sky, and they didn't know what this person thought. They finally asked for a girl, and they didn't cherish it easily. Hee, I don't mean anything else, and I can't say that I don't say spring flowers. Fang Yun knew that what Chen Lianhua and Lin Guoqiang disgusted the most was the patriarchal approach, so she smiled a little awkwardly. Chunmei is already very sensible, second sister-in-law, you can't just see the soldiers. Chen Lianhua didn't say the rest of the words, after all, the family has been separated, how to treat Lin Chunmei, to put it bluntly, it is also someone else's housework, but I can't see it and say more, as for more, I won't care. Yes, in fact, I also think our spring flowers are good. After a while, I will find a good family for her and live a good life in the future. Fang Yin smiled. Not to mention Chen Lianhua, even Lin Meiyun was quite speechless. This second aunt is not a fool to say that she is a fool, but every word she says is easy for others to misunderstand that she is choking. Looking at her eyes, she just said that she was clearly sincere, and she guessed that she really wanted to kiss Lin Chunmei, but after Chen Lianhua said that she didn't care about Lin Chunmei, she had to emphasize that she had to live a good life. Isn't this pure choking? If Chen Lianhua hadn't known her sister-in-law very well, it would have been really hard not to be angry. That's to take a good look, especially in terms of character, but you must be optimistic. Knowing that she was also unintentional, Chen Lianhua didn't care, but said. Is it to be good-looking, or is our family near blessed? I see that the young people in these 10 miles and 8 villages, there is no one who can compare to the kid of the Yi family, it's a pity, there is no brother in the family. Fang Yun said. Lin Yonghai pushed Fang Yun with his elbow, this woman really couldn't open which pot, anyway, from her mouth, she couldn't hear a good word. He. Fang Yun also reacted, laughing awkwardly. Chen Lianhua, forget it, the wise don't care about stupidity. It's best to have no brothers and sisters, our Near will be the master of the house when she marries in the future, and her mother's family still has brothers to help, and the Yi family boy will not dare to bully our Nir in the future. If something happens, even if her 2 brothers can't solve it, then aren't there still 3 uncles? After Fang Yun heard this, she thought that it was really like this, but she didn't listen to anything else, but listened to Chen Lianhua's sentence that she would be in charge of the family when she got married. Isn't it? Like them, they have been married for 20 years before they separated, and they have always had their mother-in-law pressing them before, even if they have the heart to help their mother's family, there is no other way. If you also find something like this for Lin Chunmei, isn't it very good? Others will definitely feel that no one in her husband's family is unwilling to marry. Such a person must not be so easy to find a daughter-in-law, she can still ask for more bride price. Thinking so, after eating well, Fang Yin suddenly said to Chen Lianhua, thank you, brother and sister. Chen Lianhua's hand shook, what the hell? Fang Yin smiled, I know what kind of thing I should find for Chunmei. What do you know? Chen Lianhua's eyes widened. Even if she was a little expert, she couldn't understand Fang Yunqing's brain circuit very well at this moment. I'll also find her a person who has no father, no mother, no brothers and sisters. Fang Yun said happily. Oh. Actually, it's not necessary, that's what I said. Chen Lianhua simply obeyed this sister-in-law. Lin Wuqiang looked at Lin Yonghai, second brother, why don't you say a few words? Lin Yonghai thought for a while and said, actually, I think the third brother and sister are right, but we have to look for it and find a good bully. Our Chen Mei will really not be bullied in the past. Lin Wuqiang's family. Faced with their strange brain circuits, the family of 3 rooms was speechless. However, Lin Meiyun has a slightly different view. After all, if a character like Lin Chunmei is really like what the second uncle said, find a good bully, that is, love her daughter-in-law, her life will really be better. After all, most people now have patriarchal thinking, and it is difficult to ensure that her husband's family does not have such an idea on her husband's side. Coupled with Fang Yan's influence on Lin Chunmei for so many years, she is estimated to be stunned. If the first child does not give birth to a son, I don't know how much psychological pressure it will be. Marrying someone who has no father or mother, at least you don't have to face the pressure of your mother-in-law to have children. After that, Lin Guoqiang remembered what Chen Lianhua had told himself before, second brother, that old house is divided between you and your eldest brother, but the one in Meiyun was built by my uncle and the others later. Do you want that house for 10 yuan? If you want to, you can change it to a kitchen. Lin Yonghai and Fang Yun looked at each other, and they both saw joy in each other's eyes. Although it is just a mud-walled house over there, it still takes a lot of time to build one, and it is also laborious, delaying the earning of centimeters. 10 yuan is really not much, so the couple is very satisfied. Fang Yun is now very unwilling to squeeze into the kitchen with the big house. It is really Fang Sui's more forcing. If the two argued a few words, the next time it was Fang Sui's turn to cook first, she would be able to delay in it for a long time, leaving the second room hungry all the time. Fang Yun herself took out 10 yuan from the purse she carried with her, and Chen Lianhua also wrote a receipt on the spot. Even if there was such a thing in black and white, no one would want to deny it in the future. After the meal, the family in the second room went back happily, planning to discuss with Mr. Lin about changing the kitchen. Even if they had separated, they would still subconsciously go to tell them. Lin Meiyun's family gathered around and talked for a while, then went to wash up and went back to their rooms to sleep. Now that the room is enough, the brothers Lin Wenhao and Lin Wuhai can also be separated. The brothers grew up to be 20 years old, and they had their own private space for the first time, and they felt quite excited. When I was in the old house, because the breathability of the house was so good, I didn't dare to enter and exit the space at will, but now I don't have this scruple. Especially Lin Meiyun's room, the door is specially locked inside and out, so there is no need to worry about lack of privacy at all. This is also what my parents deliberately did considering that they were girls, and the 2 locks were not cheap, but except for herself, even Chen Lianhua did not leave a key, which can be said to respect her very much. Lin Meiyun simply went straight into the space to see the fruits and vegetables and the geography. As soon as she entered the space, Lin Meiyun was almost dumbfounded. No matter what variety the fruits and vegetables in the yard were, they were ripe, and they were growing very well. Although she knew that the crops in the space were growing faster than the outside world, she didn't expect it to be so fast. She has been here for a month, and she went in once when she was in school, and she didn't find such an outrageous thing at that time. It's only been half a month, and she is all familiar with it, and she also had the idea that there were no 4 seasons in the space at that time, so she basically planted a little bit of everything, just wanted to experiment, and now it seems that there is really no 4 seasons in the space. As long as it is planted in the soil and can live, it cannot die in the space. Then there were those animals. Lin Meiyun looked at them with a headache. After sorting and organizing all the eggs, Lin Meiyun decided that he would have to go into the mountains tomorrow. These eggs, duck eggs, etc., regardless of whether they were reasonable or not, they had to take out some anyway. Anyway, as long as she insisted that she picked it up in the mountains, they couldn't verify it. After all, no one would have thought that Doraemon was next to her, and there was a big treasure hidden in her small body. If these eggs were not taken out, they would be flooded, and if they were hatched, she could fully imagine what kind of scene would be in her space. The next day, everyone went to work as usual. Lin Meiyun was still the old rule, carrying a basket on her back. She was like this during this time. As long as there was nothing at home, she would go up the mountain. Slowly, the villagers got used to it, but she didn't bring something home every time. After all, even if she did it once or twice, she could pick up things every time. Even if her parents were so foolish, she was afraid that she would find something wrong. The villagers didn't find it strange to see her, and even greeted her. "Shinjinier, are you going to pick up firewood again?" "Well, yes, Aunt Wang." Lin Meiyun also responded. Now these people won't talk about how Lin Meiyun picks up firewood, although they only pick up one basket a day, but they are much better than the above. Besides, their parents and brothers can do it, and they can't envy them. Lin Meiyun soon came to the back mountain. There was still no one there, and everyone was in the field when they went to work, which was very comfortable. She still walked aimlessly, wanting to see if there was anything nearby, but it wasn't that there was a shortage of food, mainly for Lin Meiyun, a person who lived in the city in later generations. Such a mountain was still rarely seen. In addition, many lands have been destroyed ecology, and it has long been like this, so Lin Meiyun has always been very curious about the mountains, and always feels very mysterious. Even if she is just looking for wild vegetables or something on the periphery, she also feels like she is hunting for treasure. I don't know if Lin Meiyun's luck is really good. It didn't take long for her to find a lot of mushrooms, fungus and the like, probably grown after the rain. There were tools in the basket, and Lin Meiyun began to pick them with great interest. She didn't know every type of mushroom, so she only picked the ones she knew. Like those who are very beautiful, she doesn't dare to touch them. She is afraid that she will touch them, and the whole village will have to come to her house for dinner tomorrow. She was very focused on what was in her hands, and she didn't notice the movement behind her at all, and by the time she found out, she could already hear the sound of snort clearly. Lin Meiyun only felt a chill in his back for a moment, and slowly turned around to see that it was a wild boar that looked like it was not yet an adult, about 200 pounds, not big. But this doesn't make her feel safer, because animals are generally more protective of calves, and it is difficult to guarantee that the wild boar will not have its parents by its side. Lin Meiyun was ready to enter the space. After all, with his current body, it was completely impossible to fight the wild boar. There was a boulder behind her, and Lin Meiyun suddenly had an idea, and then began to provoke the wild boar as if it was the wrong tendon. The wild boar was really fooled, and the sound of humming came out of its mouth, and the two sharp fangs shrugged, and their eyes seemed to be fierce, and they rushed straight towards Lin Meiyun. Calculating the distance between the wild boar and himself, when there was almost a meter away, Lin Meiyun flashed into the space like a 10,000-year-old six. Although the outside situation could not be seen in the space, the sound could be heard. Almost a second after Lin Meiyun entered the space, the fast-running wild boar crashed straight into the boulder because it did not have time to break. The boulder was almost more than a meter high, and I didn't know how it was formed. Anyway, Lin Meiyun knew that it was very strong. Even an infinitely powerful adult wild boar may not be able to shake this half-big wild boar, and it is estimated that it can only look at Venus. Probably too caught off guard, the wild boar did not let out an imaginary scream, but a weak grunt. When the humming became quieter and quieter, Lin Meiyun breathed a sigh of relief and dodged out of the space, holding an electric baton that he had stockpiled up for self-defense in his hand, just in case. The wild boar was not dead, but it was estimated that he had no strength, but he raised his eyelids weakly, and looked at Lin Meiyun a little pitiful. But this did not make Lin Meiyun feel soft-hearted. After all, this is meat, there is no wild boar in the space, and if you want to help the family improve the food, this guy is a good choice. Raising his hand was another electric shock, which directly made the wild boar, who had only one breath left, not breathe and burp. After making sure that he was dead, Lin Meiyun directly raised his hand and put it into the space, and then quickly went down the mountain with a basket filled with a lot of fungus mushrooms on his back. I don't dare to stay any longer. If you stay any longer, your parents will come to seek revenge. Forget about a little wild boar, and then two big ones. Who can withstand it? If there is no space, Lin Meiyun can only run away when she sees the little wild boar. At the foot of the mountain, even if you are in a safe area, you can already see many villagers working. She didn't want to share the wild boar with the villagers, but she had to take it out of her own house justifiably, so that others could not see that she was going back empty-handed. So she planned to go around and go home from areas where the villagers couldn't see. In the brigade, every grass and tree belongs to the collective. Under normal circumstances, it is okay if some small prey is caught, and it is impossible to take it out to share with everyone, so whoever is lucky will belong to whom. But something as big as a wild boar is to be taken out and shared by everyone. To put it bluntly, Lin Meiyun is not the kind of person who is selfless and dedicated. She just wants to improve the food at home now. this wild boar is originally only 200 pounds, and it may only be more than 100 pounds of meat when it is killed. After all, it is necessary to remove pig blood and pig into the water or something. This brigade is more than 100 households. If all of them are taken out, even if the wild boar she fights can get a few more pounds of meat, but there are so many people in the family, it is estimated that it is only enough to plug the gaps between the teeth. Lin Meiyun didn't meet anyone along the way, so he went straight back home and put the wild boar in the empty room. Then he started to cook on the fire, took out more than 20 eggs, which were not very big, and looked similar to pheasant eggs, and it was not too much to say that they were pheasant eggs. I originally planned to take out some eggs, duck eggs, and so on today, but now that there is such a wild boar, if I take out a lot more, wouldn't this luck be a little better? Lin Meiyun came to the rice tank and added half a pound of rice into it. After all, if you add too much, it is easy to see that something is wrong. Stewed a pot of rice, then took out a few potatoes that were distributed earlier, intending to fry a shredded potato. Then there are the eggs. Looking at the time is almost over, Chen Lianhua and the others should be going to work. Lin Meiyun was worried that her mother would be reluctant to come back, so she directly beat 5 eggs in the bowl. Even if it was too late to put it in the pot, Chen Lianhua would not have time to stop it when she came back. As Lin Meiyun expected, as soon as she hit the egg into the bowl, Lin Guoqiang's voice came from outside the door. Near. Dad is back. When Lin Guoqiang saw that the door was open, he knew that his daughter was at home, and shouted loudly. Little sister. The second brother is back. Lin Wuhai was not to be outdone. Before they got closer, they saw the smoke coming out of the house, and Chen Lianhua immediately said, "Oh, our girl is cooking. Mom and Dad, second brother, you are back, you can take a break and eat." Lin Meiyun poked her head out of the kitchen. Chen Lianhua strode over and snatched the spatula in Lin Meiyun's hand. What do you say you cook? How dirty is the kitchen?" Lin Meiyun didn't like to go into the kitchen before, but Chen Lianhua knew this, so she never asked Lin Meiyun to cook or anything. As soon as she entered, Chen Lianhua saw the bowl of eggs sharply, and was a little stunned for a while. There are no eggs at home, because when the whole family lived together, there were only so many eggs in total, and they had to save for some salt or something, so there were very few eggs that could be eaten. After the separation, she didn't get much, and Feng Sui and Feng Yun were unwilling to give up the old hens that had been raised for so long. After all, if they wanted to raise chicks by themselves, there would be no eggs to pick up for a long time. Chen Lianhua was too lazy to fight with them, so she directly chose to buy chicks. Of course, this money was paid by Mrs. Lin and the others. After they split now, the old couple could only raise 1 chicken, the second room got 2, and the old lady and the others had 1, so the original 5 chickens had been divided. But Feng Yin didn't think there was anything, they just looked at what was in front of them, but the old hen was already old, who knew how long the eggs could be laid? At that time, you don't have to catch chicks again. So there were no eggs at home, and Chen Lianhua originally thought about going to town in a few days to buy some for her daughter to eat back. Neil. Where did this egg come from? Picked up on the mountain. Lin Meiyun said. Is it so easy to pick up? Chen Lianhua was a little suspicious of life. It seems that when a girl goes up the mountain, she must pick up something and come back. What kind of luck is this? I picked up something else. Lin Meiyun said mysteriously. What? Chen Lianhua was really curious. I'll tell you after eating, and now I'm afraid you'll have no heart to eat. Lin Meiyun decided to keep it mysterious and whet her appetite by the way. You girl. Chen Lianhua smiled angrily. But Chen Lianhua didn't expect Lin Meiyun to bring back a wild boar, she just thought it was a small thing, and she didn't think too much. After Lin Wenhao came back, the family began to eat, looking at the pot full of scrambled eggs on the table, not to mention Lin Guoqiang, even Lin Wenhao and the Lin Wuhai brothers were stunned. What a good day today, mother, why have you suddenly become so generous? Lin Wuhai asked in disbelief. You owe a beating, don't you? It's not that our Nir can do it, otherwise you can have pheasant eggs to eat. Chen Lianhua scolded. Pheasant eggs? Is this a pheasant egg? Nir, are you going up the mountain again today? Lin Wuhai grasped the key point and immediately frowned. Yes. Lin Meiyun nodded, I'll show you a good thing when you finish eating. Because of Lin Meiyun's words, everyone seemed to eat a little faster, and I don't know if it was because Lin Meiyun whetted their appetite or because today's meal was particularly delicious. After eating, Lin Meiyun took them all to the room where the wild boar was placed. Looking at the big guy inside, the audience was silent, and even the needle could be heard. After a while, Chen Lianhua, who had never been fierce to Lin Meiyun, got angry. "You dead girl. If you go up the mountain and say that you will go inside, and you will stay at home for me honestly in the future, and you are not allowed to go up the mountain." While speaking, he patted Lin Meiyun's shoulder, which seemed to have taken a lot of effort, but it was also thunder and rain, and it didn't hurt at all. After all, it is still reluctant to let Chen Lianhua really beat his precious daughter. Lin Wuqiang and his two sons did not help. If they usually said Lin Meiyun, they would definitely stand up to protect their daughter and sister, but today it is really time to scold, otherwise they will really go to heaven. "Mom, I didn't go to the mountains, I was just picking mushrooms and fungus on the periphery. Who knew that this thing came out? I wasn't hurt. When it rushed towards me, I dodged it. There was a big rock behind me, it hit it directly, and then it died." Lin Meiyun knew that they were worried about her, and for the sake of her future freedom, Lin Meiyun felt that she needed to explain. But at this time, Chen Lianhua couldn't listen at all, and her mind was full of wild boars rushing towards her. Pulling Lin Meiyun up and down, looking left and right, to make sure that she was really not injured at all, it was relieved. "Little sister, you still don't want to pick up firewood alone in the future, your second brother and I can do this, you don't have to go up the mountain every day." Lin Wenhao was distressed. Where did his little sister work before? During this time she had to do housework every day, and she had to go up the mountain to pick up firewood, and the more she thought about it, the more she felt that she was not human. "That is, if you really want to go up the mountain to play, you have to wait for the second brother to be free, and the second brother will protect you," Lin Wuhai also said. Lin Wuqiang looked at the wild boar silently, although he didn't say anything, but he already wanted to dismantle the dead wild boar in front of him. Actually attacking his precious daughter, it's too much. It's too much. However, the meal has been delayed for a long time, and the bell for work has been rang quickly, and now even if they want to do anything, they can't do it, and the family can only go out reluctantly. Before going out, several people also told Lin Meiyun to be obedient at home and not go out. Lin Meiyun nodded in agreement. Going up the mountain was to find an excuse to improve the food for the family, and now such a wild boar is enough to eat a little time. Even if you can't eat, you can get it to the black market to exchange, and you can also exchange a lot of money tickets or other materials at that time. Don't look at the people in the city who have money and tickets, but they don't necessarily have meat to eat. After all, the daily supply is just that. If you don't get there early, you won't be able to buy it at all. So even if wild boar meat is not as delicious as pork, there are still a lot of people who want it. So there is no need to go up the mountain now. Wait until the limelight of this wild boar has passed, otherwise she is really a little worried about whether her mother will lock her up at home in the future. She simply picked up a book at home and read it, and it has just entered autumn, but the weather has not cooled down. This is the autumn tiger. However, the Shin family's current location is at the end of the village, with a mountain behind it, so it is still cool, and she is the only one in the family. She can still take out popsicles to eat in the space, which is not too comfortable. But the few people who went to work were not so comfortable. The weather was hot, and they were worried about things, and they felt a little absent-minded all afternoon. Lin Meiyun read the book for a while. Looking at the time was almost 3 o'clock. There were still more than 3 hours before Lin Guoqiang and the others got off work. The weather was so hot today, they had to send them some water. Found some mung beans in the kitchen. Lin Meiyun thought about simply making a mung bean soup. If it is ice, there is it in the space refrigerator. Mung beans and ice are a perfect match, a heat-relieving artifact. Because of Lin Meiyun's reasons, there is still white sugar at home, which is convenient for Lin Meiyun. After all, you can bring back wild things from the mountains, and you can't conjure up white sugar out of thin air, right? After working for nearly half an hour, in order not to let them see anything abnormal, she waited until the ice melted completely before she took a shallow bite. Not too ice, but it was enough to relieve the heat. So she went out with her family's kettle and 2 bowls. Lin Meiyun didn't know where her parents and brother worked, so she could only ask as she walked, and finally found the place where she was divided. After taking a look, she found that the people on the other side of the old house were also working nearby, but she didn't care. "Hey! Is that your near?" Chen Lianhua and the others were immersed in work, and they didn't notice Lin Meiyun coming at all, or a sharp-eyed reminder next to her. Chen Lianhua straightened up, and sure enough, she saw Lin Meiyun with her face red, walked towards her, took off her straw hat after getting closer, and then covered Lin Meiyun's head. "Tell me about you. Don't you want you to stay at home? What are you tossing?" Chen Lianhua naturally saw the kettle and bowl in her hand, and also understood what she was doing out. My heart was warm, but looking at my daughter's red cheeks, I couldn't help but feel a little distressed. Mom, I boiled mung bean soup, hurry up and call my father and second brother to come over and drink. I'm going to deliver a bowl to my grandparents. After saying that, Lin Meiyun picked up the kettle and poured a bowl of mung bean soup into an empty bowl, and then went to Mrs. Lin and Mr. Shen. At the beginning, feng shui was still sour there. I can hear it, the mung bean soup sent by others is coming. Oh, we don't have this life, everyone in our family has to work, how can anyone cook mung bean soup at home? TSK, parents, tell me, we don't have anything to eat, and I didn't say to bring you a bowl. Originally, feng shui said this to sow discord. After all, the relationship between Lin Meiyun and the old couple was not very close before. According to Lin Meiyun's temper, even if she said this kind of thing herself, she would not send it to the old couple because she was afraid of what others would say. But in the next second, feng shui was slapped in the face. Lin Meiyun walked directly towards this side with a bowl. Feng shui only felt that her face was hot and painful. Grandma, take a sip of mung bean soup, not much, even if it's to quench your thirst. Lin Meiyun said. Although the old couple did not favor her when the original owner was there, it was still good, at least not as patriarchal as most people in this era. Maybe there is, but at most it is to value the grandson, but not to regard the granddaughter as a piece of grass. So Lin Meiyun's impression of them is okay, just a bowl of mung bean soup, she will not be reluctant. You can just drink it, why are you bringing it here? Old Mrs. Lin said. Although he said so, his face was wrinkled with a smile, and he glanced at feng shui proudly. This is more like slapping feng shui in the face. Grandma, my parents and brother have it, I'll give it to my eldest brother later, you guys hurry up and drink it. Lin Meiyun said. When Mr. Lin heard this, he took the bowl in Lin Meiyun's hand, drank half of it, and handed the rest to Mrs. Shen. If your granddaughter is filial, you can drink it. Okay. Old Mrs. Lin also drank the rest in one gulp, and immediately looked surprised. Why is it so cold? Lin Meiyun had already thought of words, it has always been placed in the water, maybe we cover the sun, so the water is still cool. Old Mrs. Lin didn't suspect that he was there, so she turned around and said to Mr. Shen, it's so sweet. Mr. Lin nodded, there must be a lot of sugar. The old couple sang and harmonized, and feng shui's 7 orifices were smoked. But when he heard them say sweet, he knew how delicious this thing could be, and said to Lin Meiyun with a cheeky face, Near, what kind of water are you? The eldest aunt is also thirsty, why don't you get a bowl for the eldest aunt too? Lin Dalen glared at his mother-in-law fiercely on the side, but feng shui didn't seem to see it. She didn't believe it, she asked Lin Meiyun for water in front of so many people, could she give it to her? Lin Meiyun glanced at her, the eldest aunt wants to drink water, I don't have it here, I have mung bean soup here, and I don't have much, so I have to send it to my eldest brother. You should let Lin Lianya go back and catch the water. After saying that, he just took the empty bowl and turned around and left. Old Mrs. Lin glanced at feng shui, I know how to fight with words, but there is no actual action at all, I only know how to talk about other people's rights and wrongs, why didn't I see you honor the two of us old? After saying that, he went to work on his own, leaving feng shui in place, his face was like a color palette, which was very exciting. Lin Dalen glared at her, do your job. Why are you everywhere? Lin Meiyun returned to Chen Lianhua, and Chen Lianhua frowned and asked her, you don't care what that madman says. Lin Meiyun smiled and said, I know. At this time, Lin Guoqiang and Lin Wuhai also put down their work, and Chen Lianhua handed the bowl in his hand to Lin Guoqiang's hand, drink it quickly, the mung bean soup made by our daughter is delicious. She had already taken a bite just now, it tasted really good, and there was sugar in it, so it was estimated that she couldn't even taste bad. It's really delicious, it's cold, our near's craftsmanship is so good. Originally, Lin Guoqiang thought that even if it was not good, he would give his daughter a face, but after entering it, he found that it was really delicious. In addition, there is sugar in it, which can replenish energy, and the feeling of fatigue just now seems to be a lot less. Coupled with the cold taste, it really makes people feel a lot more comfortable in hot weather. Then I'll go send it to my eldest brother, and then stay outside, I guess I'll get hot. Lin Meiyun said. Chung, send it to your eldest brother, walk slowly on the road, don't jump, be careful of wrestling. Chen Lianhua advised. Lin Meiyun was helpless. Mom, I'm about to be 18 years old, I'm not a child anymore. But what's going on with feeling so happy? Don't talk about you 18, even if you are 80, in our hearts they are all children. Okay, let's go, we should deduct work points if we delay again. Lin Meiyun nodded, waved goodbye to his parents and second brother, and then went to the village primary school with his things. In fact, there are still a lot of them in the kettle, but Feng Sui wants it, she just doesn't give it, and she doesn't want to take advantage of half a grain of salt. After arriving at the village primary school, Lin Meiyun went directly to the class led by Lin Wenhao. Because there are not many students in the village primary school, there are naturally few teachers, there are only 5 classes in total, 1 class per grade, and there is no division into mathematics or languages, all of which are led by 1 teacher and 1 class. Lin Wenhao is now in the 3rd grade, so it is easy to find. After all, there is only that row of classrooms, from the 1st grade to the 5th grade, and soon found the classroom. At this time, Lin Wenhao hadn't finished class yet. Lin Meiyun watched quietly outside the door, and didn't disturb him. Lin Wenhao was very focused in class, and he didn't notice Lin Meiyun until the bell rang, and he didn't notice Lin Meiyun outside the door. The current bell is not the kind of broadcasting in later generations, but there is a person who is in charge of this, and comes to ring when he sees the time. Anyway, everyone can hear it. The environment in the classroom is not good, but after all, it is a village primary school supported by the commune, or it is built with green bricks and tiles, at least the hall is bright. The blackboard should be painted with black paint, which looks quite sloppy anyway. Little sister, why are you here? Lin Wenhao was in a very good mood when he saw his little sister, although he was still gentle, but the steps towards Lin Meiyun were brisk, visible to the naked eye. I'll give you mung bean soup. Lin Meiyun picked up the kettle in her hand and said with a smile. Thank you, little sister. They went directly to the tree on the side. After all, things are just like that, if you take it to the office, there are a few teachers, it is not good not to divide, and Lin Wenhao himself can't drink 2 sips. Lin Wenhao felt that it was nothing, but Lin Meiyun felt that the conditions were limited now, so it was better to take care of his own family first. Big brother, it's almost a holiday, right? Lin Meiyun asked. Well, there are still a few days, and then there will be a long vacation, and if you want to go to the town to play, my brother will take you there. Lin Wenhao thought she wanted to go shopping, so she said. Okay. Lin Meiyun didn't explain. After all, this is a must-have program every time Lin Wenhao has a holiday, and she doesn't refuse. In this era, the summer vacation is a little longer than in later generations, because the autumn harvest is also a holiday, so the holiday is also very late, so it is simply postponed a little and released together with the autumn harvest. It's delicious, little sister, your craftsmanship is really good. Lin Wenhao praised sincerely, and then said, don't send it in the future, the sun outside is so vicious, how can you fix it if you get sunburned? Lin Meiyun smiled and didn't speak. Lin Meiyun, what kind of honey pot did you grow up in? Although this era is much more bitter than later generations, Lin Meiyun really fell in love with life here after coming for so long. At this time, Lin Xiaoyu, who was out of class, also walked out of the 5th grade classroom and saw Lin Wenhao and Lin Meiyun under the tree at a glance. Second brother, third sister. Lin Wenhao is in, the old Lin family ranks second among the male babies, and Lin Meiyun ranks third among the female babies. He ran over directly, and when he got closer, he saw Lin Meiyun holding a kettle in his hand and Lin Wenhao holding a bowl. Although he was very greedy, but the books he had read for so many years were not in vain, he was a little afraid that Lin Meiyun and Lin Wenhao felt that they were rushing to eat. The main thing is that he is more afraid of Lin Wenhao, who called him a teacher in the village primary school, which is the nature of a student. Lin Meiyun understood the emotions in Lin Xiaoyu's eyes at a glance. Just now Lin Wenhao asked himself to drink another bowl, and now there is not much left in the kettle, probably a small half bowl, and it is nothing to give him. Soldier, come here. Lin Meiyun motioned for him to walk to his side. Lin Xiaoyu walked over obediently, and Lin Meiyun directly poured the remaining bit of mung bean soup into a bowl and handed it to him. Drink. Lin Xiaoyu's eyes lit up. Really? Is it really for me? He was a little incredulous, to say that the best life in the family was not him, a boy who was regarded as his heart and blood by Feng Yun, but Lin Meiyun. Since she was a child, Lin Xiaoyu knew that the third sister had a lot of good things, because the third sister's uncle would often give her them, but no one would give the third sister's good things, and no one wanted to eat them. But now the third sister is different, she gave him candy to eat before, and now she gives him mung bean soup to drink. Lin Xiaoyu feels that the current third sister is really good. For you. Lin Meiyun nodded. Lin Xiaoyu got a positive answer, nodded quickly, and then gulped down the remaining mung bean soup in one gulp. After drinking it, I tasted the sweetness, and immediately cried with a sad face, there is sugar in it. Lin Meiyun and Lin Wenhao both looked puzzled, what's wrong with sugar? I drank it in one gulp, I should have savored it slowly. Lin Xiaoyu regretted beating his chest and stomping his feet. For a moment, both brothers and sisters couldn't laugh or cry. This is probably Zhu Bajiani eating ginseng fruit. Lin Meiyun laughed at him. Lin Xiaoyu was confused, who is Zhu Bajiani? It's a pig. Lin Meiyun didn't know how to explain this matter. If he wanted him to completely understand who Zhu Bajiani was, then he couldn't tell Journey to the West from beginning to end. Lin Xiaoyu, I always feel like I'm being scolded, what's going on? Lin Wenhao also laughed, and it was almost time for class, so he sent Lin Xiaoyu back to the classroom. Lin Xiaoyu now likes Lin Meiyun, the third sister, and wants to talk to her, but he can only be obedient and return to the 5th grade classroom 3 times in one step. Then big brother, you continue to be busy, I'll go back first. Lin Meiyun saw that the children were walking in the direction of the classroom, and guessed that class was about to start. Okay. Slow down on the road. Lin Wenhao nodded and said. Lin Meiyun. I'm really not a child anymore, why does everyone use this tone of admonishing the little ones to tell themselves? After returning home, Lin Meiyun read the book for a while, and when the time was almost up, she started cooking again. Although such a day is quite boring, she also feels a little happy in it. Cook a little earlier at night, after all, if a family wants to kill a pig at night, it will delay a lot of rest time. When Lin Guiqiang and the others returned home, Lin Meiyun had already prepared the meal, and Chen Lianhua didn't know what to say. She didn't want her daughter to enter the kitchen, but she didn't seem to be able to persuade her. The family gathered together to eat, and Lin Meiyun's craftsmanship completely conquered everyone's stomach. It's so delicious, it's better than what my mother made. Lin Wuhai's eyes lit up as he ate. Chen Lianhua cast a death gaze directly. Second brother, do you want to be beaten when you step on one? Lin Meiyun covered her mouth and smiled. Ah. No, our mother's craftsmanship is also very good. Lin Wuhai reacted and tugged at the corners of his mouth awkwardly. Lin Guiqiang glared at his bad son, and then smiled and gave Chen Lianhua a chopstick dish. Don't listen to his nonsense, daughter-in-law. Our daughter is better than Blue, of course, in my heart, my daughter-in-law is the best to cook. Lin Meiyun, Tisk, listen to this art of speaking, why didn't you see your father, who has the image of an honest and rough man, have such a high emotional intelligence before? Lin Wenhao looked at Lin Wuhai, and the meaning in his eyes was self-evident. See it, learn something. Lin Wuhai touched his nose. This sentence was indeed that he lost so much that he didn't have any pants left. After eating, Lin Meiyun didn't think about washing the dishes, so she left this kind of thing to her 2 brothers. She and Chen Lianhua began to boil water and prepared to deal with the wild boar. The wild boar has been in an empty room for a day, and if the weather is not dealt with, it will really stink. There was only a big iron pot, so it was Lin Guiqiang and Chen Lianhua who dealt with it, and Lin Meiyun was constantly boiling water. After tossing for a long time, they finally dealt with the wild boar. For no other reason, the wild boar had rough skin and thick flesh, which was more difficult to deal with than domestic pigs, and they did not have professional tools. Thanks to the fact that this location is also a few hundred meters away from the nearest one, so there is no need to worry about others finding out about their movements. But even so, everyone's face is full of smiles. Chen Lianhua was a little disgusted to see those pigs in the water, because the smell of wild boars was stronger than that of domestic pigs. But this is also edible after all, so she didn't say no. There was no scale, but after cutting out all the meat, Lin Guiqiang mentioned it and said, there can be about 150 pounds of meat. What a terrible number, and this whole pig belongs to their family. This number is similar to Lin Meiyun's estimate at the beginning, so it is not surprising at all. We can't finish eating so much meat. Lin Wuhai asked a key question. Chen Lianhua glanced at him, who can still dislike too much meat. Then everyone looked at Lin Meiyun, and Chen Lianhua also spoke, Anir, you decide how to get this meat. In Chen Lianhua's heart, what the son got back belongs to everyone, and the daughter got it back was the daughter's own. Lin Meiyun nodded, and he had already thought about how to distribute it. Give 2 pounds of grandma, it's not that I don't want to give more, but they still live with the uncle and the second uncle, and it's not easy to explain at that time. Give 2 caddies, just say that you went to the supply and marketing cooperative and met other brigades to beat the wild boar and send it over, and it is not too much to buy some. Then take out 30 pounds and send them to my grandmother and my uncle, and the aunts can carry them clearly, and grandma and they won't take them out and talk nonsense. Our family will leave 50 caddies, and there will be pig's head and pig in the water, so that it will be enough to eat until the new year, and there will be almost 70 caddies of meat like this, so let's take it to the town to sell. After Lin Meiyun finished speaking, he looked at the others. What do you think of this arrangement? Everyone nodded. Lin Meiyun mainly looked at his father's reaction. After all, he only gave 2 pounds to his grandparents, but 30 pounds to his grandmother's family, so it was inevitable that he would not worry too much. Fortunately, Lin Guoqiang was a successful person, and he also knew that the situation over there in the old house was complicated, so he didn't say anything. Besides, giving 2 pounds of meat is for my parents and 2 people, and my mother-in-law is a big family, and everyone can eat not too much. This matter is such a pleasant decision. Chen Lianhua thought about going to the house of her sister she had made to pick up a scale, and simply went out. Lin Guoqiang was worried that it would not be safe for his daughter-in-law to go out alone, so he also followed. So there were only 3 brothers and sisters left in the family, staring at each other. The doubts in my heart were about to drown out the 2 brothers, and there was no chance to ask at noon, and I had been busy just now, and now I was finally busy, so the brothers pressed Lin Meiyun on the stool in the hall and began to interrogate. Tell me, how did you fight back the wild boar? I don't believe it's really a wild boar that's stupid and crashed into a tree. Shen Tingwang looked very serious and tried to become a fierce brother. Lin Wenhao also looked like I didn't believe it, although they had never seen a wild boar before. It wasn't that everyone in the brigade hadn't seen it. Especially during the new year, it is necessary to organize to go up the mountain to hunt, so that the family can share more meat. Lin Wuhai before the age of 18 equals don't refuse to go up the mountain to hunt, 18 years old to now have hunted twice, but have not encountered wild boars. Not much, they still heard the old people saying that there would be wild boars going down the mountain to harvest crops in the past, and the strength and speed of wild boars were very strong, especially the sharp fangs. Even if they fought with tigers, it was not impossible. Sometimes a wild boar is not necessarily a problem even if it is besieged by a few strong laborers. Lin Meiyun, a little girl, said that the wild boar hit it by herself. They believed it, but how did she get the 200 pounds of wild boar back? They are not fools, can they not doubt it? Lin Meiyun. Lin Wenhao, even if the wild boar was killed by yourself, but how did you get it back? You always have to talk about it. Don't say that you are a little girl who has no power to bind chickens. You can carry a wild boar back without being discovered. This is too outrageous, I firmly don't believe it. Lin Meiyun was aggrieved. I really got it back by myself, you believe me? I don't believe it. The brothers showed the tacit understanding of twin brothers at this time, and even had 2 different skin colors, one black and one white, but the expressions on their faces were surprisingly consistent. Lin Meiyun struggled for a long time and didn't say why, but the 2 brothers still stared at him. Lin Meiyun. No need. Finally, she still couldn't stand it. In fact, I met Hani Chen, he was on a mission, and he happened to pass by this mountain, but the wild boar really crashed and died by himself, and then he helped me get it back, but he left when he got it back, looking very busy. I can't escape, so I just pulled a banner of my fiancé, who won't come back in a short time. At this time, Chen Lianhua and Lin Guoqiang, who borrowed the scale, also came back and just listened to this sentence. Chen Lianhua strode in, and then said to Lin Meiyun, "You kid, why didn't you say it earlier? Then our wild boar meat should not be taken out and sold. Ren Xiaoya has also made a lot of effort. Let's make it into cured meat. Anyway, it is about to cool down, it can be put for a long time. In case we want to come back for the new year, we will take it to him, or we will send it to the army if we don't come back." She arranged it in an orderly manner, but Lin Meiyun did break out in a cold sweat when she heard it. Mom, Hani Chen said that there is a high probability that he will not come back this year, and he is not in the army now. Chen Lianhua thought for a while. He's not in the army now, he always has to go back, right? He can always receive it when we send it over. Lin Meiyun hurriedly stopped. Mom, you can't mess around, the troops are strictly checking. The origin of our meat is not very legitimate. Isn't this rushing to push Hani Chen into the fire pit? Chen Lianhua thought about it. It was really like this, but she always felt as if she was taking advantage of others. It's still according to what Nir said, sell the things, and exchange them for money tickets when the time comes. If the child comes back, we will give it to him, or buy something else. Daughter-in-law, what do you think? Lin Guoqiang looked at Chen Lianhua flatteringly. He knew that Chen Lianhua's temperament had always disliked to owe favors to others, so he said this. Chen Lianhua nodded, that's fine. Lin Meiyun looked at Lin Guiqiang adoringly. Could it be that her father opened up the second vein of Rendu after the separation? Now the emotional intelligence is really high. Lin Guiqiang quietly gave Lin Meiyun a proud little expression. Lin Meiyun smiled, and was puzzled. So the family was busy packing wild boar meat, 1 caddy, 2 caddies, and 5 caddies, which was convenient for others to buy, and with a scale, no one would suffer. However, Lin Meiyun would never have thought that her slap in the face would come so quickly. The wild boar meat was sold quickly, and it got a total of 50 yuan and some tickets. After all, the wild boar meat was not as good as the domestic pig, even if it could be a little premium on the black market, it was only sold for 8 cents a caddy. However, it is also very good for country people, just like Lin Guiqiang's family after the separation, excluding Lin Wenhao's salary, may not be able to get so much money a year. However, Chen Lianhua was happy to sell it at a good price, and an aunt with whom she had a good relationship came to tell her, Daqiang's family, your son-in-law is back, injured, or the leader personally sent it back, but the child has no family, the captain asked you to go. The Omping village was a sensation, and Hani Chen, the son of the Yi family, came back, covered in injuries and was carried back. Who knows if Hani Chen will be disabled like this? If Lin Meiyun is crippled for the rest of his life, it will be miserable for the rest of his life. Lin Lianya pushed down the original owner because of this before, but now she is also standing in the crowd with a face on her face that means watching a joke. Hani Chen's consciousness was still awake, but he was wrapped in gauze, which looked shocking. This made Lin Guiqiang and the others sad. This kid looks like his life is not in danger, but if he is disabled, how can his daughter and little sister be fixed? But the marriage has already been decided, and in their opinion, it cannot be withdrawn, let alone a military marriage. Alas, Hani Chen didn't have any relatives at home, so this incident also worried the leaders and the captain. Chen Lianhua finally stood up and walked to Lin Weilin's side. Captain, Hani Chen can be regarded as our family's son-in-law, or send him to our side, and it will be convenient to take care of him. Several leaders and Hani Chen's comrades in arms looked at Chen Lianhua with emotion. Directly ignored the sentence, the son-in-law who has not passed the door. Lin Meiyun supported his forehead, I'm a mother, you really dare to say anything. This comrade, your family is good, but you can rest assured that Comrade Hani Chen was hurt for the country and the people this time, and our organization will not chill you. A leader gave Chen Lianhua a thumbs up. Then leader, please give us a bottom, what is Xiaoye's situation? Chen Lianhua frowned and asked. In fact, she wanted to ask if she could still have that function, but it was hard to say, but she had to understand clearly, if she couldn't even pass on the lineage, then she would just desperately try her best and not let her daughter jump into the fire pit. If it is disabled in other aspects, it is nothing, after all, when she chose Hani Chen as her son-in-law, she took this into account. Lesbian, don't worry, we are sending Comrade Hani Chen back now, because he is completely out of danger, and he will not be disabled, but he needs to be raised for a period of time. How long this time is, we are not sure, but the doctor said that Comrade Hani Chen will not have too many problems, and the disability will not be so, it depends on the recovery situation, and whether he can return to the army to continue to shine at that time also depends on the final situation. The leader said a lot in one breath, and his attitude was very sincere. Chen Lianhua and others finally believed that Hani Chen would not be disabled. Lin Lianya's eyes in the crowd flashed, a little disappointed. She originally wanted to see Lin Meiyun's jokes, but Hani Chen was not disabled, but if he can't go back to the army, it's no different from being useless. Lin Lianya suddenly felt a lot more balanced in her heart. To say how much she likes Hani Chen, there is none, but Hani Chen is now the leader of the army at a young age, and he is the most handsome young man in Anping village. How can he not be envied, especially when she thought that Lin Meiyun was an official wife as soon as she got married? Lin Lianya felt unfair, and now it's not bad, it's best for Hani Chen to be so disabled. Lin Qingqing happened to be standing not far from her, and she could see Lin Lianya's expression clearly, but because the leader was still present, she didn't say anything. A silly thing, I'll settle the score with you later. Lin Qingqing is also worried about Lin Meiyun now. The last time I saw Hani Chen, wasn't he still giving a speech at school? How long has it been since we last met? Why is this virtue? Lin Meiyun looked at Hani Chen, this man looked in good spirits. Hani Chen was also looking at her, and he didn't know what he was thinking. Comrade Hani Chen, do you think Comrade Chen Lianhua's family wants to take you to their home? Do you have any objections? After the leader finished talking to Chen Lianhua, he looked at Han Chen and asked for his opinion. No. Originally, when he came back, Han Chen had already thought about it, and he spent money to find someone to take care of himself, and his situation was also special, and no one would go online because of this. Even if he doesn't look for it himself, the army will find a way, so he doesn't worry about this problem. But after looking at Lin Meiyun, he felt that it was not bad to live in her house. Anyway, the two were also married, and he was going to recuperate, and he was not afraid of being told anything by others. So this matter was decided in front of all the onlookers. The leader asked someone to carry Han Chen to Lin Meiyun's house, but Lin Meiyun had no chance to speak the whole time. Or after her mother stood up, there was no choice in this matter. After all, she jumped out and didn't agree at this time, that is, she clearly said to the leader, "I have a problem with my ideological consciousness, hurry up and arrest me." In order to thank the Shin family for being willing to take care of Han Chen, the leader also gave 200 yuan in front of everyone, which was regarded as a nutrition fee for Han Chen and a thank you to the Shin family. Chen Lianhua and Lin Wuqiang both declined repeatedly, saying that Han Chen was their future son-in-law and that they should take care of him. But the attitude of the leaders was also very resolute, and they did not refuse in the end. Of course, Chen Lianhua also expected this, so she pulled it, and she didn't make money if she had money. This made the people who watched the excitement jealous, and even wanted to snatch the money, which was 200 yuan. I originally thought they were miserable, but now they really want to take over Han Chen. Fortunately, the wild boar was just sold, and the army gave it, and it was very rich. There is still meat at home, even if Han Chen recuperates at home, it will definitely not cost so much. On the same day, Chen Lianhua stewed the wild boar's trotters that had been pickled before, and then asked Lin Wuhai to bring them to the room. The Shin family still had an empty room, so in order to let him recuperate quietly, Chen Lianhua cleaned up the well-lit one in the remaining 2 rooms. Lin Wuhai brought the stewed wild boar's trotters to Han Chen, and his attitude was quite good. After all, Han Chen was also dedicated to the motherland, and people now admire heroes, especially Lin Wuhai, who has always had a dream of being a soldier. Eat it quickly, my mother has been stewing all afternoon. Han Chen only took a look, and knew that this was not pork, but wild boar, because they often performed missions, and sometimes lived in the mountains, and wild boar meat was not less. Although he was curious about how the Shin family could have wild boar, he still didn't ask. He said super quietly, "It's thanks to you, otherwise our family can't get such a big wild boar. Don't worry, you live in our house, and you definitely can't treat you badly." Second brother. Lin Meiyun knew that Lin Wuhai was going to deliver food, so he hurriedly ran over, but this person's mouth was like a laser cannon, and he couldn't stop it. "What's wrong with my little sister?" Lin Wuhai looked at Lin Meiyun with a puzzled expression. Cough, "It's okay, I have something I want to ask Han Chen, you go out first." Lin Meiyun thought for a while, and it was better to make a confession with Han Chen first, so he said. "Why don't I stay here? It's not safe for you to be alone with him as a girl." Lin Wuhai said. After hearing this, Lin Meiyun couldn't help it, and rolled her eyes. "Second brother, he's like this." The words after that were not spoken, and the meaning was self-evident. Lin Wuhai also reacted and scratched the back of his head. "It seems to be brother and sister, you and I said a word, and I almost pointed to Han Chen's nose and said that he was disabled, and I really didn't consider the mood of the sick name at all." Han Chen was holding the bowl of wild boar's trotters, and suddenly felt a little sad. "What's going on?" "Then I'm out." After that, Lin Wuhai left directly. Lin Meiyun walked up to Han Chen a little embarrassed. "That." Han Chen raised his eyebrows. "What do you want to say?" "It's a matter of wild boars." Lin Meiyun pointed to the wild boar's trotters in his hand. Han Chen nodded, waiting for her to continue, as if he was training soldiers in the army. Cough. "I told them that I met you and helped me drag them back." Lin Meiyun's eyes closed, and he stretched his head and shrank his head with a knife. "I can't go to explain to my parents that she currently has no idea of exposing her space." "Huh? How come I don't know?" Han Chen was speechless. He was afraid that he was still on a mission at that time. This girl could pull herself out as a shield, and she was also powerful. "Oh, I beat a wild boar in the mountains, and I found a way to get it back without telling everyone, but my parents didn't believe it, so I said that you helped. Anyway, don't say anything." Lin Meiyun felt that he was dead now, but it was better to die in front of a person than to die in front of a family. Who would have thought that a slap in the face would come so quickly? "Help, she originally thought that her parents would forget about this matter after a long time. Who would have thought that the car would overturn in a few days? You are digging a corner of socialism. Hani Chen suddenly had the intention of teasing her, and said very seriously. Lin Meiyun pointed to the pig's trotter in Hani Chen's hand nonchalantly. You dug it too. Hani Chen. Why didn't I know this girl was so sharp before? He didn't really have much impression of Lin Meiyun, and it was the time when he got married before they met at school. She looked at herself with a red face and couldn't even speak. When I saw her again, it was in the school, and she scolded all the people who questioned her. It is reasonable to say that she was embarrassed to see herself and changed so much, but this time with her alone, Hani Chen felt that he did not see a little liking for herself in her eyes. In other words, Lin Meiyun actually didn't like herself at all, but she was indeed the one who saw him blushing and heartbeat before. In the end, Hani Chen felt that this girl might be possessed by some mountain spirit ghost. Although they are not allowed to say anything feudal superstition now, they have to pray that God will bless them every time they go on an expedition. Besides, the wild boar mentioned before, if this girl was possessed by a goblin, it would be normal for her to get the wild boar back. Lin Meiyun didn't know at all that Hani Chen was already guessing which monster he was at this time. Seeing that he should make sense, Lin Meiyun said, then you rest, I'll go out first. Seeing Lin Meiyun turn around and leave, Hani Chen began to eat wild boar trotters. I have to say that Aunt Chen's craftsmanship is very good, much better than the craftsmanship of the cooking class in the army. As soon as Lin Meiyun went out, he met a few eyes. Everyone was in the hall, and Lin Meiyun was a little guilty. Come over for dinner, Chen Lianhua said. But Lin Meiyun felt that her mother was a little gossipy. Hani Chen is injured, what do you think? Lin Wuqiang asked. After all, my daughter seemed to like this kid's ears quite a bit before, and now she was a little worried about her emotions. Huh? Lin Meiyun had just served the bowl and was a little confused when asked. Looking at the worried eyes of the family, Lin Meiyun seemed to understand. It's nothing, doesn't he look like it's a big deal? Just keep it. Lin Wuqiang nodded and didn't say anything more. The next days were a bit boring. Lin Wenhao is on vacation, but Hani Chen is at home, and it is inconvenient to move now, and he can't live without people at home. But Lin Meiyun's words to take care of him are not very convenient. After all, this man now has to be taken care of when he eats, drinks, and and everything else is fine, but Lin Meiyun can't help him with going to the toilet. So Lin Wenhao stayed at home, but Lin Meiyun was idle. Once this person is idle, he wants to find something to do. Just as she was thinking about how to go out, Lin Qingqing came to the door. During this time, Lin Qingqing was also very busy helping at home, and she didn't have time to play with Lin Meiyun. After all, even if she is the daughter of the captain's family, Lin Weilin is good to her, but not everyone has such a good life as Lin Meiyun, and she can do no work. Although she was not allowed to go to the ground, the housework at home was basically left to her. Listen to the rainbow, let's go to town to play. Lin Qingqing has always been a hot person, and she heard her voice before she saw anyone. When she ran into the yard of the Shen family without any image, she found that there were not only Lin Meiyun, but also Lin Wenhao, and Hani Chen, who was moved out. Suddenly a little embarrassed, especially the moment he saw Lin Wenhao, he immediately put away his big teeth. Ahem. That Meiyun, I have nothing to do today, let's go to the street. Looking at the twisted Lin Qingqing, Lin Meiyun seemed to smell the melon. Looked at Lin Qingqing, then at his eldest brother, understood. But looking at the appearance of his eldest brother, he should not have enlightened yet. You don't have to help at home today? Lin Meiyun asked. Lin Qingqing's voice became very gentle. Today my dad found out in conscience, let my mother be at home, and give me a day off. Lin Meiyun, Comrade Lin Qingqing, you are really not suitable for clip sounds. Well, it just so happens that I'm bored too, so wait for me, I'll go change my clothes. After Lin Meiyun finished speaking, he ran into his room. Lin Qingqing looked at Lin Wenhao, as if she had just seen him. Brother Shen, are you at home too? Lin Wenhao rarely gets along with girls, so his tone is a bit lukewarm. But Lin Qingqing is also big-hearted, even if Lin Wenhao is not enthusiastic at all, but he still blushes because of his low voice. Completely ignoring Hani Chen, who was wrapped in bandages all over his body. Lin Meiyun saw such a scene when she changed her clothes and came out. If she didn't know Lin Qingqing's character too well, she really had to believe that Lin Qingqing was such a lady. Ahem. Qingqing, let's go. Lin Qingqing finally didn't stare at Lin Wenhao shyly and timidly. Lin Wenhao was relieved to see her look away. What the hell is going on with this girl? Let's go, let's go. Lin Qingqing walked to Lin Meiyun's side in small steps and took Lin Meiyun's arm. Tut, Lin Meiyun felt that this melon was a bit mysterious. No wonder Lin Qingqing looked down on the blind date before, and when she asked her what she liked, she said that she wanted to find someone like Brother Wen. Where is she looking for a brother Tingwen like this? She clearly has a crush on her eldest brother. The two had gone a long way, and Lin Qingqing looked back at the Shen family's yard. Lin Meiyun. Chick, isn't your performance too obvious? Qingqing. Huh? What's wrong? Lin Qingqing hurriedly turned around, for fear that Lin Meiyun would find out her little move. Lin Meiyun, I have found out. Do you like my big brother? Lin Meiyun asked straight to the point. What? What? What are you talking about? At first, Lin Qingqing didn't react, and then she was a little angry, and she was about to hit Lin Meiyun. You talk nonsense. If your face wasn't like a monkey's but, I really believe you don't have any thoughts about my eldest brother. Lin Meiyun looked at Lin Qingqing's face meaningfully. Lin Qingqing's face turned even redder, and she quickly denied Sanlian, I didn't, don't talk nonsense. Ha 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 ha. It's nothing to tell me, although you are indeed not very authentic, I treat you as a good sister and you actually want to be my sister-in-law, but I am also very humane, maybe I can help you chase my brother. Lin Meiyun laughed so hard that the flowers trembled. Lin Qingqing was thinking about this question very seriously, are you serious? Then I saw Lin Meiyun's face ridiculed. Only then did she know that she had been told by Lin Meiyun, and she was so angry that she wanted to beat her again. Ouch, I'm serious, really, my eldest brother is just an elm pimple, if you don't chase him, he will probably never be enlightened. Lin Meiyun quickly dodged and said. In fact, it would be excellent if her good sister could be with her eldest brother, at least she wouldn't have to worry about her sister-in-law relationship in the future. Lin Qingqing fell silent, thinking about the feasibility of this matter as she walked. Lin Meiyun didn't bother her, but couldn't help but shake her head in her heart, TSK, the sour smell of love. Do you really want me to be your sister-in-law? Both of them were about to walk to the town, and Lin Qingqing suddenly asked. Lin Meiyun nodded, of course it was true, although Lin Qingqing and Lin Wenhao were both surnamed Shen, but they were not directly related. It's just that the Shen surname is a big surname in Anping village, so there is nothing wrong with that. Besides, Lin Qingqing's personality is very good, and Shen Lianhua and Lin Guoqiang also like her very much. Of course, although she can assist, but this matter mainly depends on her eldest brother, if he can really be interested in Lin Qingqing, it will be the best, but if he really doesn't like Lin Qingqing's hanging, then there is no way. Okay, if this happens, I will designate you to wrap a big red envelope. Lin Qingqing patted her chest proudly. Lin Meiyun also patted her chest like her, okay, I will definitely do my best. So the two walked happily to the town. Lin Meiyun went directly to the county seat when he came out of the village before, and he had not seriously visited the current town. This town actually doesn't look much better than the countryside, but there are more cement tile houses, but there are also many earthen wall houses located in it. The only thing that is different from the village is probably that there are streets in the town. There are also some storefronts on both sides of the street, but they are all state-owned. After all, private buying and selling are still not allowed. The storefronts that can be seen on the side of the road are all hung with the word state-owned. There are small shops, restaurants, photo studios, and of course tailors, but the sound is not very good, and there are not many people in the town. Shall we go to the supply and marketing cooperative? Lin Qingqing proposed. There is no department store here, but there is one in the county. Lin Meiyun was also very interested, so he went to the supply and marketing cooperative with Lin Qingqing. I am still familiar with the town, because the original owner has been here a lot, but memory and seeing it with my own eyes are another thing. Lin Meiyun really felt the atmosphere of this era. The supply and marketing cooperative is not too small, and it also has 2 floors, which is a relatively rare house in the town. The surrounding buildings are not bad, especially although the supply and marketing cooperative looks very old, but it can still be seen that it should have been a rich man's home before. The style of the small Western-style building is a bit out of place in the town. However, the attack on capitalism was confiscated later. There are some patterns painted on the white wall outside, some of which are 5-star red flags and some are portraits of people. One of them is more vivid, a teenager wearing a lei feng hat and overalls, one hand flat on his chest and clenched into a fist, one foot in front, making a charging posture. Just very vigorous. There is also a sentence next to it, learn from Lei Feng's good example, it is indeed very distinctive. After walking into the supply and marketing cooperative, there is a dazzling array of goods, and there is a salesperson standing at each counter, but most of the salespeople are very arrogant. After all, if you can have a formal job in this era, or if you are as fat as a supply and marketing cooperative, you will inevitably look down on others and be arrogant. Both of them are spoiled by the family, although they can't be said to be rich, but they still have a little money and tickets, especially Lin Meiyun here. Chen Lianhua gave her half of the wild boar before, and exchanged a lot of tickets, so both of them went shopping without any burden in their hearts. The clothes are not bad, at least not like most countrymen who look like patches stacked on patches, which is not bad, so although the attitude of the salesperson is not good, it is not particularly bad. Lin Qingqing was attracted by the red head rope and some hairpins when she went to the place where the head flowers were sold. She didn't care about these before, but she had just discussed with Lin Meiyun to start bravely pursuing her sweetheart, and she began to think about paying attention to her image. "Comrade, you have worked hard, how to sell this head rope?" Lin Qingqing asked the salesperson at the counter. The salesperson just raised his eyelids lightly, then lowered his head and continued to pick his nails. "All reactionaries are paper tigers. 5 points. Get me a. Not 2. Lin Qingqing thought for a while. She should buy one for Lin Meiyun when she bought it, so she said to the salesperson. Lin Meiyun found it interesting. In this era, communication was like a code, it was really fun. The salesman took 2 for Lin Qingqing. This thing didn't need a ticket. Lin Qingqing handed over the money. 2 were exactly a dime, but there was no need to change it. The salesman clamped the dime on a wire, and then the money ticket arrived at the special cashier window with a bang. Lin Meiyun's eyes lit up, it was so interesting. After getting the red-headed rope, Lin Qingqing handed one to Lin Meiyun. Lin Meiyun didn't refuse, and took it directly. "Meiyun, why do I think you looked like you had never seen the world before?" Lin Qingqing quietly leaned into Lin Meiyun's ear and said. Lin Meiyun had always been very interested just now, she had seen it all, but didn't she come often before? Even the department store in the county seat is not less. Cough. No. Lin Meiyun was a little embarrassed. Didn't she think that the way of communication in this era was a little more interesting, so she took a few more looks. Later, they went to the counter to buy snacks, which can be purchased with pastry tickets, and if you don't have pastry tickets, you can also use food stamps, but pastry tickets can't buy food. Lin Meiyun happened to have a pastry ticket in his hand, which Chen Lianhua specially changed when he sold wild boar meat before. There is no other reason, just thinking that my daughter can buy pastries to eat. So there are still a lot of changes, and the tickets have an expiration date, so Lin Meiyun wants to buy some back. Although there are also in the space, there are many that are still not in line with this era. Anyway, if you have money, it is a waste to keep this ticket. Lin Meiyun was surprised to find that there were still tiger claws for sale in the supply and marketing cooperative. This is not something here, so I haven't seen it in town before. This thing is quite delicious, but Lin Meiyun ate it when she was a child in her previous life, and then slowly all kinds of snack pastries were born, and such old-fashioned pastries were gradually eliminated. The tiger's claw is not a real tiger's foot, but a pastry with 6 horns, because it resembles a tiger's claw. This kind of pastry is crispy on the outside but not hard, and the inside is also soft and soft. To say that Lin Meiyun can't remember much about the taste, but a kind of childhood memory comes to the face. This thing is sold by the piece, 1/4 of a cent. Lin Meiyun also bought some others, counting his own pastry tickets to sell, and he also bought some flatbreads. There are both fresh and sweet ones. The ones sprinkled with sesame seeds are salty flatbreads, the ones without sesame seeds are sweet flatbreads. The salty flatbreads are cheaper, 3 cents a piece, the sweet ones are 4 cents. Lin Meiyun himself prefers to eat sweet. "You buy so much?" Lin Qingqing's eyes widened, and then she asked in a low voice, "Do you have so many votes?" Lin Meiyun couldn't laugh or cry, she was not a fool. If she didn't have so many votes, she couldn't buy so much. "There must be," Lin Meiyun said. Until Lin Meiyun paid the money, Lin Qingqing felt like a dream. "Where did you get so many votes?" Lin Meiyun looked around, and after making sure that no one would hear it, she whispered, "My mother is looking for someone to change." Lin Qingqing drooled with envy. "Auntie is too good to you." Envy. JPG, if you become her daughter-in-law, she will definitely be so good to you. Lin Meiyun smiled evilly. Even if Lin Qingqing is carefree, she will be embarrassed, especially since this is still outside. If you talk nonsense again, I'm going to be angry, and I'll be laughed to death by others. Lin Qingqing glared at her. Lin Meiyun covered her mouth and laughed. The two of them talked and laughed for a while. Lin Meiyun bought another pound of oil, which cost 8 cents, and the oil was really expensive. There is not much oil at home, and this time I came with Lin Qingqing, so I could only buy it, otherwise it would be difficult to take it out of the space when I went back. It would be very embarrassing in case the small talk came here. The two of them walked out, ready to go home, and there was nothing else to visit. Just when Lin Meiyun was about to completely return home, he saw an alley entrance, and someone walked out in a hurry with a basket on his back. Lin Meiyun's eyes lit up. This must be the black market, she's going. You have to make a fortune, thereupon. Qingqing, my stomach suddenly hurts a little, you wait for me in front. Lin Qingqing wondered, wasn't it okay just now? Lin Meiyun said, how can this be sure? Okay, then hurry up. Lin Qingqing took her things as she spoke, and then went to the front to wait. Lin Meiyun knew where the toilet was, so she went directly to the public toilet, then locked the door, entered the space to change her clothes, covered her face with a headscarf, and dressed up as a middle-aged woman, except that her eyes were a little too smart. But it doesn't matter if others know that she is in disguise, as long as you can't see her true face. After all, how many people go to the black market without disguise? After changing into a pair, she went out of the public toilet and found the alley where she had seen people before, and now she was carrying a basket on her back, covered with a piece of blue-black cloth, and she couldn't see what was in the basket at all. Sure enough, after entering the alley, he saw a young man at the door of a courtyard without walking a few steps. He looked around vigilantly, and when Lin Meiyun appeared, he looked over, and when he saw Lin Meiyun standing at the door and not leaving, he asked fiercely, what are you doing? Come and see the old lady. Lin Meiyun said. This old lady is actually a code, how can there be any old lady? This is what Chen Lianhua mentioned when he talked about the black market before, let him remember. The young man relaxed a lot when he heard this, and his expression softened a little, old rules. Lin Meiyun nodded and took out the 5 cents he had prepared in advance. This is the entrance fee, as long as you come to the black market, you are basically willing to pay this money, after all, people collect money, and they will also provide some protection. For example, if any suspicious person appears, they will notify everyone as soon as possible. Seeing Lin Meiyun paying the money neatly, the young man had no doubts at all, he could match the code, and he knew how to give money, so he must have come here often and did not run away. She successfully entered the black market, and after entering, she found that there was also a unique cave inside. The black market is not just a simple courtyard, the space inside is very large, it should be connected to several yards, but it looks like an ordinary residence from the outside. I have to say that the people in charge of the black market are still very smart. Lin Meiyun walked in with her basket on her back as if nothing had happened. She didn't open her basket either, there was actually nothing in her basket before, and she only put some supplies in it when she just stepped into the courtyard gate. After finding a corner and putting down his basket, Lin Meiyun stood there. The people in the black market are all kinds of people, some are looking around looking for what they need, and some are carrying baskets like Lin Meiyun. Lin Meiyun's behavior is not strange, some of the people who come to sell things directly put out what they want to sell, and some are just like her. After waiting for a while, a middle-aged woman wearing a blue labor uniform walked up to Lin Meiyun. Big sister, what do you have here? Lin Meiyun looked at the woman's dress, she should be a worker, with consumption power, she didn't speak, and directly lifted the corner of the basket to show the woman. There were several cloth bags inside, as well as liquid and glass bottles. The woman's eyes lit up with just one glance, and the eyes she looked at Lin Meiyun were also full of joy. Her daughter-in-law was pregnant, and she was a worker, making a fuss about eating well, but the supply and marketing cooperative was limited to supply, and she didn't buy anything good after queuing up for a few days, she just wanted to come to the black market to try her luck, and she didn't see anything good after a long time, but she didn't expect to meet it when she was about to give up. Lin Meiyun revealed rice, white noodles, and meat. The glass bottle contained rapeseed oil, and she didn't take out the peanut oil, which was not easy to get and was afraid of attracting the attention of others. Big sister, what is the price of your rice and meat? Lin Meiyun thought that wild boar meat could be sold for 8 cents a pound in the black market before, and domestic pork with more oil and water would definitely be a little more expensive. According to the price of wild boar meat, she had almost an understanding of the price on the black market. 1 piece of rice, 2 pieces of meat. The woman thought for a while. Although this price was more expensive than the price of the supply and marketing cooperative, it was also within an acceptable range, and now her family really needed these things, so she asked, "How much rice and pork do you have here?" Lin Meiyun knew that his offer was right, so he said, 5 pounds of rice, 3 pounds of meat. I want it all. The woman immediately spoke, for fear that someone would come to grab it if she was slow. Okay, if you have a ticket, I can give you a cheaper one. Today, I visited the supply and marketing cooperative, and Lin Meiyun also knew that many things were ticketed. There is not everything in her space, and it is good if you have a ticket. If there is something you need but don't have, you can also buy some. The woman thought for a while. I only have industrial vouchers and sugar stamps, look at. She was afraid that Lin Meiyun only needed meat stamps and food stamps, which were the same as before. After all, although it is not always available, there are always times when it is needed. As for industrial coupons and sugar tickets, they are not so important. After all, industrial coupons are not something that everyone is willing to use when they get them. Sugar is also not willing to eat. Sometimes buying a pound of sugar, you have to eat it for 2 or 3 months. The factory issues sugar tickets every month, so you can also take them out and exchange them. Lin Meiyun nodded, but if you say these 2 things, I can't give you too much cheaper. You give me 5 industrial coupons, 2 pounds of sugar tickets, rice is 8 cents for you, and meat is for you. The middle-aged woman still wanted to bargain, but seeing Lin Meiyun's appearance of not wanting to speak, she knew that she didn't need to talk, so she could only pay for it willingly. So in the first business, Lin Meiyun earned 7 yuan, 5 industrial coupons, and 2 caddies of sugar tickets. Don't underestimate this money. You must know that the current regular workers are only 36 yuan a month. The middle-aged woman put the things into her bag and left happily. When their deal was over, others noticed the situation here, so not long after, another man came up to strike up a conversation. Do you still have rice and meat? When Lin Meiyun heard this, he calmly took out 2 pounds of rice and 1 pound of meat from the space. Yes, but not much. How many more? The man asked in a low voice, for fear that if he was loud, he would provoke others to come over and rush to buy it. 2 pounds of rice and 1 pound of meat, 1 pound of rice, and 2 pieces of meat. Lin Meiyun directly reported to him the price he had just sold to the middle-aged woman. The man nodded, looked at Lin Meiyun's basket again, and asked a little expectantly, is there oil? Canola oil? Lin Meiyun asked. Yes, yes. The man quickly agreed. There are 2 caddies, 1 piece and 2 caddies. Lin Meiyun said directly that the oil sold by the supply and marketing cooperative was 8 cents, and it was not too much for her to ask for 1 yuan and 2. You have so many good things in your hands. The man's eyes straightened, is there still a white face? Do you want to buy it? Lin Meiyun glanced at him, his tone was obviously not very good. The man scratched his head, knowing that he was a little abrupt. I'm sorry, I don't mean anything else, don't take it to heart. It's my mother is sick and needs to eat something easy to digest. If you have white noodles, I want them all. Lin Meiyun looked at her and found that he didn't look like he was lying, so he said, there are still 5 pounds of white noodles, $1 and 1 pound, you want them all? Yes, yes. But I don't have a ticket, so I'll give you money. The man quickly took out the money from his pocket. 2 pounds of oil and 1 pound of meat were 3 yuan and 6, and 2 pounds of rice and 5 pounds of white flour were 7 yuan, so this time Lin Meiyun earned another 10 yuan and 6 cents. At this point, Lin Meiyun stopped, and if he sold the difference, he might really be targeted. After shooting a shot, Lin Meiyun quickly left, but that's it, she also followed 2 tails. Lin Meiyun noticed it, so she walked faster and quickly entered the women's toilet. Then he changed his clothes and came out again, and when he came out, he saw 2 sneaky men not far away, and when he saw Lin Meiyun, his saliva was about to flow, but he thought that he still had business to do, and he didn't dare to leave, so he waited and waited at the door of the public toilet. And Lin Meiyun had already joined Lin Qingqing at this time. I'm ready to find you. See if you fell into the toilet. Lin Qingqing rolled her eyes. Lin Meiyun smiled awkwardly, my stomach hurts a little, so it's been a long time. Okay, let's go, if you don't go home, you should worry. Okay. After saying that, Lin Meiyun took her things from Lin Qingqing's hand, and the two girls slowly walked towards the village. Lin Meiyun was in a very good mood, humming ditties along the way, which made Lin Qingqing look sideways frequently. "What's wrong with you?" "It's nothing. It's just a simple joy. After all, I made more than 17 yuan today. Can I not be happy?" When they arrived at the entrance of the village, Lin Meiyun gave Lin Qingqing some snacks, and then they went home. When she got home, Chen Lianhua had already cooked and waited for her, and Lin Guoqiang kept looking at the door, looking a little anxious. Lin Meiyun felt that if he didn't come back, Lin Guoqiang and the others should go out to find someone. When he saw Lin Meiyun appear, Lin Guoqiang hurriedly stepped forward to take the things in her hand. "Why are you back now?" "I haven't been out for a long time, so I'm a little playful." Lin Meiyun smiled. As soon as he walked into the yard, he met Hani Chen's gaze. "What did you buy? Why so much?" Chen Lianhua came out with the food and saw the big bags and small bags in Lin Guoqiang's hand. Lin Guoqiang shrugged his shoulders, saying that he didn't know either. Lin Meiyun explained, "Didn't my mother change a lot of pastry tickets before? Now that the eldest brother is also on vacation during this time, Hani Chen also lives in our house, and the family always has to prepare some snacks, so I bought more, and there is a pound of oil, and there is actually nothing else." "Hey, you buy less at a time, you can eat slowly by yourself, we don't have to." Chen Lianhua came to her lips, and looked at Hani Chen again, feeling that it would not be very good if she really said this. After all, they didn't eat, and Xiaoyi always wanted to eat. Helping the family get such a big wild boar back, and 200 yuan in nutrition expenses, I feel that if I am reluctant to have any snacks, does it seem that she, the future mother-in-law, is not very authentic? It's okay, I bought it and everyone ate it together, and besides, these things will deteriorate after a long time, so it's better to eat them as soon as possible. Lin Meiyun said. Chen Lianhua felt a little painful. After all, such a big bag cost a lot of money. It's just that her daughter bought it back, and the wild boar was still obtained by him and Hani Chen, and she wouldn't say it even if she felt a little distressed. Seeing that it was time to eat, Lin Meiyun did not take out the things, but put them in the main room. Now Hani Chen's condition is much better, he can sit up. Lin Guoqiang made him a simple wheelchair. Of course, the drawings are still given by Lin Meiyun. Now Hani Chen can sit in the wheelchair and eat with everyone. "Xiaoya, eat quickly." Lin Guoqiang greeted. Hani Chen is a very polite man, which Lin Meiyun has to praise, even if the army gives money, but he does not enjoy everyone's care at home. Even every time they eat, they have to wait until Chen Lianhua and Lin Guoqiang move their chopsticks before they start eating. At first, Chen Lianhua thought he couldn't let go, and said it several times. But the next time they eat, Hani Chen is still like this, so they won't say anything later. Lin Meiyun knew that he was not unable to let go, but was very particular about table manners, and thought he was very good. After all, his parents were gone since he was a child, and his grandparents were also gone. In fact, it can be said that he grew up alone, and it is really good to understand this. "Eat more at Meiyun." Hani Chen picked up a chopstick of meat and handed it to Lin Meiyun's bowl. "This is braised wild boar meat." Chen Lianhua was afraid that it would not be soft, so it was stewed for a long time. Lin Meiyun looked at Hani Chen with a mysterious face. What kind of wind is this person smoking today? Actually picked up vegetables for himself. It's not that this behavior is outrageous, after all, they are also a fiancé, but, except for the time when she confessed to him, she never spoke to him once. "What's wrong?" Hani Chen's voice was so gentle that he could drip water. "Lin Meiyun, help. Is there something seriously ill about this man?" Hani Chen looked at her frightened expression and only thought it was fun. Lin Meiyun didn't know at all. It was precisely because of her indifference to Hani Chen during this period of time that Hani Chen felt that she was possessed by a monster. After all, the original owner was very satisfied with this fiancé before, and he had been calling him Brother Chen after the engagement. Hani Chen is also a bold man, even if he thinks so. Not only does he not want to avoid Lin Meiyun, but he wants to know what kind of monster Lin Meiyun is. Looking at the interaction between the two, Lin Guoqiang and Chen Lianhua were both holding back their laughter. However, Lin Wenhao and Lin Wuhai were a little unaccustomed to the appearance of the two of them. Of course, this is just that they feel that the two are going back and forth, but in fact, both of them are ghosts. After the meal, Lin Meiyun went directly back to his room, not wanting to stay with Hani Chen, a madman, at all, woo-woo, and was frightened. Hani Chen looked at her back as she fled in a hurry and curled up the corners of her mouth. In the eyes of the Shen family, this scene was Lin Meiyun's shyness, and Hani Chen smiled dotingly, which was really a beautiful misunderstanding. Lin Meiyun was lying on the bed, thinking of Hani Chen speaking to him so gently just now, and he immediately felt a little blushing. Then there are all kinds of disgusts of yourself, Lin Meiyun, why are you so unpromising? Isn't it just a man? Even if you want to have spring, you have to wait for him to get better and make sure he has any hidden diseases. I have to say that the mother and daughter thought of going together. When she went to bed at night, Chen Lianhua sighed, which made Ling Guoqiang confused. What's wrong? Ling Guoqiang thought that he had made his daughter-in-law angry. Daqiang, do you think Xiaoya will be fine? Chen Lianhua turned over to Lin Guoqiang. Lin Guoqiang looked confused, isn't he okay now? Chen Lianhua hesitated to speak, and then asked helplessly, do you think the atmosphere between our daughter and Xiaoya is very good? Isn't this a good thing? Lin Guoqiang was even more confused. No, of course I know it's a good thing, but... Do you think Xiaoya was hurt there? Chen Lianhua asked embarrassedly. Where? Lin Guoqiang was elm-headed, so angry that Chen Lianhua didn't want to talk to him. That's it. Chen Lianhua's eyes glanced at Lin Guoqiang somewhere. Lin Guoqiang was blushed when he was seen, what do you think? Isn't I also thinking about our daughter? You said that if Xiaoya hurts the root, how will our daughter be fixed? Chen Lianhua felt very distressed, and now she didn't know the specific situation of Hani Chen at all. I think you're thinking too much? Lin Guoqiang was speechless. You know a fart. Chen Lianhua was angry and didn't come to a place. If Hani Chen really hurt the root, it would be a big trouble then. Break off the marriage. Hani Chen is a soldier again, this is a military marriage, it is impossible to break off the marriage like that. You say if you don't withdraw, then there will be no hope for the sexual happiness of your daughter in the second half of her life. Lin Guoqiang naturally knew his daughter-in-law's concerns, and hugged Chen Lianhua in his arms. Daughter-in-law, let's not think so much for the time being, okay? Even if something really happens, you won't know until later, so why bother yourself about things that are still uncertain? Lin Guoqiang still persuaded Chen Lianhua, the truth is indeed such a truth, she is worried here now, maybe Xiaoyi will not have anything to do in the future, isn't that asking for trouble, so this matter passed. In the past 2 days, Lin Meiyun found that Hani Chen was weird, and only thought that he had a convulsion, so he hid if he could. After a few days, another person came to the county. It is a leader who comes to visit the hero. The main thing is to see how Hani Chen is recovering, and that they only gave money before, but they didn't expect that rural people generally don't have tickets, and even if they are rich, they can't help it if they want to buy something. So he sent meat again. Chen Lianhua looked at the 10 pounds of fat and thin pork belly, as well as pig's trotters, and looked confused. Leader, haven't you already given money before? There's no need to give so many things now, right? Chen Lianhua said. I feel like I'm taking advantage of the country. He is obviously his future son-in-law, but he still needs to be paid for by the state. No, sister-in-law, we were negligent before, I didn't expect that even if you are rich, you are not easy to buy any good things, this is what we bought in the meat factory, a shortcut, and then the director of the meat factory knew the heroic deeds of our comrade Haneoi, and he was also very emotional. These 2 pairs of pig's trotters were sent by the director of the meat factory. The man dressed as the leader said. Chen Lianhua glanced at Hani Chen curiously, and she didn't know what kind of merit she had made as her future son-in-law, and she was actually worthy of being treated like this. Running to the Unity Village again and again, as if it was not too tired. In the end, I could only accept it. This matter was also seen by many people, after all, there were outsiders in the village entering the village, and basically everyone was staring. Chen Lianhua is still very low-key, knowing that this matter is going to cause some discomfort of pink eye. But he didn't take it out and say it. After selling wild boars before, I sent some to my parents' house, and after sending meat to the old house, feng shui was all kinds of yin and yang. Chen Lianhua thought, if it weren't for Lin Guoqiang's brother, feng shui, the mother-in-law, probably even wanted to sue them for digging the corner of socialism. Although it is not immediately punished now, the impact of such things as speculation is still very bad. It was precisely because she was sure that feng shui did not dare to complain, so she dared to go over and say that she bought it on the black market. At first, Lin Meiyun said that she told them that they bought things from other people's villages in the supply and marketing cooperative, but Chen Lianhua thought about it and still felt inappropriate. After all, few people are willing to sell large prey now, and the supply and marketing cooperative is so close, whether it has ever supplied wild boar meat, you can find out as soon as you inquire. So I thought that no one would dare to say it anyway, so I just said it clearly. But of course, I didn't mean to tell Feng Sui, but Feng Sui was worried all day long that the third room would cheat the old couple of the pension money, and she stared at it tightly. Zhen Lianhua was also very speechless, but she didn't say anything. She loved to listen, just listen. Anyway, she was the one who was unbalanced in the end. She didn't dare to say it, and in the end it was still her who was uncomfortable. Mr. Lin and Mrs. Lin were very happy, and after the separation, only the third room still thought about them from time to time, and although the second room was not very angry with them, they didn't have much filial piety. Not to mention the big house, it is simply a nest of bad things. But this has nothing to do with Lin Meiyun's family. They do what they should do, just do it. What about others? Their hands can't stretch that long. After getting the meat, Chen Lianhua basically changed the way to make delicious food for Hani Chen every day. Of course, they were embarrassed to eat the meat sent by the leader, but Hani Chen said that if they didn't eat it, then he wouldn't eat it either. Chen Lianhua also realized that her son-in-law, prospective son-in-law, was still a stubborn donkey. At the beginning, she didn't take Hani Chen's words to heart, so she only did Hani Chen's weight, but for that meal, he must share a little with everyone in the family, otherwise she wouldn't eat it. In the end, there was no way, everyone still had to eat, but they still did less later, and everyone tried to let Hani Chen eat more. Hani Chen lived in the Shin family during this time, and he could be regarded as understanding the character of the Shin family, and they were the kind of people who were unwilling to take advantage of others, so everyone got along peacefully and quietly. Lin Meiyun watched Hani Chen's spirit get better and better, and one day he found an opportunity to get into Hani Chen's room alone. Hani Chen on the bed was reading a book, but there was a soldier in the seat, and Lin Meiyun found it as soon as he approached his door, but he didn't make a sound, and even looked at the book, as if he didn't find her. Lin Meiyun rolled her eyes. She didn't believe that Hani Chen didn't find her, but she still shouted Hani Chen's name loudly. Hani Chen put down the book in his hand. What? You should be healed from your injury, right? Lin Meiyun would ask this because the water she drank at home and the water she cooked were added to the space well water, even if it was not as good as drinking it directly, but it stands to reason that Hani Chen should be good. Why do you ask that? There was a hint of inquiry in Hani Chen's eyes. He knew how seriously he was injured, but in fact, when he thought Lin Meiyun was a fairy at the beginning, he was still ridiculed by himself. But slowly, he really began to doubt. He knew very well his ability to recover, although those injuries before were not fatal, it was not a big deal. After all, in their business, injuries were commonplace. But it won't recover so quickly. Yes, he has recovered a lot. The more Hani Chen lived, the more he felt that the Shin family was weird. But he didn't think Lin Meiyun would be some kind of bad goblin. If it were really the goblins and ghosts mentioned in the book, she would have sucked away her essence long ago, or digged her heart. But Lin Meiyun gave him the feeling that although his temper was a little worse, he was still very good in his heart. Could it be that the little goblin on some mountain who is not familiar with the world is reincarnated? Hani Chen's brain circuit is getting more and more biased, the kind that can't be pulled back. Lin Meiyun heard his question, and choked for a while. What can she say? She can't say that I drank the miracle medicine for you, right? This man is still a soldier. I'm afraid what he hates the most is feudal superstition. She feels that as long as she dares to say it, Hani Chen dares to pull herself to criticize. Just say you're okay. Lin Meiyun felt that as long as this man was at home, his space could not play a better role. Especially during this time, the man always looked at himself affectionately as if he had taken the wrong medicine. I feel like I've recovered a little, but I'm not all there yet. Hani Chen said with a smile. He looked at Lin Meiyun like a cat with fried hair, and he felt that it was very interesting to tease. You. Lin Meiyun didn't know what to say. Very good, the chat is over. Lin Meiyun turned around and walked out of the room where Hani Chen was living now. She clearly felt that the well water was very good for the recovery of the wound, and she was still very confident in the things produced by the space. Hani Chen, a dogman, must be lying. I don't know when this person will be able to leave, but I can't make the family's ears and food worse because of this. After all, the leader sent something to comfort Hani Chen, and the Shin family was embarrassed to eat too much, so Lin Meiyun planned to go up the mountain. Anyway, Hani Chen can't follow him up the mountain. He can't take things out at home, but he can still go up the mountain. The result was probably that he was unfavorable, and he met Lin Qingqing as soon as he went out. Lin Meiyun. Lin Qingqing grinned and said mysteriously, Meiyun, is your eldest brother at home? Not here. Lin Qingqing's smiling face collapsed all of a sudden. That's it. Then he noticed Lin Meiyun's basket and came to his senses again. Where are you going? Lin Meiyun, go up the mountain. I'm with you. The light in Lin Qingqing's eyes rose again. So Lin Meiyun originally planned to go up the mountain to carry something back, but he followed behind him. Lin Qingqing was also carrying a basket at this time, and she was still at Shin's house. Along the way, Lin Qingqing's spirit was full, and her mouth never stopped. Listen to the rainbow, where did brother went? Lin Meiyun was helpless. I don't know, I should have gone to the educated youth. Taking care of Hani Chen at home during this period must have been suffocating, and now Hani Chen is much better, so I gave him a day off. Oh. That's it. Lin Qingqing nodded. By the way, Meiyun, will Hani Chen be disabled? After saying that, he felt that his words were wrong, and gossip should not be the object of gossip about Lin Meiyun. Lin Meiyun. Probably not. Okay. After saying the wrong thing, Lin Qingqing became much quieter, and the two slowly walked to the mountain. Of course, she unilaterally thought that she had said the wrong thing, but in fact, Lin Meiyun didn't think there was anything. At most she felt that she was talking a little too much. After going up the mountain, Lin Meiyun took Lin Qingqing to the place where he picked up mushrooms and fungus before, and it had rained 2 days ago, so Lin Meiyun wanted to try his luck. But this time the luck is really not very good, except for a few mushrooms. I didn't see anything. It was completely different from the last time Lin Meiyun came. That time it was in pieces, and Lin Meiyun didn't finish picking it in the end. The two looked as they walked, wanting to see if there was anything else they could pick up. Lin Meiyun has also been looking for opportunities to see if she can take the opportunity to get something out. Suddenly Lin Qingqing seemed to have discovered a new continent. There are mushrooms. When she ran over to pick mushrooms, Lin Meiyun quickly took out a rabbit from the space, and then fell directly to the ground, shouting very playfully, Qingqing, come on. Lin Qingqing was really attracted. My mother, such a big rabbit? Lin Qingqing looked at the big gray rabbit that had fainted in Lin Meiyun's hand in surprise. It's not that I haven't seen a hare before, it's the first time I've seen such a fat one. This thing is not easy to catch. Meiyun, how did you catch it? Lin Qingqing's eyes were shining. I don't know, he suddenly ran towards me, probably because he was too fat and not very flexible. Anyway, as soon as I stretched out my hand, I caught it directly, and I was worried that it would run away, so I threw it. That's really lucky. Lin Qingqing sighed. Lin Meiyun smiled awkwardly. Lying and not drafting is probably talking about her. After a while, when Lin Qingqing was not paying attention, Lin Meiyun accidentally found a bunch of pheasant eggs. Lin Qingqing looked at Lin Meiyun with envy. What kind of immortal luck are you? Shoo, don't say anything god or not. Lin Meiyun reminded. Anyway, there is no one else here, but I really envy your luck. Lin Qingqing didn't care about the authenticity. Lin Meiyun smiled, don't envy me, just eat at home at night. Lin Qingqing waved her hand again and again, that's not good. If you eat one more bite yourself, Lin Meiyun and the others will take one less bite. Let you sit with my eldest brother. Okay. Lin Qingqing agreed very temperably. As a result, Lin Meiyun couldn't laugh so hard that Lin Qingqing knew that she was teasing herself, and immediately went to chase Lin Meiyun to fight. Don't mess around, I have eggs in this basket, how can I fix it if it breaks down in a while? Lin Qingqing thought of this, but she still didn't continue to make trouble with her. The two found something to cover the eggs in Lin Meiyun's basket, but the hare took it in his hand and went down the mountain. Sure enough, I met people who went to work at the foot of the mountain, and when they saw the hare in Lin Meiyun's hand, their eyes were all full of light. But this kind of small prey, generally whoever catches it is whoever catches it, but no one dares to say that she digs a socialist corner. After all, who won't go to the river to catch a fish these days? Pick up something on the mountain. If they go online because of jealousy, then no one will want to take advantage of it in the future. This is a conventional rule, and there is a reason why Lin Meiyun took it down for this reason. Some things have crossed the clear road, that is, things that are above board. Of course, not every time you pick up something, you will take it out for others to see, and Lin Meiyun is not a fool, this is the first time. If you see it every time, you will still get into trouble if you do it too often. Shinjianeer, you're lucky today. TSK, this rabbit is so fat. Lin Meiyun also greeted them with a smile, it's really lucky, this rabbit is also a stupid, otherwise I wouldn't be able to catch it. She was really surprised, as if she had caught it for the first time. Although everyone was also envious, they still didn't say anything else. After they left, everyone started chatting. Hey, Shinjinier looks really different now. When did you see her go up the mountain before? Hey, this is not going to school, I have to do something when I come back, right? TSK, I looked like a superior person before, obviously a mud-legged person, but I looked like a city person, and now I still have to come back to work. There was a jealous little daughter-in-law who was Lin Meiyun and said sourly. You can pull it down, no matter what people do, at least you don't have to go to the ground. That's right, it's like you're not a mud leg. After all, the Shin surname is a big surname, and the Shin family naturally maintains their own surname, and they will not help outsiders at all. The little daughter-in-law didn't dare to speak anymore. Lin Meiyun and Lin Qingqing returned home together, and the others had not yet returned. Although he felt that Hani Chen was a bit scheming, he still knocked on the door because he was still an injury. Hani Chen, do you need any help? Hani Chen's voice came out of the room, no. Lin Meiyun turned around and left, and then entered the kitchen with Lin Qingqing. Now the seasonings in the kitchen are still very complete, plus the well water and the space used for cooking now, so as long as you can cook a little, you can't make it unpalatable. The previous wild boar was also oiled, although there were not as many domestic pigs, but it was still boiled out of a small pot, so Lin Meiyun did not skimp on oil at all when stir-frying. Lin Qingqing was stunned. Meiyun, isn't it a bit exaggerated for us to eat like this? Lin Meiyun first made a meatball soup, which was for Hani Chen, and asked him to say that he was not good yet, so let's eat lighter. After that, Lin Meiyun fried another slice of meat that was not too spicy, and Hani Chen estimated that he could eat a little. It's the rabbit's turn. Ahem cough. Ahem. Lin Qingqing was originally lighting a fire for Lin Meiyun, and ran out in embarrassment directly covering her nose. As soon as he went out, he happened to bump into Lin Wenhao, who had just returned. Lin Qingqing's face turned red all of a sudden, but fortunately, her face was red from choking, but she couldn't see it. Lin Wenhao helped Lin Qingqing. Qingqing, what's wrong with you? Lin Qingqing adjusted her emotions and pointed in the direction of the kitchen. Listen to the rainbow. Ahem, cook. Lin Wenhao was suspicious. What did you do to choke you like this? Lin Qingqing, why don't you go in and take a look? Lin Wenhao didn't think much about it, he really went in, and as soon as he walked to the door, a choking and spicy smell came to his face. Lin Wenhao hurriedly retreated and met Lin Qingqing's eyes watching the show. In fact, although the double pepper rabbit made by Lin Meiyun is indeed spicy, it is definitely not so exaggerated, but when the pepper is made, it is indeed very choked without a range hood. She was better off standing in front of the pot herself. But this is fine, no one dares to enter the kitchen, so she secretly added some ingredients in, and the fragrance quickly wafted away. When she was almost done, Lin Guoqiang and the others also got off work, and only the fragrance wafted in the kitchen, and Lin Qingqing and Lin Wenhao stood in the kitchen with a look of amazement. Lin Meiyun, you actually secretly learned cooking skills, and then amazed everyone. Lin Qingqing looked at Lin Meiyun with a resentful face, as if to say, you didn't take me with you when you learned technology. Lin Wenhao was also very surprised. Little sister, is this really what you did? Lin Meiyun was speechless. What else? Is there a fourth person in this kitchen? At this time, Lin Wuhai didn't know when he walked behind them. What are you talking about? Ah. Lin Meiyun and Lin Qingqing were both shocked. Lin Wuhai? Lin Wenhao cast a dangerous look at his compatriot, and Lin Wuhai touched his nose with a guilty conscience. There is a kind of suppression, called blood suppression, than his mother. Lin Wuhai is more afraid of his eldest brother who has always been gentle, because his parents beat you, he may try to be a little heavier. The eldest brother beat you is really dead, although Lin Wenhao is generally not angry, but when he gets angry, Lin Wuhai is not easy to mess with at all. Big brother, what's wrong with me? Lin Wuhai was a little aggrieved, he just came back from work and saw that everyone was here, so he was curious. You scared my little sister. I didn't mean to. Lin Wuhai was aggrieved. Isn't it wrong if it wasn't intentional? Lin Wuhai, I was wrong. At this time, Lin Guoqiang and Chen Lianhua also walked in, and after finishing the double pepper rabbit, Lin Meiyun also fried a hot and sour shredded potato. It can be said that it is very rich. Even Chen Lianhua was stunned, and when he looked carefully at the contents of the big vegetable bowl, he asked curiously, where did the rabbit meat come from? I caught one on the mountain today, and it was very fat, and Qingqing also helped. Lin Meiyun said. Lin Qingqing was embarrassed, she just helped carry it at most. Actually, I didn't help, the main thing is to listen to the rainbow, the rabbit she caught. You are all powerful, how many men can't catch this thing, and let you catch it? Qingqing is here to eat, don't leave. Chen Lianhua said with a smile. Okay, aunt. Lin Qingqing nodded. So the big guy brought the meal to the table, and it was also stewed rice at night, but it was not all rice, and it was also mixed with some millet, and there was a layer of sweet potatoes on the noodles. The sweet potatoes are cut into lumps and spread on the surface, both red and white, and they are a bit beautiful. Lin Wuhai went to the room where Hani Chen lived and got the person out, but he was still in a wheelchair. Looking at the food on the table, it was also appetizing, but... Comrade Hani Chen, considering your physical reasons, the spiciness of this rabbit is a bit strong, so I specially made you meatball soup and fried pork slices tonight, you can try it. Lin Meiyun's eyes flashed with a cunning light. Hani Chen also tasted all the face-saving ones, in fact, these two tastes were also excellent, but... To be honest, he wanted to taste that rabbit meat more. This girl is deliberately greedy for herself, but he didn't feel angry, but felt that Lin Meiyun was a bit childlike and strangely cute. Everyone, try it and see how it tastes. Lin Meiyun greeted everyone and moved their chopsticks. Lin Guoqiang took the lead in picking up the rabbit meat, and when he put it in his mouth, his tongue was really fragrant. Okay. Delicious. Then he quickly picked up a chopstick for Chen Lianhua, daughter-in-law, try it quickly. Lin Meiyun was speechless. Dad, if you do this again, I will be full of dog food. What? What is dog food? Lin Guoqiang's face was full of question marks. Dog food is, you are sweet, we are all single, and you have to show affection in front of us. Lin Meiyun explained. These words directly made Lin Guoqiang and Chen Lianhua blush. You're not single. Hani Chen suddenly interjected. Lin Meiyun, big brother, if you don't speak, no one treats you as a dumb. As long as I'm not married, I'm single. Lin Meiyun said with a stiff neck. Then we can also get married earlier, so that you don't eat dog food. Hani Chen teased. Lin Meiyun had just stuffed a piece of rabbit meat in his mouth, and he was choked by this sentence and coughed violently. Drink some soup. Hani Chen quickly handed over a bowl of meatball soup. Lin Meiyun took it and glared at him. She actually didn't dislike Hani Chen talking about the topic of marriage, but now there are so many people, it's really embarrassing. Hani Chen's confusing speech not only did not arouse Lin Guoqiang and Chen Lianhua's disgust, but also made him a little happy, at least the two children seemed to have a good relationship. Lin Qingqing quietly glanced at Lin Wenhao. Lin Wenhao was sitting next to her, looking at her so closely, she felt that Lin Wenhao was really handsome. Gentle, and it doesn't look greasy at all, unlike most of the men she knows, and she doesn't know if she can catch up with her sweetheart, and one day he will also talk to her about marriage. As soon as Lin Meiyun finished drinking the soup, he looked up and saw Lin Qingqing's expression, and immediately didn't care about Hani Chen's anger, and began to eat melons seriously. Casually asked Lin Wenhao, big brother, what kind of girl do you like? Lin Wenhao was also stunned by her sudden question, why did you suddenly ask this? Lin Meiyun glanced at Hani Chen and said, you are the eldest brother, I am not all engaged now, but if you don't get married, then I won't get married. What stupid things are you talking about? Chen Lianhua took a picture of her daughter. Gangren Xiaoyu was still talking about marriage, and turned his head and said this, don't you want to get married? I'm serious, which girl do you think got married before her eldest brother and second brother got married? Lin Meiyun pouted aggrievedly. Ahem, I haven't thought about this yet. Lin Wenhao was a little embarrassed. Huh? But you should always have an ideal type in your heart, right? Lin Meiyun saw that Lin Qingqing's eyes darkened a lot, and she still asked. If I have to deal with someone, I must deal with someone who can get with you and our mother. After Lin Wenhao thought about it seriously, he said his answer. Lin Meiyun held back a smile, then Lin Qingqing is really suitable. You too, what are you talking about? Why do you want to get along with me and your little sister? When you get married, you will live with your daughter-in-law, not with us. Chen Lianhua rolled her eyes. I know, but I heard that if the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law don't get along well, the marriage will be very tiring. I don't want to be tired myself, I don't want my future daughter-in-law to be tired, and I don't want my mother to be tired. Lin Wenhao ate calmly. This is his true thought, especially his little sister, even if he gets married in the future, it will definitely be indispensable to go back to his parents' house, If his sister-in-law can't get along, then he will be sad to be caught in the middle. For now, Lin Wenhao feels that if he is really married, his wife and his little sister will have a conflict, and he will definitely not be able to help but stand on the side of his little sister. Lin Meiyun looked at Lin Qingqing teasingly, and then said, "Actually, if you think so, big brother, you can really find one near us, and there are still a lot of girls in the village who can get with our mother." Lin Qingqing's eyes lit up, although she looked like she was still eating seriously, but she had already perked up her ears and wanted to hear what Lin Wenhao said. "I haven't met my favorite yet," Lin Wenhao replied. Lin Qingqing. But this also made Lin Qingqing lose so much, and it still couldn't hit her. After all, Lin Wenhao said that she hadn't met what she liked yet, so she still had a chance. Lin Meiyun also shut up. It would be rude to continue, feelings still need to be enlightened. Lin Wuhai has been immersed in eating since Lin Meiyun mentioned this topic, and he didn't dare to say a word, for fear that the war would burn him. "Second brother, is it really so delicious?" Seeing that Lin Wuhai didn't raise his head, Lin Meiyun asked suspiciously. In fact, don't look at Lin Wuhai, a big man, but eating spicy food is really not very good, at least in their area, it is still a little worse. Lin Meiyun did this today, even if she ate it herself, it was a bit spicy, let alone Lin Wuhai. Lin Wuhai raised his head, his lips were red. "It's really delicious, little sister, your craftsmanship is so good, it's just a little spicy. You still eat so much spicy." Chen Lianhua glared at her second son, and poured a bowl of soup with integrity. After Lin Wuhai drank it gurgling, he said with a smile, "It's so delicious, I can't help it at all, and the more I eat, the more I want to eat it." Lin Meiyun looked at Hani Chen and had long noticed that this man looked at the pot of rabbit meat from time to time, but he still couldn't bear it. "Get up and pour him a bowl of boiled water into the kettle." In front of Hani Chen, she said awkwardly, "Eat some, but it's a little spicy, and your current body doesn't know if you can accept it, so wash it with water." Hani Chen's breath became softer, and his eyes looked at Lin Meiyun with a little joy. This little goblin is also blamed for being kind. Lin Meiyun didn't know what this person was thinking, if he knew that the designated plain water would not be placed in front of him, but poured on him. Chen Lianhua and Lin Guoqiang looked at their noses and hearts, and after looking at each other, they both tacitly understood and did not speak. After eating, Lin Meiyun picked up a few more eggs for Lin Qingqing to take back. Lin Qingqing said she didn't want anything, but Lin Meiyun directly stuffed her into her arms, and then pushed her out of the yard, closed the far door with a bang, and the action was done in one go. Lin Qingqing outside the door. "Everyone in the yard. Go back quickly. Anyway, we picked up the eggs together, so you can take them back." After that, no matter what Lin Qingqing said outside, Lin Meiyun ignored her. Tear it up, she can't learn it, and she doesn't want to learn it, she really wants to give it the most annoying politeness. Turning his head, he caught Hani Chen's gaze again. Lin Meiyun was about to explode. "Is there nothing else to do with this big brother? Why have you been staring at her?" After quickly washing up, Lin Meiyun went directly into her room. There are still her own dominant sheep in the space, and now they are basically going to grow up. Lin Meiyun is a little worried, and the others are okay. Even if it is a sheep, it can be taken down from the mountain, but pigs and cows are absolutely not possible. Lin Meiyun sighed. The secret she knew alone was still so uncomfortable, but this secret could not be exposed, so she could only find a way to wait until they grew up, kill them out, put them in the room in the space to keep them fresh, and take them out when they had the opportunity, or sell them. Thinking of this, Lin Meiyun entered the space, caught a few chickens and ducks and killed them, and threw them into the room after packing them up, planning to go to the town to sell them tomorrow. Although these are things that have not been cleared, they always have to earn first, not to mention that she also plans to find a suitable time to tell her parents about buying and reselling herself. At least in the future, she will buy something back, or take something, and someone will help her cover it. It's really painful to just watch it alone. The next day, Lin Meiyun went out with a basket on his back, and after greeting Lin Guoqiang and the others, he went directly to the town. "Do you still have money on you?" Chen Lianhua asked. "Yes." Because Lin Meiyun was leaving, Lin Wenhao could only stay at home to take care of Hani Chen. The clarion call for the autumn harvest has been completely sounded, and it stands to reason that everyone in the Shen family has to go to work, but Lin Wuhai knew, one person can do the work of two people, and people are willing to spoil their little sister, and no one can say anything. In addition, there is a Hani-chan in their family, that is a hero. People nowadays worship heroes, let alone take care of one person. Even if two people guard at home, no one will say anything. When Lin Meiyun went out with an empty basket on her back, she found a place where no one was there when she went out, dressed up, and put the chickens and ducks she prepared last night in the basket. The chickens and ducks that had just been killed were still hot, and they were thrown into a room where they could be kept fresh by Lin Meiyun, so they are still warm when they are taken out, and they feel very fresh just when they look at them. With the experience of the last time, Lin Meiyun came directly to the alley, and it was still the same set of processes, and she entered the yard smoothly. Lin Meiyun's outfit is different from last time. After all, it is better to keep a low profile at this time. Lin Meiyun didn't want to live just by selling materials, but he hadn't found a suitable job yet, just come once in a while, although it is now 1974, but there are still several years before the real reform and opening up. Even if it is selling materials, it must ensure that his family is sufficient. Lin Meiyun was still the same as last time, found a corner, and put down the basket. Soon someone came over and asked, "Little brother, what do you have?" Lin Meiyun is dressed as a boy today, her hair is hidden in her hat, and she can't see her true appearance at all. In addition, the face is deliberately painted black, so it is really not easy to tell whether it is a man or a woman. Freshly killed chickens and ducks, Lin Meiyun said in a low voice. The man was obviously stunned. After all, there are really not many chickens killed in this era. The chicken but bank is real, even if it is raising chickens. Most people raise one rooster at most, and the rest are hens. Are there hens? Although he thought this was unlikely, the man still asked. When his daughter was in confinement, his husband's family was picky and searching, so he thought about buying something good and sending it to his daughter, and he had to watch his daughter eat, otherwise even if he took it, his daughter might not be able to eat it in his mouth. Yes. What surprised the man very much was that Lin Meiyun directly replied yes, if there is no. I was about to say that if I didn't have it, it was okay to have some fine grain, but the result was reflected. Really, really? Lin Meiyun nodded. Can I take a look? The man asked. Look. After saying that, Lin Meiyun lifted the cloth on her basket and exposed a corner. The man poked his head and looked inside, and found that they were still very fresh, and he was happy at the moment. And ducks? Lin Meiyun's attitude has always been very cold. But the man didn't think there was anything, but said happily, "Then trouble comrade to help me load a hen and a duck. I only sell by the pound, not by the pound." Lin Meiyun said she didn't have a scale, so she thought of this method. Anyway, the black market was originally a random bid, one was willing to beat and the other was willing to suffer. Obviously, the man didn't care about this. Today was mainly to get some delicious food for his daughter. The supply and marketing cooperative also went, and he had been looking for a long time on the black market, and he was stunned that he hadn't encountered it, and now he finally met it, so he definitely couldn't let it go. Okay comrade, how much do you think it costs each? Just $5. Lin Meiyun said. This price is still not expensive in the case of no ticket. After all, chicken has to be sold for nearly $1 a pound in the supply and marketing cooperative. Her chicken is actually not big, because when I bought chickens at that time, I bought local chicken seedlings, so basically they couldn't grow very big. It's about 3 or 4 pounds, so Lin Meiyun's offer is not very outrageous. Okay. The man quickly paid for it, although the family was not very rich, but for his daughter, he was still willing to take this money. As long as his daughter is done well this confinement, he has no regrets. If it is really to save these 10 yuan, if his daughter's confinement is not done well, then it is really not worth the loss. Comrade, do you still have eggs? The man asked tentatively. In fact, I think that such a good thing as Lin Meiyun can be sold, and maybe there can really be eggs. Not today. Lin Meiyun shook her head. It was already eye-catching enough. If she still took out the eggs, it would be really a bit outrageous. The man quickly captured Lin Meiyun's keyword. Today, not today, does not mean that there will be no in the future, right? Then when will you come? In 3 days. Lin Meiyun thought about it, and she couldn't come to town too diligently, so it would be more appropriate to come to town in 3 days. Okay. I'll wait for you then. The man left happily, and now he is going back to ask his daughter-in-law to make chicken soup and send it to his daughter. Lin Meiyun didn't care and continued to wait for her second guest. Although their position is still relatively hidden, the man has been here for a long time, and he has not bought what he wants to buy, and many people probably know that Lin Meiyun has good things here. So Lin Meiyun quickly ushered in her second customer, and there was a third with a second, and there were not many of them, so they were sold out quickly, and after harvesting a total of 40 yuan and some miscellaneous tickets, they stopped directly. After all, I met the villain last time. If I didn't have space, the camouflage was still in place, otherwise I might not be able to escape. Fortunately, there was no such thing as last time this time. Lin Meiyun smoothly changed back into her outfit, put 2 pig's trotters in the basket, and planned to go home. Now Lin Guoqiang and the others don't know what they are doing, so they don't dare to take too many things back at once. When they got home, Lin Guoqiang and the others had not yet finished work, and only Han Yichen was breathing alone in the yard. "Where's my eldest brother?" Lin Meiyun asked. A child came, saying that he needed his help and went out, and he should be back soon. Han Yichen said. Then he looked at Lin Meiyun with a mocking face. "Can't you see your future man? Only your eldest brother? Get out." For Han Yichen to tease himself a few words from time to time, Lin Meiyun is now used to it and can even scold him back. Han Yichen was not angry when he was scolded by Lin Meiyun, but he still smiled. "What are you going to eat tonight?" Han Yichen looked at Lin Meiyun's basket. He felt that this girl would not come back empty-handed. "Eat, eat, eat, you know how to eat." Lin Meiyun rolled her eyes and went directly into the kitchen. Duplicity. Han Yichen is beautiful. His future daughter-in-law cooks deliciously. After this period of getting along, Han Yichen can be regarded as understanding his thoughts. He likes Lin Meiyun, whether she is his fiancée or not, but he is really interested in this cute and hot goblin now. Even if Lin Meiyun is really a little goblin, he still thinks he likes it. The big deal is Ning Kaichen, otherwise it is Su Xian. If he is lucky, maybe it is Dong Yong. Han Yichen knew that his injury was almost healed, but it might still take a while to return to the army, so he planned to find a suitable opportunity to express his feelings to Lin Meiyun and see what she thought. In fact, he didn't have to go back to the army. He used to join the army without hesitation because here, he didn't have any concerns, but now it should be different. If the little girl was really willing to marry him, Han Yichen thought that he was selfish, and he worked hard to do the task when he was in the army, and the accumulated merit may not be possible for some people to have been in the army for more than 10 years. He didn't care about injuries big and small before, but if he really had a wife and children, then he didn't want his wife and children to wait for him at home all the time, and he couldn't see him a few times a year. That kind of loneliness was something he experienced when he was a child, and he didn't want his wife and children to feel it too. But now there is a problem that gives Han Yichen a headache, that is, the little girl really doesn't necessarily like herself. Smoke quickly rose from the kitchen. Han Yichen stood up. He could walk now, but he couldn't move much yet. But even so, he was already very satisfied. According to his estimate, this time he should have to lie in bed for half a year. I don't know if the little goblin cast a spell to make himself better so quickly. Of course, Han Yichen would not be amorous and felt that the little goblin was worried about his body. He felt that she should want to get better and leave early. Thinking of this, he laughed. Seeing Han Yichen walking into the kitchen, Lin Meiyun just raised his head and began to concentrate on watching the fire and cleaning up the pig's trotters. "Aren't you surprised that I can go?" Han Yichen asked. "What's so surprising? I don't think you're okay in the first place." Lin Meiyun said, then pointed to the stove. "Come and light the fire." Han Yichen was not pretentious, and sat directly on the stool in front of the stove. Lin Meiyun began to concentrate on the hair on the pig's trotters. Neither of them spoke for a while, but it felt a bit quiet. When Lin Wenhao came back, he saw such a scene and silently returned to his room. Since he was willing to let Lin Meiyun and Han Yichen get married before, it means that the Shen family is satisfied with him, although Lin Wenhao has not yet dealt with a partner, but he still has this little eyesight. After a while, Lin Guoqiang and the others still came back. Lin Meiyun is now cooking a little, especially recently in the autumn harvest, knowing that they are very tired, so they all cook before they come back, and they can rest after eating. "What delicious food are you preparing today?" Chen Lianhua walked into the kitchen and asked. "When I went to town today, I saw that there were pig's trotters for sale, and I didn't want a ticket, so I bought them back." The ones that the leader gave to Han Yichen before had long been eaten, so Lin Meiyun would think about getting pig's trotters back. In fact, it's not that you can't buy meat directly, but the wild boar meat at home hasn't been eaten yet, so you haven't taken out the meat. Chen Lianhua nodded, then looked at Han Yichen. "Xiao Yi can go?" Aunt Chen, thanks to your care during this time, I tried to walk today, and there is no problem anymore. Hani Chen said. That's good. Chen Lianhua is really happy. After all, this is her future son-in-law. If there is really anything, it is her own daughter who is wronged. Lin Meiyun is a pig's trotter stewed directly with peanuts today. The soup color is a little reddish, but it smells very fragrant. She doesn't like to put too many seasonings when making soup, and she wants to drink the original soup to drink the original flavor. Just add a little salt and a little chicken essence to enhance the freshness. Of course, when the chicken essence was released, Hani Chen put it when he didn't see it. They all like spicy food, so she adjusted a few more dipping plates, and the ingredients in them were richer. The pig's trotter soup boiled out is very fragrant, and the space well water, plus the firewood simmering, really stimulates all the fragrance. 1 word, fragrant, 2 words, very fragrant, 3 words, very fragrant. Chen Lianhua had to admire her daughter's cooking skills. Our Nier's craftsmanship is really getting better and better. Every time I eat, I will be praised by them in a fancy way, although Lin Meiyun is used to it, but I still feel a little ashamed. The stew is simple, especially this original soup, as long as you master the time and order of the ingredients, plus the addition of space well water, it is difficult to make it not delicious. As for the rest, there are so many seasonings, it is impossible not to be delicious. Everyone also knows that Hani Chen can walk simply, but he can't exercise vigorously, and he can't walk for too long, and they are very happy. Ling Guoqiang was silent, and after a while he asked, Xiao Yi, what are your plans in the future? Is it back to the army? Lin Guoqiang knew that it was not very good for him to ask like this, as if he was deliberately putting pressure on Hani Chen, but he was selfish, he was just an ordinary father, and he didn't know if Hani Chen would have something similar next time. This time he is good, so what about next time? Hani Chen smiled, this is mainly the meaning of listening to the rainbow. Ahem. Cough. Lin Meiyun choked on a mouthful of soup in his throat, so he went down. What does it have to do with me? You kid, how do you talk? Chen Lianhua also heard what her man meant. She was originally quite happy to hear Hani Chen say this, who knew that in the next second, her daughter would say amazingly, you and Xiao Yi have been engaged, do you say it has anything to do with you? After teaching her daughter a lesson, Chen Lianhua turned her head to Hani Chen again, her face was full of a motherly smile, Xiao Yi, you go on to say, this child equals ignorant. Hani Chen's expression became serious, I'm serious, it's just to see what rainbow means, if she doesn't want me to go back to the army, I cannot go. Lin Meiyun didn't expect Hani Chen to say this, is he willing to give up the army for himself? You must know that with his current results, it is not a problem to climb up any further. Lin Meiyun felt the purity of this era for the first time, as if after deciding that it was this person, he decided it. In later generations, I have only heard of women giving up their careers for the sake of their families, and I have never heard of any man giving up his great future for the sake of his family. In fact, Lin Meiyun was distracted, not only did she not hear of it, but in fact, her family was also shocked, but she just didn't show it. He is already a deputy company now, although I don't know what he did this time, but just looking at the attitude of those leaders, I know that the credit this time must be a lot. Hani Chen really has a brilliant future in front of him, but now he wants to give up, and the reason for giving up is because of his daughter/little sister. Although they felt that this was inauthentic, they privately hoped that what Hani Chen said was true. I'm serious. Hani Chen knew that she didn't believe it when he saw the little girl's expression, but he really wanted to say what was in his heart now, and he also wanted to see what kind of attitude Lin Meiyun had. Cough. I want to think about it. Lin Meiyun is not a fool, if he directly asks Hani Chen to stay now, it will prove that they are not far from getting married. Her current age is in later generations, that is, a high school student, at most the age of just entering college, and she is still a child in the eyes of her elders. But this era is different from the era I lived in before. There are many people who got married at the age of 14 or 15 and got married at the age of 16 or 17. But after all, she has been influenced by the concept of later generations for so long, and she was still a single mother in her previous life, and if she is really married now, she may not be able to accept it. And the most important point, that is, she has a secret that she can't tell others. If she gets married and stays with Hani Chen all the time, it is inevitable that he will not see it. Lin Meiyun didn't want to gamble on people's hearts. She is now in a dilemma. However, she didn't find a very important problem, that is, she considered so many reasons why she didn't want to get married for the time being, but she didn't have any of them because she didn't like Hani Chen. After Lin Meiyun said this, everyone skipped the topic, even Han Chen didn't mention it anymore. Everyone has very different thoughts about a meal, but it doesn't prevent them from eating very well. After the meal, Lin Guoqiang and the others rested for a while and were going to continue work, and Lin Meiyun didn't want to stay alone with Han Chen, so he went up the mountain directly with the basket on his back. After discussing with Han Chen, Lin Wenhao knew that he didn't have a big problem going to the toilet by himself, so he simply followed Lin Guoqiang and the others to work. Now is the harvest. The reason why it is grabbing is to grab with God. In case it rains suddenly, then it is very likely to lose some food, which is what every farmer does not want to see. Usually there will be that kind of cheating and slippery amount when going to work, but there is absolutely no in the past 2 days. After all, it is related to how much food they can get. There is also that the grain will be distributed after the autumn harvest, and everyone is also looking forward to it, and they all want to finish the harvest as soon as possible, and the public grain will be handed over, and the grain can be distributed. Lin Meiyun didn't think about going to the autumn harvest. She was still very self-aware. She didn't want to do anything when she went up the mountain this time, but probably by luck, she actually found a magical thing. A wild ginseng, although not big, is indeed a wild ginseng. Because Chuangqi province is actually not suitable for the growth of ginseng, Lin Meiyun will find it magical. I can only say that the luck is really good. She knew that the medicinal materials of this era were very expensive. After all, there was some land now, which was used to grow food, and no matter how bad it was also fruit. Who would grow this kind of thing that could not fill their stomachs? Lin Meiyun was suddenly happy, very happy, and could make a profit, and this was not from her own space. There are medicinal herbs planted in her space, but in the end, they are still planted with her own money, and the quality is definitely not as good as that of mountain ginseng. Anyway, there was no one else on the mountain. Lin Meiyun directly entered the space, and then dug a hole for the wild ginseng plant and planted it in the soil. I don't know if my method is right or not. Anyway, it can only be like this. Lin Meiyun also specially got some well water to pour on it, worried that the little baby would not be able to adapt to a different place, and pulled out all the vegetables next to him. The eldest brother came, and they all dodged away. After that, he pricked up his ears and listened to the movement outside, and when he was sure it was safe, he left the space. After all, many of the medicinal seeds bought before are artificially planted. Whether it is quality or medicinal properties, they are definitely far from wild ones. Lin Meiyun really hopes that this thing can survive. If she doesn't find a suitable opportunity, she doesn't necessarily have to sell it, she can also keep it. Maybe she can harvest seeds. She is confident in the land and well water of the space. As long as it can survive, it will not reduce the quality. Probably because she had used up her luck when she met wild ginseng, and then she didn't meet even mushrooms, and I don't know if everyone's food storage has been in a hurry recently, so there are more people who come up the mountain to find things. It is estimated that the wild ginseng is still there, also because it has not met anyone who knows the goods. The past 2 years have been much better, and if you go back for a few more years, that is the most difficult time. As long as there is something in the mountains that can go into the stomach, there are people to eat. Not to mention wild vegetables, even the bark is eaten by someone. Now you can still find some wild vegetables and other things in the mountains from time to time, because in the past 2 years, as long as everyone is willing to do it, they can barely survive. After picking up some dry firewood, Lin Meiyun went down the mountain, and naturally he would meet some people who went to work, and Lin Meiyun was also used to it. There are also some people who are unhappy to see Lin Meiyun's appearance. After all, they are also rural people. How can they not go to the ground? When I saw her going up the mountain to pick up firewood before, I thought it was Lin Guoqiang and Chen Lianhua who felt that their daughter was not going to school anyway, so they were going to let her work. As a result, not only did people not go to the fields to earn work points, but they didn't even go up the mountain to pick up firewood every day. Compared with everyone's tan, Lin Meiyun's days are no different from a mortal's. After walking a few steps, Lin Meiyun actually saw Lin Lianya, who was originally bending over to cut the ears of wheat, but when Lin Meiyun walked by, she just straightened up, and her eyes suddenly became vicious when she saw Lin Meiyun. In fact, Lin Lianya was assigned to a relatively light and economical job before, but after Han Chen came back, Lin Qingqing came to warn herself, and then the captain seemed to have specially arranged some heavy work for her. Lin Lianya felt that it must have been Lin Meiyun's pickup, and now she wants to hate her to death. Lin Meiyun didn't plan to pay attention to her, and walked home by herself, but Lin Lianya didn't want Lin Meiyun to be so comfortable.